create emotions. We don't manage timelines, we design moments. Celebrate the power of ideas, innovation, and pure passion that keeps our industry alive. And we are here at the BW Applause, the 7th edition. And let's start the day with all of us joining hands and with the energy in the house. Once again, welcome you all to BW Applause, the summit and the awards starting right about now. All right, we've got the fraternity in the house. We've got the team. We've got everybody in the house right here at the BW Applause, the Experiential Marketing Summit and Award. Can you have everybody join hands, go with the beat, clap for yourself for being out here today. Come on, everybody, clap, 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 clap. Join hands. Good morning, Sri Akal, Namaskar. Welcome to all of you right here for your day. Thank you, Console. Before we get started, first thing first, vocal cord check. If you're feeling good today, being right here with us, I want everybody to make some noise if you're feeling nice and fantastic to be out here. 3, 2, 1, go. Delhi weather. All right. If you're feeling okay, make some noise. So not even yes, not even no, maybe, beach mein. If you're feeling absolutely fantastic over the cloud, then make some noise. There we go. And now, every time we deal with event, we've got stakeholders, we've got stalwarts, we've got young entrepreneurs in the house. We deal with events on a day-to-day basis. When we get up and we go to an event, we feel like, yes, we're going to an event. But when we come to this day, this event, we are like, hey, we have come to our event. We've arrived. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our celebration, our day right here, where we celebrate this as a fraternity, as a team. Before I get started, I know what is missing, a small warm-up. Could I request everybody to stand up, please? Could we have everybody up and awake? So irrespective of the different stakeholders that we have right here under the roof, we are one team, the fraternity of events, experiential marketing. We've got event stalwarts, we've got leaders, we've got pioneers, we've got young entrepreneurs. So right here, it doesn't matter where you come from, we are one team, one family. Do you believe in that? This is where you say yes loud and clear. Superb. So what I'm going to do is to put that into perspective, I'm just going to say 3, 2, 1. I'm going to give you a countdown. At the count of 1, together, as a gesture to show that we are one team, I want everyone to sit down as quick, as swift, as fast as possible, exactly at the count of 1, not before, not after. It just like enhances our listening skill, and also the quick motion gives that blood rush. It really helps us to segue into the entirety as we have a lot of insights, which is going to unfold. So team, are we ready? So as quick, as swift, as fast as possible, please make sure that you have a chair right behind you, placed nice and stiff. Not before, not after, only at the count of 1. So here's the twist, just to spice it up. The last person to sit down will probably start the entertainment bit right here, right now. So you'll be the first one to do so. So let's do this as quick, as swift, as fast as possible. We sit together as a team at the count of 3, 2, 2. Got you there. About 90%. Anurag sir is standing stiff there because he's seen me do this a couple of times, so he was holding his ground. I was expecting a couple of solo performance, but it looks like we're going to have a group dance. But when we as a fraternity get together, it's a party. Can we have some beats, please? It's a morning start. It's a lovely chill weather. I want everyone to clap with the beat, and we start with that energy in the house. Can I have some beats, please? Music. Everybody, put your hands together. Clap, 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 clap. Welcome once again with the energy. Release those endorphins. Let there be aura. Let there be energy. This is our BW Applause, the 7th edition Summit and Awards. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.5. Now that everyone's listening, 1, sit down and clap for yourself, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, good morning. So before I segue in and have the formal bit started, we just have a small, PVD, could I have that please? Could I have my slides? 99% of us sat down, so we blame it on the weather, we blame it on the pleasant timing. So I have a small context setting. This is a game that we're going to play. We've got about 7 to 8 tables in the house. Let's play this as a table. Any table who gets this, cracks this, wins this game, gets to walk away with something really cool. Let's say 2 nights and 3 days holiday package. Destination we will discuss later. So what's going to happen is I'm going to put up a slide which is going to be up for about 20 seconds. And within that 20 seconds, I want you to play as a team, as an individual, or as a table, you choose. And the one who can get the maximum out of this, whatever you can figure out, that team or that table gets to walk away with the prize that I just mentioned. All right, let's do this. And also in a fun, interesting, in a very jovial way, I will reveal your IQ level. It's always nice to know that. So here we are. I'm presenting this slide where we have about 20 seconds. Individually or as a team, just look deep inside and let me know how many that you're able to figure it out or find out. Let's go. 20 seconds on the clock. Oh, superb. You still got about 15 seconds. Make the most of it. All right. I love the numbers that's coming in. Check. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And all right, give me the numbers now. Give me the numbers. All right. Somebody said 13. Somebody said 8, 9, 9. Superb. Front tables. Okay, superb. So let me just put up the answer. There are actually about 13 hidden in this particular picture. Did somebody leak the question paper? All right. Before we move to the next bit, ladies and gentlemen, I just want you to have a look at this particular picture and look at the things that you happen to miss. More than the things that we happen to see and gain, look at the things that you happen to miss. Which were the popular ones that you missed? Prawn, probably that bird head, the snake sometimes, yes. All right, the crocodile too. Superb. Now let me go back to this picture. When I put up this particular picture, when you look at it through your naked eye, we can see about 4 to 5, right? The elephant, the dog, the donkey, the cat is obvious. But when you look deep inside, there's more. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Right here, this event, this summit is what this picture means. We always address the elephant in the room, but when we have stalwarts, leaders, and stakeholders such as us, when we meet together, there's always more opportunities than what meets the eyes. There's always more perspective that we can figure out together. There's always more things we can uncover, unveil, and that's what we're going to do right here at the BW Applause, the Summit, the Awards 2025. If you agree with that, we're going to open the Pandora boxes. We're going to open the new opportunities. We're going to innovate, collaborate, and then end of the day, we're going to celebrate. If you believe in that, put your hands together one more time and clap for yourself. Come on, loud and clear. And just for a fun interaction, I told you I'll let you know your IQ level. You got 13, superb, excellent. How many of you got 10, 11, 12, 13? Lovely, most of you putting your hands up. Anybody between 7, 8, 9? Fantastic, very good. My league, the first time I tried this, I got 9. And 5 to 6? Still good. Anybody lesser than 5? No, nobody's going to put their hands up. It doesn't mean that you're poor. It just means yes. So we need your utmost attention. Let's go live and loud, ladies and gentlemen. We request you to keep your phones aside as we're going to have the speakers, we're going to have presenters. Let's respect the stage, let's respect the presenters. On this note, good morning and once again, welcome you all to the BW Experiential Marketing Summit and Applause Awards 2025, a celebration of ideas, creativity, and the leaders shaping India's experience economy. Today's insightful conference will serve as a platform to discuss, deliberate, and brainstorm on the theme of today's summit, the experience age, building trust, emotion, innovation in India's new event economy. The sessions will give you an insight to the thought process, ideas, and opinions of the experts in the field of experiential marketing. Everything Experiential and BW Applause is the community of BW Business World that brings to you the latest updates, stories, insights, and innovation shaping the experiential industry. I request the team now to play the community audio visuals, please. All eyes on the screen. right, because of BW Business World, which is led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World, and founder, Exchange for Media Group, is the fastest growing business media house in India, with a network spanning across 24 niche business communities and several magazines. BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystem. With changing times, BW now has massive leadership in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio has 25 niche B2B communities that organize conferences and forums to facilitate interaction between sectoral business leaders and create a conducive environment for collaboration. To keep yourself abreast of development, please subscribe to Business World Group magazines. It would add to your professional quest for knowledge and insight. There are exciting offers for attendees of the events. Watch out for BW Business World's latest issue, the Luxury Special, spotlighting how authenticity is redefining modern luxury and the leaders shaping India's evolving premium landscape. The issue also recaps a good festive season this year. For more information, please reach out to the registration counter right outside. And now I request the team to play the BW Legacy audiovisuals, please.
45 years, BW Business World has chronicled India's growth story with credibility, transparency, rigor, and courage. Insightful journalism, conversations, and dialogues that go beyond headlines, decoding policy, powering innovation, and shaping how India thinks business. Editorial commentary from industry captains and business leaders. In a world driven by algorithms, our stories remain journalist-led, backed by AI efficiency, not AI storytelling. Every fact, every quote, every number, verified, trusted, transparent.
Ladies and gentlemen, could we have a big shout out to BW Business World? Today's proceedings unites the most influential, forward-thinking and transformative leaders from across India's experience economy. The summit will spark high-impact conversation across experiential marketing, brand engagement, live entertainment, MICE, digital experience design, creator-driven storytelling. The day will unfold across keynote sessions, addresses, fireside chats, special sessions, master classes, and the summit will be followed by the prestigious 7th edition of the annual BW Applause Awards. I request the team now to have the event audiovisuals, please. Yes, do watch us live. Today's digital broadcast is being streamlined across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and also on www.everythingexperiential.com. As we flag off today's event, I encourage everyone to join in the conversation and share your insights and your learnings from the day by using the hashtag BW Applause Summit. And before I move forward, no event, no rocket, no biscuit even can be made without the power of partnership. And we would like to thank our partners right here. Associate partner, GTC Network, trophy partner, Benson Trophies and Awards. Can we have a round of applause to all our partners? I take their names, please. Event partners, the Thick Shake Factory, Joy Travels Private Limited, Realty Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact, and Pitch. And now that we're done with the formal proceedings, it's time to hit the play and go live button. And let's start with the BW Applause Experiential Marketing Summit right here with a huge round of applause and energy in the house. We need that. Come on, everyone. And to take it forward to be your host, for the first few segments, we have one of the most coolest anchor in town to be a part of this. And all the way from south part of India, from the beautiful city of Bangalore, we have one of the most amazing RJ's anchor. And according to me, one of the most handsome man that I have ever met. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. The one and only RJ AMAR, RJ Amar Prabhu in the house. Woohoo! Come on, you can clap louder. Fantastic. Hi, that's me. You can still clap for me. I love the sound of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The name is RJ Amar Prabhu. I'm all the way from Bangalore. I took a 4 a.m. flight, so I'm a little off. Please do not mind. I just got here at 8. I know Anurag sir will not like that, but then I had to take that flight. And on this note, John Mean welcoming the man you all know and love for the welcome address. We have with us the one and only, the champion of experiential sector and relentless builder of media IPs. Please welcome Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World, and founder, Exchange for Media Group. Good morning, sir. All yours.
Good morning. It's my honor and privilege to be here. Give Amar a big round of applause. Last week, he hosted our Business World CFO offsite in Amritsar. He did a fab job, and all the CFOs of very large companies were there, and he made friends with a lot of them. So if you make friends with them, you can get to all of them. So give Amar a big round of applause. He hosted our CMO, E4M CMO offsite in Goa, so he's a favorite with us. And he's a trainer apart from being an RJ. So he does bring content and thinking to the events. This is my most favorite event. This may be one of our youngest events and still very small, but I believe you keep walking and someday you get to your destination. I started Exchange for Media 25 years back to build a marketplace for the media advertising communication industry. We still haven't done that, but we've done some other things, and I think the time to build a marketplace is right now. So in 2014, I started owning Business World, and I had a colleague called Yamini Singh, and Ruhel was also working with me, and I said, we need to do something for the events industry. This industry is going to grow, so let's launch a platform. We launched everything experiential. We launched BW Applause. It was 11 years back. I would tell Nawal, also my co-founder in E4M, that we should focus on events. But, I was running BW and Nawal was running E4M, and really he was running the P&L. I remember he doing away with some events like MQ. There was a quiz called What's Your Media Question? Vikram Sam would call me, when is the quiz? That was the kind of assessment, excitement. But, 1 year we didn't get a sponsor. Then we used to run a quiz called DQ. What will you click? Deep Kalra and Sanjeev Bikhchandani were quiz masters. So, Nawal was focused on the bottom line and top line. So he didn't start something in the events domain in E4M, but in BW we started this. Now in Exchange for Media, we also do red carpet, which is a bit like this. And we have that here on 18 December. We have all the 3 halls. Last year, there were 700 people at the E4M Red Carpet Awards, and I really loved the event. Coming to the, I start preparing for my presentation one night before it goes in my head. Then in the morning, when you asked me, Sushma, I hope my EA was there. and he had a flat tire. And last night I called my caller around 11, just before I sleep, to check on things. And today it came to my mind that I'll write a book. I've been thinking of many books. I have many manuscripts ready, but I have not published because I'm a perfectionist. And I said, if Israel can be the startup nation, Mr. Anil Singh, what should India be? Genuinely the event nation, the experiential nation. And that's not an overstatement. If you look at the government, look at the number of event initiatives the government is doing. You could call it Ab Ki Baar Event Ki Sarkar. That's the number of event initiatives. Chetan, good to see you. The industry is blessed to be part of a country which is growing. Just to give you, we have lots of stalwarts. I met some of them very early in my life. I remember Chetan, I met, Sabas introduced me to him more than 20 years back. And I first met him because he came to give passes at my home for some event 20 years back, Sabas had sent. Well, let me acknowledge some of you because I think I have tremendous admiration, and with some of you I have tremendous relationship. Mr. Anil Singh, who's a pioneer of ProCamp, please give Anil a big round of applause. He was here early in the morning, and do you know what ProCamp does? I mean, of course, the people in the industry know. For those young students who are from the events domain, they're pioneers in running marathon. They've created, in some way, they've been a catalyst in creating this running culture, or so they just did the 20th year of the half marathon in Delhi. Now it's called the Vedanta Half Marathon. I always respect the sponsors, So he and his brother Vivek do that, and it has spawned a series of events in the running fitness space. And to be able to do that and bring marquee events. I was at the first Airtel Delhi half marathon, and I've had some crazy evenings. I narrated one particular evening when I drove the car myself after the party, and I told him the story, and my wife told me never to drive the car after you're at a party. So clearly, Mr. MQ Sayyed, and one of the things is that every sector, the entrepreneurs are creating value, and they're going to the stock market, and they're creating value for the shareholders. They're creating value, and they're getting growth capital to create more value. I met Mr. MQ Sayyed on 21st October 2023 in Delhi, in Bombay at Taj Lands End. One of my colleagues introduced, and he's one of those people who started in the, let's say, infrastructure space for the event industry, and then has gone on to take his company to IPO. And I was checking his stock price early in the morning, and I was rechecking it just now. His stock price, his market cap is almost 685 crores. I'm sure you look at it every morning, right? And the stock was up today. And his best is yet to come. He's acquired 2 golf courses. I'm telling you, his best is yet to come, right? So Samit is not here today. He was here last year, 12th October was the event. Samit's company, E-Factor. I met Jay and Sonali 25 years back. I actually use Sonali because me and Sonali grew up in the same neighborhood, and my mother passed away last year, and her mother were friends. And I used to come in a chartered bus, and me and Sonali used to come 10 rupees. We used to get down at Savitri. My first job was in M Block Market. So Samit I met later in life, and again I was looking at the market cap of E-Factor. It's almost 400 crores to 399 crores. If the stock goes up today, then it may be 400 crores, right? So clearly, and then I was looking at which are the other event management company are there. So I came across a company called Party Groomers. Party Cruisers, which was less than 100 crores of market cap, right? And so clearly, one of the things that I want to leave with this is I would love to see Anil and Vivek taking ProCam, to an IPO. I'm sure your size, I don't know, your balance sheet never looked at it, but I know the kind of quality of work and the impact of the work that you do. More and more brands. And again, Anil didn't stop there. He's done many pioneering things. He's himself a rugby player, but he did power motoring league. He called me the day he was starting it, and Uh, you have Sushma Gaikwad, who's part of HEMA, you have Saju, you have Chetan, and then the market is my friend Amit Gujral. I was with Somesh ji whole day yesterday, almost half day. So he keeps talking about you and my friend Sumit. Me and Sumit used to work in HTA 29 years back. आ जाओ आगे आ जाओ आगे आ जाओ आ जाओ again he's a pioneer in the domain. So I can go on about the industry, but just to give you a context, as of today, if you added all the stakeholders, which means venues, artists, wedding planners, caterers, the infrastructure providers, everybody, if you took that money, guess what is the size of the Indian experiential industry? How much? Okay. So it is almost $9 billion, right? If you take the lowest estimate, it is 6 billion. But if you actually add up everything, it's about 9 billion, which is what you are saying. You're closer to what it is, and it is likely to be 15 billion in 2030. Some studies say it's currently 6 odd billion, it'll go to 10 billion, but it may happen faster. Because whether it's about B2C brands, Amit is there, he had the JK, the JK patronized sports very early and the motor rallying. I think in Tata's, Sumit, you've done a fair bit of events. Whether it is about a new product launch, whether it's about the government wanting to evangelize a cause, whether it's about creating sales, exhibition are about creating relationships. The exhibition economy, it's very large, and hopefully we'll do the exhibition awards and conferences. I keep saying events are about content. When you see they're about community and they are about commerce. A business needs three things: talent, customers, and finance. If you look at any event, anywhere, it is about these three things. In some way, it is addressing one of these pain points or finding solutions. The Indian experiential industry is likely to grow at a fast pace, which means every stakeholder, every sub-stakeholder is likely to grow. We are at the cusp of a revolution in the event nation that I would call India. Over the next 12 to 18 months, you will see more and more companies in this space going IPO. New IPs being born. Today, whether you take the gig economy, we are doing a cover story on an artist, and the story is called Artist Inc. Today, artists are 200 crores, 300 crores, 400 crores, 500 crores. So there is a huge economy around them. As we speak, it is the wedding season in Delhi. Kanika is very, very busy. Everyone's busy. All the wedding planners are very busy. I don't know how they're making time. So welcome. The wedding economy itself, which is a huge economy, of which the events economy is a small part, because the wedding economy means jewelry, it means clothes, it means a lot of other things, people buying, vehicles and so on and so forth. If you added that up, it's multiple times the events economy. The wedding economy itself and the wedding season itself adds to the event and the experiential economy in a huge way. The exhibitions are growing, and we are still at a very nascent stage in the Indian exhibition economy. Almost every sector across the world has a large exhibition and at least 6 players in that domain. In some domains, there are 10, 12, 15 large exhibitions with some differentiation, right? So if you take any sector, sub-sector of the Indian experiential industry, it is still very under-leveraged. That is what I'm trying to make. Whether you take the gig economy, you take the exhibition space, you take the experiential events that the brands do. So clearly, this is an industry that is likely to explode and grow exponentially over the next 12 to 18 months. Also, the spends by brands, which is something I know a little bit about, are only growing. More and more brands are looking at event IPs, they're looking at experiential initiatives, whether in sports, in arts, in culture, to be able to build the soft influence of the brand. if you look at our Prime Minister Modi, who's a great brand builder, he's enhancing brand India in a big way. He's used the power of events to build India's story globally, right? So clearly, the events industry is on the cusp of breaking out. It's already very large. It's providing employment, profitability, and impact. Today in the room, we have leaders from every segment, sub-segment of the events and experiential domain, and they'll talk to you about what they are doing and how they are making event, how they're making an impact. In the evening, we have our BW Applause Awards, and today we are giving our BW Applause Person of the Year. I remember 6-7 years back when we started, we had the whole hall, and we gave it to Ashish Hemrojani. Right, Roel? You created that event. And today we are giving the award to a person, and I want to announce his name because he's the best kept secret in the events industry. He's a guy who's built a 1,500 crore business in the event space. Almost 700-800 purely from events. Now he is doing other things, so that adds. His name is Arun Samuel, Wings. So he's coming in, he's always working. To get him is tough, not because he doesn't want to come or, he's always working. I think I work very hard, but he's always working. No play, Anil. We should introduce him to you. He learns to have some play in life, not just work, right? So he is our BW Applause Person of the Year. He'll be here sometime. We also have leaders. The experiential economy and the events economy are intertwined at some point. We have Manoj Adlaka, who used to be CEO of Amex, and he's launched the card in the experiential called the Red Barrel card. He'll be here. So we brought in people from who are a little outside the experiential economy. They're loosely part of it. Brand owners and brand heads are very integral part of anything we do. So you will also have leading brand leaders who represents large brands who work with event experts to be able to create experiences are also in the room. Sports experiential IP owners are also in the room. So clearly, my vision for this event is a 3-day event, 5,000 people, 200 exhibitors, and to be able to showcase what is being used in event tech in every part of the experiential economy. As they say, the journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step. We've taken this step and we'll continue to walk and hopefully some way reach our destination, but we'll definitely enjoy the walking. So I wish you luck. Thank you for creating the experiences that you create. This is the most important domain for me. And just to give you, we believe in the power of events. Exchange for Media, we started 25 years back. These are business world initiatives, and some are young initiatives. This is our Future of Design Summit and Awards that's are emerging. And we bring all the stakeholders. Business world is a B2C product, but we built many B2B products. Those of you are from the hospitality domain, BW Hoteliers, is the #1 hospitality IP already it's $1 million IP, and everybody who matters is there. So whatever I'm talking, it's not just, I believe in the power of events. We believe in the power of events. These are just, this year we started our art awards. They were at a beautiful venue. Ruel, what's the name of Raul's venue? Watercrest. It's next to Grand Dreams. And what a venue. Everyone who came loved it. In fact, we should have done this there. But anyway, we have our luxury conclave. And these are just business world IPs. Some existed before I acquired the only one, Marketing White Books, which existed. These are our IPs, and they're all like we started an IP 3 years back in the co-working space when it was young, and they all have huge room to grow. I can go on, and we are still building new, and like there was one called IBLF, which is India's largest business lit fest. Now, who writes books? CEOs, founders, interesting people. In the first year, we took it to 6 cities. And, the late Vivek Dabroy was our first speaker. And we've launched the Best Business Book Award. Mr. Gurcharan Das is the chairman of the jury. 50 lakhs is the prize money, right? So clearly, I can go on, but really we believe in the power of IPs. There is, it's not something that, And I keep telling Rohel, we have to really scale up. Ojaswita is here. She's a young colleague. She's part of everything experiential. Thanks to her and Mehak in the last 3-4 months, everything experiential is something that I try and read every morning. There is Ojasvi from Loudest, who's been part of us for the last 4 years. She's building our music community in it. And we used to do Music Inc., which we haven't done for 4 years, but this year we'll bring it back. Just going to, if these are just business world IPs, then they are at different stages. This is a summit that we are launching. It's called the Wedding Economy Summit, which is, so really these are business world initiatives, and I'll go to the E4M initiatives, Prashant. And some of, again, E4M initiatives, because they were started a little earlier than the business world initiatives. Almost every initiative is the leader, or the first initiative that happened in that, almost, if not 190%. Last Tuesday, I was in Bombay, we had our Media Ace, and I don't call an event, I'm always writing mails about what can be better. That's one event where I did write next morning what can be better. Small thing. But I felt happy. Because everybody who mattered in the media planning space, 1 to 100 was there. This one person who's a friend of mine wasn't there, and I called him in the morning to ask why he wasn't there. And he explained to me. And till 11:30, nobody left, about 400 people, and the quality of the media planning buying fraternity was in that room. So I was very, very happy. It's not just about the money, it's about the impact. So these are our various E4M initiatives. We have reels for almost every IP of those, and they were the first IP. And in E4M, what we are doing is our core community is marketers, people like Amit, Sumit, and then the media planners, buyers, and then the ad agencies and the experiential owners, the PR agencies. So what we are doing is we are going deeper, and we are segmenting, sub-segmenting. So in marketing, we are now building sectoral initiatives. So we have the Auto Marketing Awards and Summit, which we saw somewhere, which in the first year was a 1.8 crore IP. Not very big, but okay. And 90, except for 2 spenders in auto, the first 40 spenders in auto were in the room, right? Because that's what we deliver. Similarly, we've done the E4M Healthcare Marketing, E4M BFSI Summit, which was again almost a 2 crore IP in the first year, right? So clearly, one is segmenting, sub-segmenting from a marketing side. Second is geographically. We have a Pride of India, which is India's homegrown brand. We're taking to every city and every sector. There is a brand called Vakaru in southern India. How many of you know of it? Vakaru? Sushma, you don't know? It's a shoe brand. Guess what's the turnover of Vakaru? My boss, my wife is there, so Yes, has to deal with me for 25 years. She does, So, guess what is the size of Vakaru, Sushma? Amit? Sumit? 1,000 crores. 900 odd crores or 1,000 crores. Now, did you know about Vakaru? You should know because it's a shoe brand. I know you only talk to A6, people like Rajat Khurana, who's my school junior. But, Vakaru is almost 1,000 crores. So we are going to cities. In every city, every state, there are brands that I had not heard of, but they are huge. So one is segmentation sector-wise, second is reason, and third is media is a very important part of what we do. So we do the India News Broadcast Awards and our News Next, which is the 18th, 19th year. Mr. Syed, you experienced it, the scale and the impact of it. And this year it hasn't happened because when it happened, Sindoor happened, and we haven't. So we're doing it in December. People keep asking me, when is INBA? My friends who are not from the sector, my business school batchmates and so on and so forth. So clearly we are now going in media. So we're going to do, for example, we are doing a religious media summit, astro media summit. We're doing an auto media summit. There's no limit. At the end of the day, you got to bring stakeholders together and they can collaborate with each other. So I will not go more into it, but I do wanted to tell you that I really believe in the power of events and experiential. Good luck to all of you. May you continue to make an impact and have fun while you do it. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Always inspiring and giving us all those anecdotes about the industry. Could we have a big round of applause to Dr. Anurag Batra? And I, for once, feel like a kid at a candy store being with our industry leaders, pioneers, and visionaries who shaped it to what it is today. And we have one such stalwart to take it forward with the next keynote who helped put India on the global participative sports map. The man behind the country's biggest marathon properties and someone who understands partnership dynamics at a profound level. And it's my privilege in inviting the founder and managing director, Procam International. We have Mr. Anil Singh. And I had the privilege of hosting a couple of shows for them, the World 10Ks in Bangalore. Could we have a big cheer for Mr. Anil Singh? Good morning. Absolute delight.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Dr. Batra. It's such a pleasure. I mean, I've known you for a long, long time now. And Rohel, you've been wonderful and quite an architect to making sure I get here by 8 o'clock in the morning. So thank you all. You know, if we're talking about IPs, we're talking about events, we're talking about different initiatives. I mean, did you see that laundry list of wonderful and leading IPs and initiatives? Thank God I'm going to talk more about sport than the other wonderful different disciplines that we have. So it's a pleasure. Now, what are we going to do today? I think we'll have I thought it's important because sponsorships, IPs, and how do we approach it, partnerships, the few little nuggets that we truly can, if we sort of adopt, maybe it might help a few of us. So to me, this sort of echoes the absolute essence of how you approach partnerships. It's not really what it's about, but I just thought this little nugget might help for us to understand what should kind of a ethos what partnerships are, because this is true. It's purely driven by ownership. It's purely driven and by creating a sense of ownership. If you can create a sense of ownership that people feel that they are part of it and they have a stake in it, and it's not about an investment. It's more about it's mine. That's the kind of feeling. Then you have trust, intent, niyat. The most important thing is niyat. Everything else sort of pales in comparison. And they are not by clauses in a contract, and that's really true. But let's move on. So what is sport? Is this what I need to do? Move on with? How the hell does it work? Okay. So what is sport? What has sport really taught us? To me, sport truly is the university of life. I mean, think about it. What we learn? And the syllabus is truly simple, but the degree is invaluable. Having spent all my life in sport, and why do I say just 35? It's been 37 years since Procam launched in 1988. But before that, I played rugby for India. I was ranked in the country in tennis, 13 in the. So my entire life has been around sport. So this is truly is the university of life. So just to give you a little more aside, just if we can sort of dive down and sort of dive into what we mean by university of life and how we as promoters, how we as creating IPs around the world of sport, because it's not about just the sporting event. It's about so many different initiatives that you can do around it. So a lot of what you see today, a lot of what Dr. Batra's group does, it's so much of that also gets, but it has the same principle because it is finally aligned to sport. So, sorry, how do I go back? I'm trying to figure this out. How do I go back, boss? On this one. Is it bottom one? So today, the canvas of sport is divided into two. Let's know this very importantly. There is spectatorial sport and there is participative sport. Spectatorial sport is what you experience when you're watching a tennis match, a cricket match. You react to what's unfolding in front of you. Can I move around? Is that okay? I mean, can you guys hear me if I just walk around here? Okay. Thank you. So, sport. The canvas is spectatorial and I think I'm the one who's doing the mess here. Yeah, it's spectatorial and participative. Participative sport is you are the athlete. Though you're participating on a global platform in a global event, but you are the athlete. So there are elites, there are professionals, but then the amateur, that coming in by the amateur, just his participation redefines and creates a double whammy, if I may, to the entire sporting ecosystem. Because finally, for us, what you call is, it sort of we get the same benefits for like any other pro. We call ourselves working athletes. That's what exactly amateur participative sport people believe. And for a sport promoter, understanding this is because sport truly teaches, as I said, and a sport promoter understanding this is absolutely vital, is fundamental, as sports mirrors lives. Be it a stadium, whether we have any kind of event, any kind of sporting sort of interaction, whether it's in victory, defeat, all the different emotions that sport or life throws at us, and it's not only from a competitive edge. It's also purely from how you like to be a part of teamwork. How do you look at defeat? How do you engage it's all about individual grit and so many other things. Because sport, as it says, is the purest, most distilled version of human emotion. And it's the only reality show that is left today, which is not tainted. Which is why when you have fixing, or when you have drugs in sport, it just ruins the only thing that's truly benign in that sense. So sport, you all know that sport touches humanity because it can redefine nations. It redefines communities. It builds legacies. It's a phenomenal story. And why do I say that? To think that, just to give you a small context. In 2004, there wasn't one sporting running event in the country, not one. And to me, but after my visit to the London Marathon, when I was a guest there, it just blew me apart, that the vibe, the emotion, the ethos, what kind of, how do I put it this way, what kind of emotion you could actually feel just being present, just seeing because the beautiful thing about distance running or participative sport or marathons is it's everybody on the start line has a story to tell. It's all about, and can you imagine, to me, life is about stories, and we'll discuss that a little deeper into the presentation. But life is about stories. So if you have a conveyor belt that gives you 50,000 stories a race, you're talking about, for us, 250,000 stories to 275,000 stories in a year, out of which, believe me, 10,000 stories can be made into movies. So it's quite a magical thing. Now let's see about building an IP. Now I'm looking at it from a little more deeper sense of a sporting IP, of trying to seed, sport, create. It's a little different lens that we need to sort of take into cognizance. So while building an IP, when we are actually nurturing it and putting it together, I truly believe this. I think this is one of the most important ways to approach building an IP. Always think big. Thinking big is not arrogance. It is architecture. Thinking small is our limitation. And I mean that. And to think that, how can I do something so big? How do I shut down cities? How can I have 500,000 people touch a property? Hey, it's sound stuff. How do I work with 19 agencies of a city? It's sound stuff, but it's a myth. It can be done. You have to have, and this is the difference between an organizer and a promoter. An organizer just organizes. A promoter is responsible for every nuance, whether it's the profitability, the experience, the amplification, sponsorships, brands, understanding, creating roadmaps. So there is a promoter, being a promoter is not for the faint-hearted, but hey, it brings so much of individuality, creates so much of value, whether it's a sport, whether it's thing, and it's also very, very satisfying. So don't think big. What do we do when they say, what do you do for an IP? How do we, what is the way, how do you treat an IP? How do you think of an IP? It's the same as delivering babies. No different. It requires all of this. It requires love, it requires patience, guidance, attention, investment, all these things that a baby requires. And why not? It's giving birth to a baby and giving birth to an IP is just physiologically different, not emotionally and not in actual fact. This is something I've realized and experienced, and when I say experience in terms of, thank God not us, but when I say experience, I truly mean, there are so many times a promoter is tugged and pulled at so many different levels, but always stay true to your belief and vision. It's true. Don't compromise the big picture because you feel there are insurmountable hurdles. Or there's a lack of monies. Do not ever, that's not an excuse. You've got to build more into that. Think more how I can achieve that rather than cut back. It's vital. And you'll have a lot of people, a lot of naysayers who will say, no, this, that, because when you want to create change, because if it didn't exist, everybody turned around and said, nobody runs. Who knows about running? It's a small little example. I'm going to bring it back because participative sport taught me a lot. Taught me what the difference that comes to the table. So everybody would say when I was when I used to pitch for sponsorships, what are you pitching for? You want, in those days in 2004, when the first Standard Chartered Mumbai Marathon was something we planned to do, because I believe that every great city needs a marathon. It sort of truly is the greatest showcase of that to the world. It's the greatest showcase of that city to the world. We built it on principles, so if I would go and say, hey, I'm looking for 4.5 crores, in those days, in 2004, for a running event, my sponsors would think I'm smoking something. And that's a fact. That's how they would react to me. And they said, well, do you know any of the famous athletes? Who won the London Marathon? And to me, it was just, it wasn't about who won London Marathon. It's participative sport. We're not discussing a 100-meter final. Of course, there are professionals, but it carries a city. You can create, it's a greater showcase. It's great for Indian athletics. It's great for pride and prestige of a city. Whether it's social harmony, there's so many different value systems that you can truly kick in. And that's what makes a city strong, philanthropy. So pay attention to the naysayers, cull the bits that you need to address. It's not just plain sailing, and it'll help you be better prepared, but don't give in to them. Listen to them. Take what you know. And remember, stay the course. If you rarely get a second chance. It's rarely that one gets a second chance, so stay the course. To me, when I say sponsorship and ROI is a double-edged sword, it's very interesting. Very often I've heard people tell sponsors, or sponsors ask, what is my ROI? And I'm talking specifically in sport. It's very important that you understand the difference between sport and entertainment. It's not advertising. It's not, so what is now how do you create ROI for a brand if you don't understand what the brand is going to invest? Because I cannot build and I can create a platform that can deliver ROI way many more times than your investment over and above the sponsorship. Many more times. Today brands in India, it's not known, but across the world you can have brands that spend anywhere from twice the sponsorship up to 5 times the sponsorship. Just take Olympics, for example. You're paying $40 million as a partner. Are you allowed your advertising in the stadium? Are you there? No, you're not. You use that platform to, does it work? Of course it does. Because it's the values that we are promoting. It's what the brands need. So be careful. This is a double-edged sword. Do you have to create ROI? Do you have to deliver it? Of course. But it needs to be completely thought through, curated. You need to understand so many various sides of the brand. You need to understand the investment. It's not about saying, hey, I'll give you 30-second ads on television, or I'll give you a sort of a certain amount of exposure on print, digital, or whatever. It's about how can I truly seep, because remember one thing, sponsorship and advertising are very different. Advertising is the right to choose. Sponsorship is to ensure you are the choice. Never forget that. It's not about creating, it's not a branding exercise, and I'll speak about that a little more in the thing. But in part, an ROI, if you look at participator sport, is important to know. Another set of ROI kicks in. Apart from what we know as ROI regularly, another set kicks in. And today we actually, with SMG YouGov, the ex-SMG, which is now, I think it's called GSIQ, an agency that does brand mapping and valuation, we actually truly created a system by which you can additional ROI in participator sport delivered through human transformation, delivered through emotional equity, purpose alignment, brand love, stories that define and change culture. It's a whole set of ROI that kicks in. So when you put those together, it's sometimes it is up to half more times the ROI, sometimes it's almost double. Now, as I was saying, sponsorship is not advertising. Very, very different. And I just explained that to you. Sponsorship is about opening creative pathways. It's not ticking off checklists. Will I get this? Will I get that? It has no meaning. If you take Red Bull as an example, Red Bull will do so many. Red Bull never asks you. I just did a major deal with Red Bull. They've just come on as a big, first time in this country, they've come on really into the world of, at first time anywhere in the world, I'm sorry. Apart from a small peripheral engagements, Red Bull for the first time entered participator sport, which is distance running. First time. And with all our events, today we are privileged to own 5 of the world's leading events. The number 1 10K, which is the TCS World 10K. In Bengaluru. The number 1 half marathon, your own Vedanta Delhi half marathon. We just finished it last month. It was magnificent. It was completely sold out, 40,000 people from all over the world. Carl Lewis was our brand ambassador. It's a great story. We have the Tata Steel Kolkata 25K, again the number 1 25K in the world. And you're talking about 30, 40, 50,000 events in each of these categories. Things like half marathon and marathon, maybe 200,000 events. So to be right at the pinnacle, right at that pinnacle is fantastic for this nation, and fantastic. We should all sort of so proud that we should be. So it's important that we understand that, and then of course you have the Tata Mumbai Marathon, which is the 6th largest marathon in the world. So everything is possible in that sense. So brand sponsorship is a platform. It's not about this is what it, you have, the brands have to work at it. Promoters have to work at brand cycles and brand speed. How do it changes. How do I think, what does the consumer need? What is the brand going through? So it's not a transaction, it's a platform. Create that is vital. For, you know, for visibility, a sponsor would do advertising. For experiences, to get closer to his community, to his consumer, they do sponsorship. It's very different. It's for you you have to be the choice of that community. If you don't achieve that, it's a failed sponsorship. I always tell my brands, you know, look, if you're going to be, it's not a branding exercise, gentlemen. If you think it's a branding, that I need so much of my banners, so much of my hoarding, so much of my space, it's not that. That's advertising. That's not, just branding doesn't help. How do you engage? What does it mean? Do you walk the talk? What does the community want? Are you as a brand walking the talk? What do you do for me as being a part of your community? And how do you also how can I touch and feel the brand? Are you real? How do I sort of experience you in true form? And finally, how can I own a piece of that sport, of that community, which I can build on test of time? So these are very important segments for a sponsor. And we as promoters need to understand that without these 4 principles of sponsorship, you'll find it very difficult to justify. With each of our partners and brands, we say, what do you want to achieve? If I can't map it, how do I want to get there? What do I need to do? You don't decide. It's got nothing to do with advertising. It's not nothing to do with a few columns here and a few columns or a few ads here or there. Sponsorship is a long game. But as I said, sponsorship is not branding. Sponsorship is belonging. Don't ever forget that. It's a it's a small thing, but it feels like, hey, and I've known many sponsors, I can't see myself. It's not that logo. It's what does that logo mean? So, when you as a promoter go to pitch for a sponsorship, you have to know your product. What is the value? The sponsor is not going to the sponsor is not the one who's going to give you value if you don't demand it or command it, or actually it is. You have to know every nuance. You have to have unshakable belief, deep knowledge of its relevance today, but more importantly, a pathway as to what it will be tomorrow. It is vital for us to understand this. It's not about today's sponsorships, it's about tomorrow. How we start today and how do we carve for tomorrow? And remember, I've always known this. The authenticity of your pitch, okay, or the lack of it, will either expose you or it will be a winner. So and specifically in sport, authenticity is vital in sport, because sport requires, sport is not hosting an evening or a dinner. Seeding sport, building on sport, creating sporting touch points are way more than that. So, impossible to fake, and if you try to be unauthentic, it will be sensed within seconds. Don't ever think you'll get away with that. Now, it's not about you. What have you thought about for the brand? Have you understood the brand's business? Are you really understood it to a sense of when you're mapping it to your property? Do you understand its current challenges? We all understand its target audience, but remember, within target audiences, there are target audiences which are sometimes a smaller section can give much more than a larger section. Their growth markets, their competitive landscapes, brand positioning. And remember, brand positioning can change often in cycles. It can. It's not only one brand speaks, sometimes have a different need. But the point I'm trying to make is, this is something you need to know because you are creating a story for tomorrow, not a story for today. So if you don't understand this, how will you juggle, jig, curate, chop, edit to make sure that this remains relevant? It's not difficult. If we partnered you, no, every sponsorship works. Remember, sponsorships do not fail unless there's a scandal attached to it. Sponsorships may move the needle by 1% or may move it by 500%. It can create that kind of impact on your brand or on the property. But the thing is, it helps. So there is never a negative or never something that there is no one good side to look at, even if the brand does nothing behind it. It's fascinating. If the brand does nothing behind it, it still delivers because it delivers as an ecosystem. So, and that's what it is. Present the ecosystem, not the event. Tomorrow is not about what happens in this event tomorrow or in that stadium tomorrow or in that race tomorrow. It's about how have you grown the community, its engagement. How has media, is there so much more you've delivered on that has so much more opportunity of amplification or stickiness? Digital content, on-grounding. The most important thing is experiences. Sport, entertainment, it's experience. If you do not have a good experience, I don't care what that, it's not going to last too long. So very important, CSR. And, I'll give you a small little thing. And I'll bring it up here because it's not, sometimes people say, I say, if I use the word often, if relevant, you don't need to. But here is a small little insight I'll give you. When we started, and this might actually surprise many of you, and many of you might know. Just understand this. Program International, when it launched the Standard Chartered Mumbai, the now Tata Mumbai Marathon in 2004, we built it on 5 pillars. One of them was philanthropy. And we said, let's do this so we can truly redefine philanthropy. And why do I say the word redefine? It's not about giving. Philanthropy in those days would cost you about 40 to 50% of what the donor gave or what you raised. Whether you hosted a Sangeet night, whether you hosted a dinner, whether you spent this, you brought some acts, it would cost you anywhere between 35 to 40 to 50% of what you raised. Today, and we'll take the credit as program, today charity costs no more than 3%. And you know what? That CSR, if relevant, bloody relevant. Because we have raised on a platform called Running, through our 4, soon to be 5 major world properties, we have raised close to 650 crores. And that's true. And I mean it. I think I would love a clap. I think it's fascinating. 650 crores and counting. Today, ProCam, including things like free meals and many others, those kind of things, cash and otherwise, is raising 120 crores a year in charity. And that's what it is. So is it something that we were prime ministers or ministers who put this in and forced people? And not only is it 650 crores, 1,500 NGOs in time benefiting, but you can feel that change. You can see it. It's physical. And not only that, I can tell you in which brick your 10 rupees or 100 rupees lies when you gave it to me in 2004. It's so transparent. It's done through a charity gateway like Give India, United Way. So it's niyat, it's intent. I keep saying this. Can you believe that story? And not, as I said, it's not only 650 crores. Every year we are doing more. And now with the advent of the World 15K, you know, you can get to about 150 crores a year. So, doable. Think big. Or how will I give 700 crores in a running event? I can barely scrape my monies for sponsorship. You can. So, today, the greatest public-private partnership is something which I'm so proud of my company and us. 19 agencies, we shut cities down. And when I say shut, I mean shut cities down. I'm sure you guys have experienced it on race day. 19 agencies work seamlessly with us. Does it require monies to be paid or bribes to be given or palms to be greased? No. It requires to create a sense of ownership. If you can create a sense of ownership, you can achieve it. You don't have to do, it's their pride. They're so proud and they work seamlessly with us. So, you know, data and future scalability. I mean, when I say future scalability, the only way you can achieve it if you know and you built it on pillars. Like, as I said, our pillars, health and fitness, pride and prestige, communal harmony, benefit to Indian athletes, and philanthropy. We built it on pillars. So every time we tried to do better, we put it in one of these pillars. And the result is for all of us. India, I'll repeat this, India, having 4 of the world's #1 races, and 5th is a world top 10. And we have only started 20 years ago. So, doable. Today, you know, before I'd like to put one more point. You know, just small little things. Today, there are 1,100 timed events. Unfortunately, it was 1,700 pre-pandemic, but today there are a lot of people had to close down. And I understand we're trying to do our best to reinvigorate them. But 1,100 timed running events. Do you know what the industry of running is today in India? Annually, $450 million. And growing through Red Seer report at 20% a year. 20% a year. Now, I don't believe that we are raising is growing by $90 million per year. But hey, even if it is 10, it's phenomenal. Who's the number one citizen from which country that travel worldwide for races? #1 nation, India. When we started the first Tata Mumbai Marathon and at that time the Airtel and now the Vedanta Delhi Half Marathon, at the feature race, which is the distance race, 2% of women participation, 2%. Today, 37%. That's phenomenal. Phenomenal. So, all of it is possible, but you have to build it pillar by pillar and with pure niyat. I keep saying this word intent. Believe me, everything comes around it, and everything is sort of that. This to me is my favorite line. Life is about stories. So tell stories. You've got to tell stories. I love hearing, and we do it. We watch movies, we read, it's stories. That's inspirational. They inspire. And I remember, and Rohil will tell you that, it's a fact, and there's a very funny thing that Rohil and me share sometimes, you know, in a laugh on the side. He invited me, and I know I'm not very good technologically or digitally. You know, for me, life is touch and feel. I love to touch and feel. I can't stand people writing, will you have, to the next cabin, will you have lunch with me, you know? I think you need to touch, you need to feel, you need to engage. But Rohil invited me to speak at a tech conference, and I remember sitting on this panel, they were talking about how technology is truly, but the reason I bring up, because a very funny story. I sit, you must know, if you can't engage somebody in 7 seconds or 9 seconds, you've lost him. If you can't, and to me, when somebody says that, which stories, if you don't want to hear a story, just what is this 7, 9 seconds? If you want to hear my story, I'll tell you a story. It cannot grip you. You can't be we can't be slaves to, we have to be able to hold our own. Very important. So, I remember telling the panelist, 7 seconds, I don't want to tell you my story. It's not relevant. You're not relevant to me. If that's what your appetite is, how will you ever understand what can be done or not? Or what really happened? It's not an overview. Even overview takes longer. So, I'm going to leave you with a few simple yet critical learnings. And these are small little things along the way for sport, more related to sport. It's in fact all related to sport. If it ain't live, it ain't sport. Believe me, and understand that it is, because there is nothing like delayed sport. Once it's over, it doesn't matter how passionate you are. You'll see highlights. You'll see best shots. You'll see best points. You'll see the finishing, of course. But if it ain't live, it ain't sport. And if you're not going to push to, the most difficult sport to watch on TV is running. Who wants to watch 6 o'clock in the morning running, or 7 o'clock when we go live to about 110 nations around the world. So remember this, vital for sport. And as I told you about the successful partnerships, I won't bring it up again. There is another thing in terms of a misnomer that we truly sometimes get. When we hire people, when we talk to people, whatever, I love sport. But remember, the business of sport and the love of sport is diametrically opposite. I've had tons of people saying, sir, you don't understand how I love sport. We all love sport. We all love music. Can you sing, all of us? No. So it doesn't work like that. So be careful when you hire. The business of sport is very different. And if you can get both together, wow, we're lucky. What's a promoter's job? What is our job, your job? Any IP that we do, doesn't matter what it is to build bridges. How do we create? I remember an interesting discussion I was having with Sanjay Gupta, who now heads Google in Asia, and Uday Shankar at that time, and he was the head of Star, and we were talking about IPL. It was the first time IPL was coming, had been taken over by Star. And I remember a very interesting interaction that I had with Sanjay and Uday. And they said, look, what Sony did was, we want to be serious. We don't want this tamasha and this song, dance, nach, gana, barat, and women and this, extra innings kind of a thing. We're talking about sport. People are unhappy. And I genuinely, and I said to Uday and Sanjay, and I said, Uday, ask me a question, I get it. But ask the question, tell me and give me an answer to this question. These same people who are saying, no, how can you do this? And how should we should change it now are they watching the match? Because if they are watching the match, we've achieved it. But now if you cut the rest out, there are many you're going to alienate. Many you're going to alienate. So, don't ever do that. A promoter's job, a sports promoter's job, is got only one or two important, commandments, or two important criteria. At the moment there is fixing in sport, you are over. Promoter, television, rights holder, print, media, anything, it's over. The moment there is fixing, and you don't come on it hard and break the legs if that's what it needs. Because, and the second, are they giving the best? If you can guarantee these two are never going to be violated, then remember that don't worry. It's our job. My job is to create bridges every goddamn street if I can. Every goddamn street if I can. Because I want you to travel the bridge. You want to travel because I've got somebody else doing something that excites me. I've got a singer doing one dance performance. I don't care what it is. I really don't care. Because when he gets off the bridge, it should be where you want him. You brought him in. I'll give you a phenomenal story on this. You know, the whole worry was, who will run when we launched our marathon? When we launched the first Tata Mumbai Marathon in 2004, everybody said, who is going to run? Nobody runs. In fact, my pitch, when I used to present to a sponsor, it used to be an overview of Oval Maidan, with a guy sleeping on the bench, one guy in the overshot, so you can see there's nobody around. And the dog below the bench passed out. That was my opening slide. And everybody told me, how can you have it? You tried to get 4.5 crores into, this is what you want to tell him, this is what the state is. Yes, it is. This is sport. You can't force fit in sport. It's an eyesore. If I could give any gyan which I could not map, or if I could not prove, it's nonsense. This is the halat. We need to change this. You have to have the balls to say that. It's vital. So, building bridges. So our job is to bring in as many, for whatever reason. So I was telling you this wonderful story. So in 2004, when we launched the first Mumbai Marathon, who would run? So for the first time, I can take the credit of saying we created what is called the Dream Run. Okay? The Dream Run. And of course, my brother Vivek and me went to begging to the Navy, to the Army, to the Air Force, to the Border Security Force, the Indian Air. I can remember, of course, we are the best athletes in the world. But that's, including women, that's only 40-50, the best in the world. Even Indian athletes hardly ran long distances. Look at what's happened today. But anyway, that's for another day. And so we created the Dream Run. And the Dream Run was a 6-kilometer jamboree. Have fun, wave your flag, shout slogans, get into the thing. It did 3 things for us. Today, not 90% would be wrong. Today, every dream runner, almost every, and I'm saying this with quite a lot of confidence, runs long distance. You tell him, "Ab dream run bhagoge?" Don't insult me, boss. He's now a distance runner. You had to bring him in. If you had told him, "I'm doing this to make you run 42 kilometers," he would never show up. Never show up. Today, and the Dream Run is 22,000 people. I would urge you all to come and experience Mumbai, Delhi, whichever you can. Because for the first man who crosses the start line in the Dream Run, to the last man who crosses the start line is 1 hour, 10 minutes. Have you ever heard of that? And that's the energy they bring. But today, all of them are now distance runners who now have the pride where they, but if we hadn't done that, because sport needs a feeder system. It needs a feeder system. So that's the other thing. So our job is to bring in, and not only today, can you imagine if I left the Tata Mumbai Marathon open for entries, I would get 5. We always, our servers crash irrespective. I would get 5 lakh entries. I don't even advertise. It's just one thing the chief minister would do or the governor would do. We open it, and we open it in stages because our servers can't take it. But who would imagine that? Today you have to qualify to enter the Tata Mumbai Marathon. Qualify. Can you imagine that day? But we are still literally we're just nascent in our journey. And I've also realized humans are inherently good souls. My journey has taught me that humans are genuinely, the haves and the have-nots always are there to think. But as long as you bring them in, again, I see niyat and ownership. These two are when you want to get people into your fold, show them your intent and give them a sense of belonging. You'll rarely fail, rarely. So, and finally, I have a TED talk which says an extra step changes everything. And it truly does. It took me I must have hit about 40, if not 50 major brands just to talk about sponsor. But if you keep going, and if you keep going, here's the logic, here's my logic. If you can think it, if you believe it's valuable, if you believe it's worth it, somebody out there believes it too. Let's find them together. Thank you all, really nice being here.
What did you enjoy the most, 7s or 15s?
About 15 for sure. Thank you.
Could we have a huge round of applause to the gentleman right there? That was a masterclass, but if you ask me what's one takeaway, I would say that is passion. A huge round of applause to Mr. Anil Singh in the house. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from one blockbuster to another, to take it up with the next keynote, we have a speaker, an industry builder, or rather we could say industry creator, somebody who set 720 crore market cap, who built India's first 360-degree exhibition company listed on the stock exchanges. Stock that traveled from 64 rupees to 520 rupees in just about 2 years. Grown 200% after the listing, acquired 7 companies, including United Heli Charters Private Limited, Pinewoods Golf Club, and 2 companies in the UAE, raised a total of 200 crores in the last 1 year. Put your hands together. We have the founder and chairman and managing director, Hexagon Group of Companies, Mr. MQ Syed in the house. A huge round of applause. Clap it out loud. Good morning. Welcome, over to you, sir.
Good morning, all of you, ladies and gentlemen. इतनी सारी एनर्जी देखने के बाद मेरे तो मतलब क्या बोलते हैं वो मैराथन में सबसे लास्ट वाला जो होता है ना वो हो गया. Anyway, it's great to see all of you this morning here in Delhi. मेरा ओवरऑल जो contribution है वो तो आपने बता दिया. A little bit more about me. I started my journey from Delhi in 1997 with 2,300 rupees in my pocket. And we started to thinking of building something which is extraordinary. And that's what we did precisely after 25 years. So it's all going there and being able to do it. Absolutely. So, yeah. So I'm going to talk about demand versus capacity, why India needs more purpose-built exhibition infrastructure. It's a very B2B subject, very specific to not just the audience, but the event managers, exhibition organizers, MICE players in the country, and all of you know about it pretty well. So just to share with you that India's exhibitions are growing faster than the spaces we have to showcase the growth. So the exhibition industry is growing so fast that we are not able to actually pace with it, and we are not able to give them the enough space to exhibit. And that's something which is very, very important to explore, to discuss, to ensure that we are all on the same page. We are at one of the biggest economic turning point today. Fastest growing major economy, factories expanding, SMEs exploding, and the world shifting to India +1. And who has to keep up with all this? Exhibition venues. So we have not enough exhibition venues in the country, and we have to look into how we have to really do the best to ensure that the exhibitions are having a nice place a secured place to exhibit. Right now, our industries are saying, take my exhibitions, and our venues are saying, oh, next year maybe. So that's the situation of the country in terms of the spaces to exhibit and the number of exhibitions which are growing manifold. For exhibitions, India's new GDP engine is, everybody knows about it. Every major sector depends on exhibitions. Mobility, defense, machine tools, textile, pharma, IT, electronics, power, handicrafts, 150 sectors and counting. I remember in 2016 when I did my first research on the trade fair and exhibition sector, there were around 80 subjects on which exhibitions were being held and around 850 exhibitions in a year. 9 years down the line, we have 3,500 B2B trade fairs in the country and 150 plus subjects on which the exhibitions are being organized. So imagine the kind of growth that we have seen and the kind of growth that we are looking at. 150 plus exhibition subject, and the subjects are not just, a very B2B. You'll be surprised to know that there are exhibitions happening on agarbatti, an exhibition on mithai and namkeen, So not just aesthetics of the word, but people are asking for brushes of the word also. There could be an exhibition soon on the toothbrushes in the country. And word over, it's more than 1,000 subjects on which exhibitions are happening. However, we are still at 150, yet not able to host the exhibition in a secured indoor atmosphere. So, India is actually moving, and everybody knows. Exhibitions today are marketplaces, technology playgrounds, export engines, tourism boosters, job generators, and in India, sometimes very good festivals. But here is the comedy. Demand is sprinting and capacity is strolling. So let's see that what is the demand and what is the capacity. Well, overall, we are growing at a speed of minimum 8.5% of the GDP of the exhibition side. As mentioned by Dr. Batra, the market size is increased to about 80,000 crore, which was off late in 2016 was pegged at around 20,000 crores. So every place we have to see that there are exhibitions happening on different subjects, small cities, big cities. There is a growth explosion. In 2018, there was a total of 2.5 million square meter space requirement in the country to host exhibitions. Today, when we are sitting in 2025, we need 10 million square meter of the indoor space. So imagine the kind of growth the industry has seen and the kind of requirement the industry needs for exhibitions. This is 4x growth in 7 years, not small. Even Marvel superheroes don't grow this fast. So by 2030, there'll be 16,500 crores worth of net space selling. That's the industry size. So India today has around 600,000 square meter of the indoor space. And you will be surprised to know that out of the 600,000 square meter of the total space, 300,000 square meter is only in the NCR region itself. This means half of the capacity of the exhibitions are only in this region. And the entire other part of the country's cities are craving for number of exhibition venues and convention centers and exhibition centers. So look at the overall capacity here. In a year, when we are holding exhibitions worth 1 million plus square meters, the total space in Delhi is only 300,000 square meters. This means the exhibitions have to largely depend on the temporary structures, the German hangars, the superstructures, the tents and all. And that's why the industry is so craving for the larger exhibition spaces. And Delhi NCR definitely has done some good work by way of creating spaces like Yashobhumi, Bharat Mandapam, expo centers, and so on and so forth. So total supply is about 2.5 million square meter, wherein the total demand in the year 2025 is around 10 million square meters. So we are almost 750,000 square meters short of the space in terms of the exhibition organizing indoor. This is like inviting 10,000 people to wedding and gently a hall capacity of 2,500 people. So that's the situation. There are consequences and there are also the opportunities because of these gaps. India loses mega exhibitions to Dubai, Singapore, China, Thailand, Malaysia, and even countries like Vietnam, which was not on the map of the exhibitions a couple of years ago. However, looking at the kind of growth the exhibitions are seeing worldwide, these smaller countries are also creating larger exhibition centers and impact in the indoor exhibition area. In India, mostly organizers are forced to organize exhibitions in German tent, in superstructures which are MS structures, in a hangar and dome type of old structures which has been, part of the weddings and exhibition B2C since many years. So we don't have much of a permanent space to actually host large B2B exhibitions, and we are depending on these smaller size of the venues to host the B2B and B2C both. I remember a couple of days back, there was an event in Manesar, my CXO Asab is there. Day before yesterday, they created a 10,000 plus square meter of the hangar structure without the grouting. And the show was called as International Show of Lighting. So imagine the kind of space requirement in the country and the kind of available space in the country today. So talking about shortage and supply, there could be many things which I keep on talking about. However, the reality is that there are no venues available to host world-class exhibitions in the country. There are hardly 6 exhibition venues across the country which are purpose-built venues, and out of those 6, 3 are only in Delhi and NCR. This means the India lacks the large convention, large exhibition space indoor, and we all have to see to it that we work together to achieve those numbers. In Delhi, we have, as you know, Yashobhumi, which is Government of India owned venue, around 51,000 square meter indoor gross. Then we have India Expo Center and Mart, which is in Greater Noida, around 65,000 square meter gross indoor. And then we have Pragati Maidan, which is now named as Bharat Mandapam, with 105,000 square meters gross indoor. In Mumbai, we have only 2 purpose-built venues. One of them is purpose-built. It can be called as purpose-built. This is Geo World Convention Center. And the other one is Nesco, which are converted industrial sheds into exhibition center. Imagine a capital city of, commercial capital city of India like Mumbai doesn't have at least 2 purpose-built venues. So this is a kind of requirement and the gap between the supply and demand. In Bangalore, we have one of the largest exhibition center called Bangalore International Exhibition Center, which is around 71,000 square meter of indoor space. And these are the only known exhibition centers in the country. Now, moving forward to tier 2, tier 3 cities, which is the hub of the exhibition now, and the exhibitions are largely moving towards these cities. We need to see a lot of new development, infrastructure development, new venues, and with the government support and PPP model in place, I think within next 5 to 7 years, we'll be having a maximum of 500,000 square meter of indoor space. This means that we are still short of 250,000 square meter in this year. While 2030, the total requirement will be about 15 million square meter of the indoor space. So this is not just a gap, this is Himalayas of gaps, and we need to fill it. We need to accept that India is structurally unbuilt, demand is sprinting, capacity is limping. Only 5 true mega venues in about 101.4 billion population, and we're talking about a industry which is growing at a speed of 8 to 9% CAGR. So India needs 11 million square meter of purpose-built indoor exhibition space, as I mentioned, in the next 5 years. And this will really unlock code to global events, export growth, SME pipelines, tier 2 upliftment, jobs, and India truly becoming Asia's #1 exhibition destination. We don't lack exhibitions, we lack indoor halls. So we need to build the exhibition halls. So when we talk about the problems, we also need to speak about the solutions. Just speaking about problems does not really, do anything to change that entire ecosystem or the scenario. So what is our role to address this growing issues of indoor exhibitions hall in the country? Exicon Global Development is now formed as a part of the 100% subsidiary of Exicon Events Media Solutions Limited. Just to share with you, in addition to what our dear RJ said about the company, we are the only listed company in the exhibitions and venue infrastructure segment in the country. The first one, which got listed on the BSC in 2023, just 2 years back, and our current market cap is around 722 crores today. We had raised 200 crores plus in the last 1.5 years through the public to create the infrastructure in the country and to facilitate the growth of the exhibitions and trade fairs. We also have acquired 7 companies in India and UAE put together. These companies also include not just the exhibition infrastructure or the event management, but also the entire ecosystem of the exhibitions and the MICE as a whole. So we have 2 golf courses in Pune. We have 1 helicopter company in Mumbai, which was acquired from Gulf Helicopters, which is part of the Qatar General Petroleum. So we acquired 90% of that company last year. And hence, we are trying to build a complete ecosystem for exhibition infrastructure. So we recently signed an MOU with India Exposition Mart Limited, where we are getting into 16 tier 2 cities to create exhibition and event venues indoors. And those 16 tier 2 cities are identified basis the number of exhibitions that are happening there every year and the number of trade shows that are bound to happen in an indoor atmosphere. So that's what is all about our contribution. We have invested about 100 crores in this year in the building of the semi-permanent and permanent exhibition infrastructure. We also have earmarked another 100 crore for the financial year 2026 and 27, wherein we'll be building similar kind of trade show indoor atmosphere for existing venues across the country. So our contribution would be around 200 crores in these 2 financial year. The 100 crore has already been spent in this financial year itself. So the overall objective is to create the indoor, safe, secured atmosphere for creation of these large graph exhibitions in India and moving forward, not only the metropolitan cities, but also tier 2 cities. We are building around 34,000 square meter of the indoor exhibition space at Greater Noida with India Exposition Mart Limited, in addition to the other spaces that we are exploring. We have already built 10,000 square meter in 2 of our convention centers in Pune, which is called as Messe Global Convention Center and Messe Global Arena. While we are focusing more and more on the B2B exhibitions, there are also demand of the dedicated concert venues in the country. As you can see, the live events growing at exponential speed. Every city needs to see the indoor concert arenas or venues. So we have built a first of its kind dedicated live event venue in Pune. It is called as Messe Global Arena, which can host 5,000 plus people indoor and no problem of the sound traveling outside the venue, so that the people don't really make complaints. Many a time, it so happens that when you have the best of the live event happening, you don't get the permission of the last moment, and hence you have to pack it up. There are many such incidents have happened in past, so we have created indoor venue to have 5,000 plus people within this live event venue in Pune. It is called as Messe Global Arena. So that's what Hexagon is doing. We have appointed a global CEO for our venue division is Mark Bunce from UK. Mark brings with him the experience of more than 20 years of the large projects, including he being part of the cities like Neom, Mazadar City, Twin Towers. So Mark is working on the India's exhibition infrastructure in Hexagon, with Hexagon, and we are creating not less than 100,000 square meters out of the total demand in next 3 to 4 years. So that's our contribution towards creating the exhibition space, which are not just indoor, but safe and secured to host world-class exhibitions and trade fairs. As you all know, the number of exhibitions are increasing, the participation is increasing by many-fold, the new subjects are being explored, the subjects such as agarbatti and, mithai and namkeen and lot many are organizing the exhibitions on such B2B subjects. So having said that, the only thing is that we look at this country growing at a speed of exponential growth in the exhibitions and trade fairs, and there is no possibility of having the safe and secure exhibitions and trade fair without having an indoor exhibition space which can host the size of your event. So with this, I would like to conclude my keynote on this topic. I might not be very good at articulating the entire thing, but we are more on working towards the addressing real issues of this industry and ensuring that our contribution is creating some mark. So thank you very much, and thank you very much for hearing me out. Thanks.
Absolutely. Articulation is one thing, action is another, and we've seen that through action because I come from Bangalore. I know the magnitude of events that happens in BI, EC. You've given the industry an infrastructure that truly deserved. Thank you so much. Could we have a huge applause to Mr. M.Q. Syed for that keynote? And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time that we segue into the first panel discussion, and the stage is being set. Before that, we need the mood, the energy to be set as well. Before that, today is International Men's Day, so could we have a big cheer for all the men in your life and men in the house? And yeah, I know, I can see a few of them reaching out to your mobile phones to quickly send that message. You can do that, so. But before I introduce the panel and the moderator, we need to clap for ourselves and for the keynote speakers and for the day that we're about to have. Can I have everybody clap it out loud? Absolutely. There we go. Every time you see a presenter, an anchor, an MC like me asking people to clap, applaud, it's not only for the presenter, it's not only for the people on stage, it is actually for the audience. There's a very scientific and technical reason. When you clap, there's something called as endorphin that gets released into your system, which is the most amazing natural mood booster and painkiller. If you're feeling a little low, energy is down, clap continuously for 15 seconds, loud, loud. Let's go, let's go, let's go. We're right here at BW Applause, Experiential Marketing. Let's create that experience. Lovely. On that note, now that we've released a lot of endorphin, we've got the energy in the house. Experiential strategies that build brand trust. That's what we're going to be discussing about. And to talk to us about this, let's welcome the speakers. First up, we have the founder at Inexter's Events. We have the man himself, Mr. Dhruv Dawar in the house. Could we have Dhruv to join us with a huge round of applause? I said huge round of applause. Thank you. And joining him, we have the co-founder, Witchcraft and Ice Global. We have Ms. Sushma Gaikwad in the house, please. A huge, huge round of applause. And joining us next, President Experiential Business, the Max Stripes Communication. We have Mr. Chetan Chitkara in the house, please. I love your consistency, but we need to get louder and bigger every single time. Come on, put that energy. And joining us next, we have marketing expert, ex-CMO at JK Tires, Mr. Amit Gujral, to join us on stage. And also joining the league, we have the CMO at HFCL Limited. We have Mr. Alok Chandar in the house. Could we have a huge round of applause as we welcome Mr. Alok? And to take this forward, we have a senior correspondent at Exchange for Media. We have Ms. Jenny Kaur in the house. A huge round of applause. Come on, everybody. We are getting into the first panel discussion. It's going to be a lot of insights, and it's going to be exciting as well. Over to you, Jenny.
Hello, everybody. First panel discussion of the day. Too much weight on us to make the experience better and better. I would like to start with a food for thought, actually. When I ask any one of you in the room about which brand you trust the most, I'm sure you will not have a TVC or an ad campaign or a tagline in your mind, but I'm sure you'll have an experience which made you remember about the brand, made you trust the brand, and made you further, recommend the brand to your friends. Hence, the panel discussion today with all the stalwarts of the industry from the marketing and the agency side to talk about the impacts of building consumer trust via experiences. My first question actually is an open one. Any one of you can take it up and then we'll further build on that. 70% of consumers say they trust a brand after they have actually had an experience of the brand. So in 2025, what is the most exciting trust building strategy that you have seen, which is actually transforming consumer experiences? Anybody of you? Yes, Amit.
It's good noon to everyone. Our first question to you, what are you having today here? I think if it is dialogue, it is much better. What do you have it here today? Go on. Arey Baba, it is experience. Experience. Experience by definition of thesaurus, if you follow, it says it's about anything you have done or you have lived through. Now, everything you can't do, but you can live through many things. Living through is seeing, believing, feeling, sensing, right? And the biggest buzzword which is transforming this in the so-called 2025 is artificial intelligence. The entire gamut of experience is now getting hybrid. When we say hybrid, another word you have heard about called phygital is physical and digital. So the tools what are in use for exhibiting this AI-led experiential connect are AR, VR, metaverse. These things you will see that as the tech advancements goes, they will be integral parts of each and every event going forward. How does AI works? Anybody can contribute to this. How does AI works? AI works on only one thing, which is the most powerful thing on the earth, data. Sitting right here in front of you, I'm telling you, you are exhibiting so much data, which you don't know. And are there tools capturing it? Yes, they are. Can we use the behavior exhibited here to help somebody craft an event of similar nature with slight and edge over what we have learned from here? That's the future.
Awesome, makes sense. Chetan, Sushma, Dhruv, anybody of you? Would you like to add on that, build on that? We actually have opened doors to a totally new discussion. As you mentioned AI, that will come further, of course, but we'll stick to basics for now so that we set the context of the conversation.
So, very rightly said, one of the words that I want to add when he was talking about experiences is also the sense of belonging, right? Today concerts are happening, they're selling more on FOMO rather than the artists themselves.
We have so many youngsters in the room, I'm sure they can relate to this.
Yeah. So, I've had the good fortune of chatting with some dear friends. One is sitting right here. When we've spoken that what is this phenomena that suddenly has come about, right? So completely in agreement with all the technology taking over, but it is also helping the experiential landscape. The more technology comes, what it does is that it takes away the human from it, right? So today, um, from here to anywhere in India, if you have to go, you're just going to put it on a Google map. Nobody's going to stop and ask, यहाँ से right लेना, यहाँ से left लेना, right? So a lot of places, the humans, the human being is not, the human interface is gone out of that thanks to technology. But what it's also done is it's added fuel to fire for all of us, right? Which is why you see the rush of people coming in, attending concerts, and now because you're selling an experience and not just the artist, and hence you want to make it more experiential, right? Um, I'll give you a short example of the sense of belonging aspect, right? And how in experiential it works magically and also adds to the brand trust, right? So uh, one of our banking client came to us and said that, listen, we have a great segment in the senior citizen category, but we're not doing enough. They're very loyal to us, but we're not doing enough for them. Can we do something? And we didn't plan a typical event. What we did was we went to, a few years back, we went to all the Inoxes and PVRs. We did a tie-up with them, okay? And we made them see the yesteryear movies. Okay, so they saw like Rajesh Khanna movies and all of that, and we converted the entire space into a very retro space, right? So when they came and they saw those movies, and if you see in a typical event, there was nothing that we had to do, apart from creating that experience. But then they went home, people were crying. We had stories coming out saying that, listen, as a couple, this was the first movie we had to see together, but we couldn't because, my husband works for the armed forces. He was called away. So after 40 years of our marriage, we're seeing this movie today for the first time,
Amazing.
right? And what it did was that it actually then, and we could measure it because, it actually increased their FD deposits with the brand because they trusted the brand so much, and it went up by some 40x, right? So that is how an experiential can really add, build brand trust, and take your brand and your audience experience to the next level.
Awesome. You can build on the same question, but I also have addition to that. On what Amit said, you can speak more about how AI-led hyper-personalization is actually changing consumer experiences and how experiential is much more than events. How many more touch points we
If you
have.
don't mind, sorry, I
Yeah,
love
yeah,
your
yeah.
name, but I just want to build a little bit more on him,
Sure.
and then we go into AI
Sure,
because
sure, of
AI
course.
is another beast. I think it's very important, sorry, but I think
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
very,
yeah.
very important to build our base first, right?
Yeah.
So I have a little bit, I want to just switch this, turn this discussion on its head a little bit. So hello everyone, happy International Men's Day. So happy you have a day as well. Okay. Today's discussion has been all about brand messaging and experiences. I think experiences have always been an integral part of brand messaging. So to be a little bit more succinct, and you were asking about which brands, right, really bring to mind trust. I think there has been a huge disconnect where earlier experiences were looked at, experiential events, etc., were looked at as isolation from mainstream media. Now what has happened is there are no borders. Yeah, there is no distinction. Everything is experiential media. So now even we have him here, very honestly, it's so exciting because he's from OO. And he started completely from being in experiential media. Now he's really the person that we should eventually be speaking to because he's integrating experiences into outdoor media as well. Yeah, so now there are no lines, so lines are blurred. So that's one point I really wanted to make. And now when we talk about brands, and you talk about 2025, but I really feel that there are many experiences that are legacy experiences. For example, Titan Plus. Yeah, they shifted the entire conversation about brand experiences and brought it into their stores by enabling people to get a very large, higher experience of getting their eyes tested. Now that also is an experience, building on what you said. Uh, Nika, I'm talking about my makeup because I love makeup apparently. Nika online store, they created an entire offline experience so that you
Right.
can go and get the trials done.
Yeah.
And then because they knew consumers are very important that we have connect with the consumers so that they can buy. So you know which shade fade and then you go online and you go and buy it. So that is again an offline experience, not necessarily an event. But now let's look at Anil Singh built an entire movement based on an event which is a marathon that is also building trust, right? And there is another very big person, of course, we've not had him here, Sanjoy Roy. He built the entire movement of literature through our Jaipur Literature Festival. So there, you're actually building an entire ecosystem where you have an experience of reading a book, but it's converted into an entire experience of an event. So I really want to say experiences, I'm borrowing a leaf from your book, but experiences may not necessarily be an event, but the idea is how do you create a brand, take it offline, make sure there is a sensory expression that is given to that brand and amalgamate it with visual as well as auditory, as well as tactical, as well as olfactory, as well as gustatory experiences. That is what, according to me, is the key in today's discussion. That's why I put my hand up and say I want to be a part of this. Yeah?
No, that's amazing. I love participation. Alok, please add on to that. Speak a little about how authenticity is what matters a lot when it comes to connecting with audiences, and how have you, in your experience, been able to do the same? And then we'll ask Chetan to kind of jump in, please.
Sure. So I just want to, quickly say that number one thing is, of course, everything that you do in marketing and have been doing in marketing and brand building for over years and decades, I think they pretty much remain the same. I mean, you have to still build your solutions around customer, communications around customer, technologies may come and go, but I think the solid principles, they pretty much remain same. You just get new tools and technologies in order to kind of reach out to your customer and build trust in a lot better way, in a way where you have analytics, you can check what's really working, what's not working, instead of just throwing everything up on the wall and hoping something would stick with the customer. So yeah, so I mean, building trust is one of the most important part because I mean, that's what we all thrive for, that our brand must be trusted by audience. I think one of the things that we have done, and I'm a great admirer of doing, is involving your customer at every stage. So instead of you just doing and chest thumping and going out and speaking about yourself, what your brand does, or it can potentially do, why not involve the customer themselves? Whether it's about inviting them to a smaller session, going into the premise of the customer itself, and hosting a small little meeting or whatever, or even online or offline, or even using let's say an online platform or AI technologies to be able to involving them, because nothing works better than your customers speaking great about your own brand.
Right.
And that's a and there's nothing new about this. Of course, this is something which has was relevant 30 years ago. It is still pretty much relevant, and I think it will continue to remain relevant even in times to come.
Awesome.
At HFCL and in my past experience of working with IBMs and others, what we have done is we have taken in a more B2B tech brands, that's what I represent. What we have done is we have zeroed down on, let's say, a bunch of customers, and we have gone into their premises, conducted surveys, benchmarked it against industry parameters, and drew insights out of them, and pitched it back to them, and told them that hey, maybe, I mean, not that I'm creating a FOMO, but here's what your your peers are doing in the industry. Maybe you should look up to this data and try to do something around this. There's no need for you to reinvent. Sometimes just repurposing is what you need to do.
Awesome. So creating micro experiences, touching the consumer one-on-one rather
Yeah.
than treating them as a cohort. Yes.
Of course, what Alok mentioned is right. I think we still have that conventional approach of things, and building that trust does not happen only doing things on ground. I mean, how we can package it well. Usually, if you see what is happening, it's still conventional. I mean, we are really not going beyond as to what all is happening within the industry, so that new age marketeers does not look for only on-ground execution. Now, how we can amplify the whole project or how we can amplify the whole event is adding the further services. I mean, acting like any other media agency would do.
Yeah.
That's what eventually it has to be, I would say adopt and adapt. That should happen. And that's we talk about all these services like out of home, like sustainability is becoming very big within corporates. We guys are already working on certain bit of it, that how we can, give that kind of a services to client. It's not only tying up with a third party and, try and give those services, but creating that within in your own house and do that and adding the PR bit to it. Of course, the influencers and all of that, they play their role, that is on one side, but adding the whole services and putting that 360 approach together, like any other media agency would like to do. They put stuff.
Right.
Why not experiential? People can adapt those practices, and that's what actually would eventually sell. Otherwise, clients are bored with the same. That's how the
Of
event's
course,
going to
yeah.
happen. What experience will bring it in the hotel? It remains the same. Doesn't how we can amplify it and how we can take it further beyond. I think that is what is needed. Adding to what Sushma said.
Okay, awesome. The next point in focus for me right now is, okay, we build trust, we host an event, we build trust. How do you measure it? What is the measurability of the impact of the event that you've done on whatever scale, be it B2B, B2C, a small one or a big one? Amit, would you like to add on it? Dhruv, Chetan, any one of you? I would love that.
See, as a marketeer, the only one thing you are always challenged on is ROI. Do you all agree on this? And any media you work upon, you got to give them ROI. Let me just give you a small example. An event, being in a physical structure, as one of our fellow keynote speakers spoke about, the size required to fit in so many people means what? Audiences. Mr. Rohel, do we have this event streamed online?
Yeah.
See, now beautiful. One of the ROI Mr. Rohel would want is how many people participated. Fair enough? That's my touch point. Here in the room, we may have 150 odd people. Now, this event is streamed live on their own social handle or other publicly propagated handle. Can you curate a digital touch point for audiences beyond this room to participate with their thoughts on the topic what we're talking? You have got added participants. One of the metrics is audiences. I'm just giving you a small example at how integrated concepts of communication using across the media platforms available, they add up to marketeers or brands to fetch their better matrices. Audience reach, engagement. This is what we do. In any communication, what we do about, right? Now, trust has been spoken here. There is no barometer in this world which can measure trust. No barometer at all. Only thing what you measure is what you have exhibited. How many people interacted with you directly, indirectly, socially. That's the kind of matrices will happen any media you consume on. What I'm trying to say is that, as we all spoke about, an event is the building block to start with something. Because as humans, we fundamentally love to believe what we touch, feel, and see. So event is one of the most integral part of the whole gamut of marketing, for sure. There are avenues with technology available to extend this event beyond to a vicinity of a room. That's what I'm trying to say.
Amazing.
And improve your matrices.
Right. Dhruv, please.
So I'm going to talk about impact and measurement separately and then try and combine it.
Yeah.
So one of the things that, and I speak more to the experiential planners in the room and otherwise, if we are watching us online. So one of the things that I feel as an industry, we don't do enough is, know the depth of what we are creating.
Yeah.
I think we really undersell what we do as experiential planners. So I was on a flight, and there was wee hours, and a gentleman asked me, "What is it that you do?" Um, and I kind of didn't hear the question or something. He said, "What is it that you do?" I said, "I sell tears." And he's like, and he's taken aback, and he's like, "What do you mean?" And I said, "Yeah, I sell tears." He said, "Come on, tell me, what do you mean?" I said, "Genuinely, if there are tears of joy at the end of what I've done, that's the biggest feedback that I take home, right?" And he says, "But what is you do? What is it that you do?" I said, "I'm an event planner." So, what is an event? By definition, an event is an important occurrence in someone's life, right? You may meet a friend every day, you may not call it an event, but you may meet a special person, personal or professional, and you said that important event happened. That's how we are wired. So first is, knowing and being proud of what we create. I think by design, anything and everything that we do is an impact, because we do events for a living. So even if it's 10 people, 15 people, 20 people, 5,000 people, 2 lakh people, what you've done on that day is created impact. Now talking about the measurement, one, like how Amit rightly said that, the moment digital comes in, the measurement becomes easier.
Yeah.
Which is why in our business, a lot of activation business traditionally has reduced. Because when digital came, we all kind of sensed it that digital is going to kind of take over. And that's okay, because it was always a problem of ROI, like he rightly mentioned. It's tough to measure the eyeballs. Aap ek mall mein ho, you can see people coming, you can take the data, some are interested, you will have conversions. But how do you exactly measure how many people saw that? Okay, or somebody just saw it. But one of the things that I feel very, very strongly, and I've said this before also, and Shaju and I curated the Imagine, the conference of Emacs also. I think, we're trying to do it there also, is the fact that, simple email going, one is the easiest measurement is how many audience, how much number of audience attended. But I'll give you an example. I was at a Business World event last year. I met somebody on a panel. Okay, I met Shraddha from Grapes.
Yeah.
She and I connected, and we're trying to build something together. Now what happens is, let's say there's an email goes after 6 months of this event, a very simple email saying, listen, so one is you will say, okay, you had 100 people, you had 150 people, one measurement. Did you collaborate? What did you get out of it? 70% people will not reply. But if Alok and I tomorrow start working thanks to this conference, probably I end up doing 10 crores of business with him
Is that a
the
sign,
next year.
Alok, for a business deal happening? I don't know. He just spilled some
So,
beans.
so the thing is that, that is a huge measurement, which, BW Applause Summit is responsible for. But we're not measuring it. So a lot of measurement tools are available, which are very simple tools that we can add to our events and measure it.
Right. I want to shift the discussion towards this aspect that you said you sell tiers, which, but Amit also said about AI-led personalization. What is the cross point? There is one AI-led personalization, hyper-personalization that we strive towards. On the other hand, we also do the business of selling tiers. How do you ensure that your event experiences, beyond event, just experiences that you build, they are AI-led, hyper-personalized, but they also are not so transactional that you fail to connect with the audience?
I'll give a very quick example. I want the others to also come in. For one of our events, we integrated AI. So we had 48 nationalities coming at the event. It was an event. We have an office in Dubai. We were doing an event there. We had 48 nationalities. It was sort of like food was a very big part. We added integrated AI in that to get people's preference. That reduced the food wastage. We did some measurement for about like 90% or something. Food wastage was reduced. Okay, because otherwise you have general menus. We actually integrated AI with what they've eaten, some answer, some question. We had an exact menu. So we knew that we don't need 5,000 burgers. We just need 300 burgers, for example. So it added to the experience. Thanks to AI, the food wastage was reduced. the event was more sustainable and the event experience continued to be better.
Got it.
Right?
Awesome example. Amit, Sushma,
I
please.
just take 30 seconds and bring back
Yeah, I
the
plan to keep this as my closing question.
bring
So,
back the audiences again to a physical connect with the customer. You call it exhibition, you call it event, you call it activation, you call it whatever. It all depends on what feature, usage, application of the product you are selling, you got to communicate. Is AI everything? No. I'm not saying is AI is able to do everything possible. What AI can't do, can anyone answer here? Cannot do.
human connection, emotion.
Emotion. Being emotive. AI can no power on this world, can bring in emotion via any tech piece. I'll give you a small example. A company has to, okay, my erstwhile company, we had to sell the most best solution available in the country for giving purified water. Yeah, we are selling a water purifier. Okay. Now the business house I come from, erstwhile was LG. You all know what is LG all about. Okay. Now LG is launching a water purifier. What is, according to you, should be the best possible connect with the consumer to express the purification of water done by that water purifier? Please बता दो यार. हाँ जी?
Can you be louder, please? Whoever said.
Sorry? बहुत बढ़िया. Self test. Okay. और कुछ? नहीं, answers are here only. Because we all are consumers. And I'm giving you a simple statement. You are being sold water purifier, which job is to purify water. So, guys, what we did phenomenally, we did the Joggers Park activations. We installed our water purifiers in at least 710 joggers parks across India. People are doing their jogging, they need water, and they are given the water through that LG water purifier with a pH meter showing the purification level. Now look at this event serving couple of things for brand ears. Trust. वो सामने दिख रहा है वो. No artificial intelligence can bring this. None.
Right.
वो सच्चाई कहां से आएगी आर्टिफिशियली कि पानी शुद्ध है? See, it all depends on the context of a product or a service which you need to promote, whether AI, whether technology or not. For example, these days you are watching a war of communication among paint companies. Do you recall this? Opus launched their new product as a new category. क्या बोला उन्होंने? अब तक पेंट के बारे में क्या होता था? हर घर कुछ कहता है, सुंदर है, रंगीन है, आपके घर आके कर देंगे हम लोग. This was all going on. Suddenly one guy comes Opus, and what did they do? They said, एक साल में पेंट को कुछ भी हुआ तो दोबारा करके देंगे फ्री में. What are they selling?
Brand trust.
What are they selling? They are selling the quality of their product which they believe in would be the optimal test of our trust with the customers.
Makes sense. Sushma, would you like to add something here? I would love to pass on the mic to you. And then maybe Chetan, you can also speak about it.
Very well said, because certain things that only humans can do, but I really think today we're at in very interesting, I think we've come to the right point, yeah, because you've got technology on one hand and you've got human intelligence on the other hand. How do we optimize it? So I really feel that You can't really, there's no similarity. I don't think at any point of time AI will overtake human work, but yes, it'll enable human experience for sure. Yeah. So with now we're talking about AI, but the world has gone way ahead into agentic AI. Yeah, we are in the age of agentic AI. India is still talking about AI. So what is agentic AI? Let me just put it as simply, how can we use it in our event domain or experiential domain? You can optimize, like Dhruv said about the food. Use it to ensure that the food is not wasted. For example, preferences, etc., clocked. Hospitality is clocked. The number of people, etc., that are coming in, not coming out. And yes, with generative AI being there, you can actually clone human emotion as well, okay? So that also can be done. So the person really doesn't know that they're not talking to a human being, they're actually talking to a bot, but everything is very well placed in its scenario. So of course, a lot of our hospitality kids will do not necessarily to be a telecaller at that point of time, but we can use them for enhancing experience at an event. Then you also have that, so you have registration done, you have your food, everything on the back end with agentic AI happening. You have an agent that ensures that the project manager knows exactly how many people have checked in, how many people have got their food baskets in the room. I'm just going completely, I'm thinking of weddings at this point for some strange reason. How many of our speakers have really come into, have registered. So, okay, fine, everything is done. So what happens? Everything becomes like clockwork. Yeah. And with agentic AI and generative AI, what ends up happening is human experience definitely gets evolved, right? Because then you know that everything is, wow, at a click of a button, efficiency is there, seamlessness is there. Now let me tell you one of the events that we do, I'm not going to name it because it's a huge conglomerate. For 25 years, we've been doing the event. 25 years, ICE Global has been doing this event. 101 CEOs of that company come into one room. For the past 2 years, we've been using AI to enhance their experience, and AI exactly the way I've said it. Yeah. So, and then you have this entire seamless communication. And at the end of the experience, at the end of the 3-day conference, we have float a very exhaustive feedback form. Every year, out of 10, we've been getting a grading of 9.4 for the past years. If we go below 9.4, we are doing a really terrible job. Last year, we got a grading of 9.8 because AI got into the fray. Amazing. Right? Yeah. So I think, and there was no lack of jobs and everyone was there, same amount of team members. Yes, this year we'll be carrying, we do it across the world. This year we'll be carrying 4 less team members than every year because last year we realized the 4 people had nothing to do because AI was doing it all. Yeah, thoda naukri kha gaya, but they will get reskilled. Don't worry, we run skilling agencies also.
But somehow I feel it's really blown up. I mean, Alok, I would want your opinion here. I mean, everybody's talking about AI all over the place. I just take your role, and why not you contribute and tell us as to how long it can go.
We have last 3 minutes left. I want both of you also to contribute.
If you can just give us that insight, that will be helpful.
So, keeping it short, of course, I'd like to hear from you as well. But, in B2B scenarios, just like, one of you guys said that, event has its own metrics, how many people attended, what is the engagement. With AI, what we can do is we can, of course, hyper-personalize each invite, each email that goes out, even the landing pages, etc. The video will have you record a video, you host it, it will be lip synced with your name when you play it in the invite. So this kind of personalization, of course, was not possible before AI came into the fray. And that is something which we have started to incorporate in our marketing outreach. We are yet to see how much of that really gets us great results or not, but looks very promising. And of course, at the end of the day, like you all have said, it all depends on how do you kind of extend this personalization in every other aspect. When you check into a hotel, you enter in a room, you like it if there's a personalized note kept in your room. just like that, we'd like to, keep it that way across the globe, online communication or otherwise, or even in physical events as well. I think this is one of those things that, early wins that we are kind of looking up to. Yes, we have started using it already.
But that only contributes this much only. I mean,
There are many other
It has a
ways.
limited scope anyways.
There are a lot of other ways where it can, of course, transcend into. I'm just talking about, first few areas where it could really.
It can. Thank you. I think I'm good. My inputs, I seriously feel it is really blown up, this whole AI bubble. I mean, we can do that much only as what he mentioned. The stuff which happens as an experience, as Mr. Singh was talking about this whole marathon bit. I mean, it is all right. AI is not that, you might have a good registration counting. That has been happening for years. I mean, nothing new about it. You get your kits, you get your bands and stuff like that. It's been there for years. I mean, BMS and all the other bigger platform has been doing all of it. But the kind of experiences, of course, everybody's talking AI, the clients, the agencies, but I feel that has a limited contribution. I think what happens in Marathon, it's extremely on-ground experience. You really cannot take it. Or any other stuff we guys do, large format shows or events. That is what my take is. I think it's a big topic. You can keep on discussing about it, but it really has limited scope. That's what I feel.
I think that's a open-ended end to the discussion, and we are also almost done with the time. Thank you so much, everybody, for keeping attentive all through the time. I hope we added value to your mindsets. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Could we have a bigger applause to the panelists and to the session chair? Thank you so much, Aneet. All right, while we have the group picture, the first panel discussion, up next we have yet another keynote. And this time we're going to be discussing about have events changed the landscape of political campaigning? A very important and thought-provoking keynote discussion that's going to happen right here. And before I get the speaker on stage, I request the team to help us clear the stage. All right. This is right about the time that we start thinking about lunch, so this session might be a little difficult for the speaker, so I'm just going to help the speaker before he takes the stage. I'll give you a number. I want you to clap according to the number. If I say 2, just clap twice, in sync together. 2. Together. 2. 2. 2. 1. 1. 3. 3. 2. 2. 2. 0. Got you. Now that you're listening and our endorphins are out, let me introduce the next speaker, ladies and gentlemen. Before that, one more question. We've got about 8-9 tables right here. Which is the happiest table in the house today? Superb. I love the self-nomination. You need to show that you're happy. Which is the happiest table in the house today? Which is the happiest table in the house today? Superb. I think 2 nominations right there. Lovely. Keep it coming. And the best and the most happiest table by end of the evening will get to walk away with 2 nights and 3 days holiday package. As always, destination we'll discuss later. But up ke liye, let's welcome the keynote speaker, ladies and gentlemen. Our next speaker has been at the helm of some of India's most iconic cultural and political productions, a pioneer of narrative-led events who understands how spectacle shapes public sentiment. So join me in welcoming Chief Executive Officer at Showcraft Global. We have Mr. Lalit Gatani in the house. A huge round of applause. Big cheer. Let's go. Let's sync up. Clap, 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 clap. Good afternoon. Pleasure. Over to you, sir.
इतनी AI, PI, TI, CI इतनी बातें हो गई हैं, अब थोड़ी पॉलिटिकल बात हो रही है तो थोड़ा पॉलिटिकल माहौल बना लेते हैं. भारत माता की, भारत माता की, E4M की. यार E4M की कोई जय नहीं कर रहा. आप सब जिसके इनविटेशन पे आए हो एक्सचेंज फॉर मीडिया, तो पॉलिटिक्स में भी ऐसा होता रहता है, तो दैट्स ओके. सो मैं जो मेरे इतने अच्छे फ्रेंड्स यहाँ आए हुए हैं आज, उन्होंने मुझे पहचानने से इनकार कर दिया क्योंकि आई एम नॉट वेयरिंग अ हैट. सो जब मेरे को रोहेल ने बोला कि आपने पॉलिटिक्स पे बात करनी है, पॉलिटिकल कैंपेन पे बात करनी है, तो आई हैड टू चेंज माय अटायर. सो सॉरी folks, and I love you because you still remember without hat that I'm Lalit Gatani. So let's start quickly. political universe for all of us, and चाहे हमको अच्छा लगे चाहे ना लगे, चाहे कोई leader पसंद हो ना हो, politics is ingrained in us. Politics is a way of life for everybody. Or especially now when we come from the Bihar elections, we all realize the question is, have events transformed the landscape? And my answer to this is yes. And for all event managers here, especially the experiential marketers, the event managers, this is the biggest industry. It's probably as big as weddings. आदरणीय राजीव सर यहाँ है, तो मैं बोलूँगा weddings ज़्यादा बड़ी है, लेकिन probably the next one जो आएगा वो political events, political campaigning, the entire campaigning, which involves a whole lot of things. So a small introduction. Indian political campaigning has moved. It's moved from simple street corner speeches to orchestrated mega events. And today, technology, entertainment, and political messaging is the integral part. And technology, especially state-of-the-art technology, is being used extensively. And you'll be surprised that although I still say that artificial intelligence, we forget the word artificial, it will always remain artificial, but it is intelligent. So in Bihar elections, AI has been used very extensively. But it has been used very extensively in data analytics, not in campaigning as such. When I say campaigning, I mean hardcore event campaigning. When you do rallies, when you do road shows, when you do corner meetings, and so on and so forth. So the impact of AI is more in data analytics, and which has been extremely successful. In fact, one of the reasons why the party which won, BJP, is because they use data analytics beautifully, especially AI-enabled data analytics. Sushma, you can leave if you want, that's okay. That's okay, if you want, you can leave. So today's campaigns are very experiential. We've discussed experiential before this. Our speakers were talking about experiences. Oh yes, political campaigning is all about experiences, immersive experiences. How can I touch? The new wave of rallies which you'll see very soon will be using NLP, not artificial intelligence, NLP. What is NLP? Neuro-lingua programming. What you see, what you read, what you hear, what you feel, and what you sense has the maximum impact on human mind. And you'll be surprised that this is scientific, and this is being used in rallies and public events, will be used. Experiments are on. We did some good stuff in Bihar, and hopefully this will be big time in the coming elections to come, where also AR and VR will be used very extensively. So event-driven politics has refined voter engagement. People expecting a lot more than from the leaders who are campaigning. Media attention and leadership perception. Media is also evaluating rallies based on what is the kind of interactive experience, what is the response of the people. आप भी पढ़ते होंगे अखबारों में, हर जगह आता है कि इतने लाख लोग आए, लोगों में इतना उत्साह था, इतनी गर्मजोशी थी. That's also driving the narrative. That's also very critical, very important. So from sabhas, which used to happen in the past, to milestones, evolution of the political event has come a long way. It's really come a long way. I'll say that earlier, you had loudspeakers, horns, and you had horns on jeeps, you had open grounds, we still have open grounds, but we had very limited media amplification. As one of our earlier speakers spoke about amplification using streaming. So today, every political event of every party, in spite of being live on ground, is also streamed. And as I always say, there are always two venues these days. One is the live venue, like this is the venue where we are 100 people, 150 people. But there's another venue, which is the virtual venue, where the content gets embedded and which is seen over the years. We did some event 6, 7 years back. I'm still getting some traction. Ravindra, you remember we did the 550 years Guru Nanak Dev Ji. Even today, I'm surprised. आज भी दो चार लोग उसको देखते रहते हैं. मतलब the numbers of the viewership is increasing. जबकि that event happened about 6, 7 years back. And now you have curated lighting, you have staging, sound engineering, crowd flow management, drone coverage, mass broadcast, turning political rallies into national spectacles. I'll take this credit here. I'm sorry, I'll be a little selfish. I'll take this credit. In 2013, when Modi ji was nominated as the prime ministerial candidate for BJP, the first public rally happened at Japanese Park in Delhi, Rohini. And that was the first rally when we used LED screens, dynamic backdrops. We use line array sound systems calibrated to the audience, not just putting line array sound systems with time delay. We, for the first time, shot the entire rally ourselves and gave the feed to media. So, and after that, every rally till today has the same format. Even today, at least all BJP rallies are shot by a private team and the feed is given to the media. So what is there in it for our event managers? The scope of our work has also increased, not only putting a stage, light, sound, you've gone into not really media management, but like shooting multicam and giving the feed is also one more job. Plus, 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 lot of things. Lot of data analytics are also being done by us when it comes to these rallies and road shows, especially the rallies and the road shows. So, as I just explained, the example is from 2013-14 onwards, the Modi rallies have become a televised national event. So what happens is same logic. In addition to streaming, a rally which has say 100,000 people, 1 lakh लोग हैं rally के अंदर, लेकिन अगर वो television पे telecast हो रहा है, तो कम से कम 2-4 लाख लोग और देख रहे होंगे, या कुछ तो number और देख रहा होगा, तो multiplication. So you have a ground event, उसका streaming, that's one set of viewership, and then Doordarshan or television, which is another set of viewership. Now, traditional mass rallies and public mobilization, let's look at it. If you see from the past, right from Gandhiji's activation, which was the Dandi March, to so many rallies he did, so many rallies and so many marches Subhash Chandra Bose did, and Atalji and Indira Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, Rajiv Gandhi, all the leaders you see, Mamta, every leader does these rallies, because the rallies and interacting with audience, whether it is through a rally or it is through a corner meeting or a small activation, is important because it's connecting with people, immersive. So not to worry, especially I see a lot of youngsters here. Guys, hi. Hi guys, behind you. Hi guys. You guys, yes. So there's so many people here, so many youngsters here for you to understand that this is also one industry you can think if it interests you. Again, आदरणीय राजीव जी हैं, आदरणीय रुचिन जी हैं, तो ये वेडिंग्स के अंदर तो बहुत अच्छा बिजनेस, बहुत अच्छा इनकम है ही है. पॉलिटिकल इवेंट्स, पॉलिटिकल कैंपेनिंग में भी बहुत अच्छा इनकम, इंटरेस्ट और बहुत अच्छे चैलेंजेस हैं जो आपको, हम लोग इवेंट्स में इसलिए आते हैं कि हमें चैलेंजेस पसंद है, तो हम चैलेंजेस ले सकते हैं. Now, mass rallies have always been the backbone of Indian elections. And they create an emotional collective experience, which is energy, slogans. मुझे याद है कि हम जब रैली कर रहे हैं तो मेरे को बोला कि यार थोड़ा सा काम छोड़ दो. मैंने कहा क्यों छोड़ दे? बोला इसलिए छोड़ दो क्योंकि जो लोकल कार्यकर्ता है, the local guy who's working in that block, he also needs to be attached with the rally. तो at least let him do some work. तो वो जाके अपनी कम्युनिटी के अंदर अपने ब्लॉक में बात करेगा कि इस रैली के झंडे मैंने लगाए थे. So this is just a small kind of an involvement which people have. And I think a public rally or a political campaign or a political event is a classic example of experiential marketing. I think it's one of the finest examples of experiential marketing and how immersive it is, and it is becoming, so that you really, because it is the most important thing. Election campaigning, political campaigning से आपको election जीतना है, फिर सरकार बनानी है, वो सबसे important element है. उसका objective पूरा करने के लिए आपको लोगों के साथ जुड़ना, उनका confidence, trust लेना. जैसे एक वाटर प्योरीफायर को बेचने के लिए ट्रस्ट बेचना बहुत जरूरी था, तो हमने जॉगिंग पार्क्स में वाटर प्योरीफायर लगाए. वैसे ही सोचिए कि स्टेक्स कितने स्ट्रांग हैं यहाँ पे. और बेचारा पॉलिटिशियन अगर जनरल इलेक्शन तो 5 साल तक मेहनत करता है, हार जाए तो 5 साल वेट करना पड़ता है. प्योरीफायर तो चलो आप एक जगह नहीं बिके, हम 10 दिन बाद या 1 महीने बाद बेच सकते हैं. ये तो 5 साल का मिनिमम कमिटमेंट है. Now, Modi's rally, as I had said earlier, they are not only state-of-the-art technology driven, they are also setting the narrative. So content also becomes part of doing the rallies. I would also like to share that there has always been a creative, so we do only BJP political events. And there has always been a creative agency appointed by the party which does the creatives. Sorry, collaterals. But for all the rallies, road shows and other activations we do all the creatives. Because we understand, I always feel that a creative for an event is much different than a creative which goes on a billboard or in a newspaper or what goes on radio. So even the films are made by some of us, some of the films are made by us, some by professional film people who are part of the team, and the creatives definitely are done by us. Now, the true guru, we have to believe, we have to understand the true guru of event-led political campaigning strategy, in fact, for that matter, marketing, experiential marketing, is Shri Narendra Modi. Now, you see any of the events he has done, they have always been, for the first time, something like this happened. And these events have converted into a public connect. And these events were made experiential. Although in a 45-minute to 1 hour discourse or the speech which probably Mr. Modi gives, he's probably not talking or interacting with the client, as with the audience, as in the audience are talking back to him. But if you have attended any of these events, you would have realized that it seems that you are talking to him. That's probably one of the very good features of this particular gentleman, who's really set a totally new standard in terms of political campaigning. Madison Square, I don't think koi bhul sakta hai Madison Square. Howdy Modi, Namaste Trump. Likewise, so many other rallies. Now the true guru of event, so the outreach started in Gujarat. So political campaigning, if you see, if anybody has any interest in following how political campaigns are done, managed, most critical part is you have to start looking at Gujarat, how it started from Gujarat. It went from micro, macro to mega to super mega. And today, when we did the Hunkar rally in Patna, Gandhi Maidan, which was in 2013, bombs were exploding. I'll share some pictures here. It set a totally new benchmark as to how the political events are being done. Now, as I've been saying it, I'll once again reiterate the fact that nobody has understood that event is the best way to connect, and it's the most immersive way to connect. And probably the brands, the corporate brands and some of the other brands are also getting a cue from how political events, especially the BJP events, are happening. There have a lot of been creative, so it doesn't, so rallies are like mass, you're connecting with 100,000 plus people and so on and so forth. But you need to touch upon people individually also. So there are smaller ways. Chai Pe Charcha was a classic example. What they call the Padyatras are classic examples. And by the way, these are also all professionally managed, sorry. Man Ki Baat I'm coming separately because Man Ki Baat is something which is a hybrid model. So Man Ki Baat is a very good example of a hybrid model. That he is not in front of you, but he is making the whole world listen to him and reacting to him. But he is not there in front of you physically because it's an audio recording. So as I said earlier, if you are interested, you should start digging into how the whole thing started in Gujarat, how the campaigning started in Gujarat and how it's gathered steam. And Bihar, this election which happened about 10 days back is a classic example of what events, immersive events and experiential marketing can do in political campaigning. I think it's a fantastic example if we start going into the detailing of this. Technology. In 2013, he used holographic technology. That time, holographic technology was still at its infancy. And if you all remember, these trucks were made holographic trucks. Modern Stage was the guy who created, there was the Gujarat company who created the concept and formalized everything. And these trucks were when he was talking to people. These are very small gatherings where he has been talking to people as an holographic projection. Amazing, beautiful, successful. It never happened again because there's no point repeating the same technology again. You keep improvising. You keep bringing new things. Now this particular experience gave almost 1 million plus eyeballs, which was more direct because the audience size was a lot lesser than the rallies. And the technology used enabled the party to connect with people more closely. Now, very exciting thing. Today, the government is the party, ruling party. So whatever the government does also is a reflection of the party does and vice versa. How do you, in political campaigning, how do you convert an event which could be a cultural event, which could be a strategic issue-based event, or which could be, say, Kumbh? How can Kumbh be converted into a campaign which has political benefits? I don't think much is required to be said on that, but the result of Kumbh is that the brand Modi, brand Yogi and brand BJP is very closely associated with the way Kumbh was done, although Kumbh was not a political event. It was not a political campaign. It was converted into a political campaign because more and more people related themselves. That, okay, this is a dispensation which does these kind of things. A glorifying. You may like it, you may not like it. You may subscribe to it, you may not subscribe to it. But that's a fact. Now, chai pe charcha. अभी हम सब इतना basic चीज chai pe charcha was converted into an activation. Now, my event friends who are into roadshows and activation, they would understand that this was probably one of the finest examples of activation taken. Chai pe charcha. Now, the Rath, which used to be called Raths earlier, the video vans was also started in 2013 in a big way. And every election, like in Bihar, there were about 720 video vans running around. So what are these? Now there's going to be another thing coming up. In Chhattisgarh recently, a campaign has happened where the content of the video van has become anamorphic. So imagine a video activation, a video van going to you, because it's reaching out to what, 100 people at one time, and then there is anamorphic. So technology is catching up, and things are improving, and things are now being more technology driven, I would say, rather than AI driven. As I had explained earlier, I shared this thought of the Kumbh festival and the Ram Mandir, and likewise, so many events which happened, which are religious events, which are cultural events, how they get connected with political events and become political campaign. So that's a reminder for me, I guess. Man Ki Baat, you spoke about, I explained that ki Man Ki Baat is more how beautifully a one-way communication has become a two-way communication. So, I personally feel that for the event industry, and especially all these youngsters who are wanting to get into events, if you are wanting to get into events, you must try and explore. It's a very specialized line. It needs a lot of efforts, a lot of research. I mean, it's not that easy that you put up sound light, stage, LEDs and do the event. You need a lot of effort. You need to put in a lot of effort. That's where the new AI and all these chat GPTs and perplexity and all come into play, that your research becomes a lot easier and faster. I don't want to take much time because I believe we have already, we are overshooting and everybody's probably going to get hungry. So this is the Hunkar rally where the bombs exploded. And during the bombs, in fact, when the rally was on, two bombs exploded in the rally premises, Gandhi Maidan. And when the Prime Minister, he was not even a Prime Minister candidate, the Chief Minister at that time was Nitish Babu, he was hostile, he was not with BJP, all security was withdrawn. Modi ji was told at the airport that don't even drive down to the venue, situation was so bad, but he still drove, came, delivered, and this was the turning point of 2014 elections. So I'll quickly come down. What is the end result of political campaigning and politics per se? The future. Yes, the future will be very AI driven. We will use a lot of AR, VR. These are just some examples. These are not the actual pictures. These are AI generated or these are crafted pictures to explain that what all will be done in the future. Immersive VR, AR, town halls, AI-driven voter micro events. And one thing very interesting you will see in the next is what I told you is NLP. And through NLP, what is the technology we'll be using? We'll be using AR, VR. Big time. AR especially. And I would not say AR, I would say augmented mixed reality. Big time we'll be using it. So the conclusion, events are no longer supporting tools. They are core engines. And all of you who would be interested, please explore it. I'm always available. If anybody needs any kind of a detailed chat on this, we can always do chai pe charcha, coffee pe charcha, beer pe charcha, my office, your office, midway, and take things forward. Now, just one thing. Rajiv, आदरणीय राजीव जी, दो क्षण दीजिए. गठबंधन, हम आजकल इवेंट इंडस्ट्री में हम एक शब्द यूज करते हैं, कोलैबोरेशन. तो मैं उसको, सिंस मैं पॉलिटिकल आज थोड़ा सा जरा पॉलिटिकल उसमें हूँ रोल में, तो मैं कहूँगा गठबंधन. तो अब जैसे रोहेल, प्लीज आप जरूर फोटो ले लो. मैंने अनुराग से रिक्वेस्ट किया था कि अनुराग आप इस सेशन में जरूर रहना, बट आई थिंक बिकॉज वी आर रनिंग लेट, अनुराग ऑल्सो मस्ट बी बिजी. सो एक गठबंधन हम सब आपस में गठबंधन करके काम कर सकते हैं। रविंद्र नारायण साहब यहाँ बैठे हैं, इन्होंने बड़ा अमेजिंग नया वेंचर शुरू किया है जीटीसी, और हमारा गठबंधन जीटीसी के साथ हो रहा है जिसमें हम इंटरनेशनल इवेंट्स इनके साथ करेंगे। सुषमा के साथ परपेचुअल गठबंधन है, बंधन ही बंधन है, गठ नहीं हुआ है, गठ करना है। सो जैन साहब आप भी मत हंसिए, आप भी कुछ गठबंधन की बात करिए। रुचिन कहाँ गया, नन्ही? तो हम सब, मैं इन लोगों को इसलिए एड्रेस कर रहा हूं बिकॉज आई नो दीज गाइज, ये मेरे बहुत, दीज आर लाइक एक्सटेंडेड फैमिली, इवेंट इंडस्ट्री के लोग हैं। रोहेल, इसकी पिक्चर ले लिया आपने? रोहेल को बुलाओ ना, जब अनुराग नहीं तो माननीय रोहेल जी, मैं आपसे विनती करूंगा कि आप कृपया मंच पे आए, और हम सरकार, ये गठबंधन सरकार से रिक्वेस्ट करेगा कि हर मार्केटिंग प्रोफेशनल को 10,000 रुपए महीना आए। Thank you.
Let's join hands there as we have the two joining hands there. Come on, everybody, a big round of applause.
नमस्कार और प्रणाम। एक बार जो आप बार बार बोल रहे थे अमर, एक बार मेरे लिए भी बुलवा दो ना, कि वो सेल्फ वाला जो था आपका।
क्यों नहीं सर, और एक बार जोरदार तालियां प्लीज फॉर द जेंटलमैन, a master class there. And now moving forward, we have yet another power-packed session. But before that, how many of you love going to concerts? Right. As a late 80s kid, we were blessed. We had the best concerts back in 2000s. We had every artist come down, but then it kind of faded away, but now it's back with a bang. And to talk about this, the comeback of concert economy in Delhi, we have with us a veteran, somebody who shaped the event industry in the country. Let's join hands and welcome founder and director, Rashi Entertainment Limited. We have Mr. Rajiv Jain in the house, the one and only. A huge round of applause. Let's shape the day right here. Everybody clap, 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 clap till the gentleman takes the stage. Welcome and all yours.
Check. Good afternoon. मैं weddings पे session करता आया हूँ बहुत सारे. मेरा नाम है राजीव जैन. I've always been speaking about the weddings, the experiential marketing, the larger than life weddings happening. सारी destinations, आप अंतालिया की बात करें, दुबई की बात करें, आप मॉरिशस की बात करें, उदयपुर की बात करें, जयपुर की बात करें, इन सब जगहों पे I've always been speaking about the weddings. But yes, Rohel called me up और मैं थोड़े दिनों से sessions नहीं कर रहा हूँ 1-1.5 साल से, because I feel that I have done enough for last 16 years time. बट ये लाइव कंसर्ट इकोनॉमी जो आप लोग देख रहे हैं इन दिनों में और ये आपके साथ कनेक्ट करती है, मैं सेशन को कोई ज्ञान पूर्वक नहीं रखूंगा, मेरे पास एक भी स्लाइड नहीं है, मेरा नाम पीछे नहीं है, मैं एक सेशन का पार्ट होना था बट दैट विल गेट डिलेड बाय 1.5 आवर्स टाइम, सो आई हैव टू डू दिस थिंग. आज हिंदुस्तान पिछले 6 से 8 महीने में 1 साल के अंदर हैज मूव टुवर्ड्स अ ड्रास्टिक कंसर्ट इकोनॉमी दैट वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट. और उसमें हम लोगों ने क्या किया वो मैं आपको बताऊंगा. कंसर्ट इकोनॉमी, जितने सारे कंसर्ट्स आप देखते हैं जो पूरे हिंदुस्तान के अंदर हो रहे थे, इन अहमदाबाद, इन दिल्ली, इन बॉम्बे, जयपुर, इन चंडीगढ़, इन ऑल दीस प्लेसेस, आज एक 19,000 करोड़ की इकोनॉमी बन चुकी है. इट्स 19,000 करोड़ इकोनॉमी दैट वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट, इंक्रीजिंग एट 19% एवरी ईयर. ये कंसर्ट इकोनॉमी बढ़े जा रही है. आज वर्ल्ड का सारा आर्टिस्ट, आप किसी भी आर्टिस्ट की, बड़े आर्टिस्ट की बात करें, हिंदुस्तान में आके अपना शो करना चाहता है, बिकॉज आई एम ऑल्सो इन टच विद कपल ऑफ देम एंड वी हैव बीन डूइंग कपल ऑफ इवेंट्स. सो व्हाट रोहेल वांटेड टू डू कि आप ये दिल्ली के अंदर इतने सारे, आप सब ने पिछले 20 दिन में, 1 महीने में देखो कम से कम 15 बड़े कंसर्ट हुए हैं. एक जाकिर खान दिल्ली में कंसर्ट करके गया जिसने हॉल बुक किया था हम लोगों ने 2 दिन के लिए, 2 का 3 दिन हुआ, वो 15-15 हजार आदमी, तीनों शो सोल्ड आउट. चौथा शो किया गया लंच के ऊपर 2 बजे का, वो भी सोल्ड आउट. 5वां शो किया गया तीसरे दिन के 2 बजे, वो भी सोल्ड आउट. 60,000 पीपल अटेंडिंग द कंसर्ट एंड रेवेन्यू of 21 crore being gathered in that particular concert of a Zakir Khan. ऐसा मुझे कल किसी ने बताया कि उसने 2 साल के लिए अब कंसर्ट करना बंद कर दिया क्योंकि उसने पैसे बहुत ज्यादा कमा लिए हैं. This is what he says. 3 दिन पहले एक आर्टिस्ट है राधिका दास, आप लोगों ने सुना होगा राधिका दास के. We did this concert at Yashobhumi and we took one hall to do that particular concert with Eva Live. Eva Live were the principals who booked the artist. एक हॉल 3 दिन पहले पूरा सोल्ड आउट हो गया, and we had to hire second hall 72 hours before the concert and convert it to a 12,000 people concert. And let me tell you guys, 12,000 हिंदुस्तान दिल्ली के अप मार्केटेड लोग एक कंसर्ट में बैठे हुए, आंखें बंद सबकी, and people are enjoying that particular concert. Was a different experience for me also to watch that particular thing. 2017 से 20 तक दिल्ली जॉनर के सनबर्न के हम लोग पार्टनर्स थे, हमने 17 कंसर्ट किए थे. आई एम यूज्ड टू डूइंग अ डीजे स्नेक, मार्टिन गैरिक्स, एलन वॉकर, ये सब कंसर्ट्स हैं किए. बट उस इवेंट को देख के लगा कि अब जॉनर चेंज हो चुका है. 2.5 करोड़ रुपए के टिकट उसके अंदर बिके. दिस इज व्हाट वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट. जिस तरह से जो कंसर्ट, एक एकन का इवेंट हुआ अभी 4 दिन पहले जवाहरलाल नेहरू स्टेडियम, जिसके बारे में नेगेटिव लिखा गया है. The organizing agencies were not able to do it rightly, but still there was a 6,500 ticket sales. And the concert economy, everybody wants this particular thing happening down. आपको जो मैं बताने के लिए यहाँ पे हूँ, जिसके लिए रोहिल ने बताया था कि आज से 1 महीने पहले हिंदुस्तान की किसी गवर्नमेंट ने कंसर्ट इकोनॉमी के सपोर्ट नहीं किया है. But yes, I did a press conference with the Honorable Chief Minister Shrimati Rekha Gupta, with Honorable Kapil Minister, Tourism Minister, and Niharika Rai, who's the State Secretary, announcing Delhi to be the creative capital. आप सब दिल्ली के अंदर हैं, इस इंडस्ट्री में आना चाहते हैं. That is why this is, Delhi is being announced by full page ads by Delhi government in all the newspaper as Delhi being the creative capital of India. और उसके अंदर दिल्ली के अंदर 400 करोड़ रुपए के इवेंट्स अनाउंस किए गए. 400 करोड़.
Honorable Minister to Mixed Agriculture, our representatives Rajiv ji and Ankur ji from IMA and all friends from media present here. आप सबका स्वागत है. आज जो हम यहाँ सब इकट्ठे हुए हैं वो दिल्ली को कॉन्सर्ट इकोनॉमी प्रमोट करने के लिए जो दिल्ली सरकार की मुहिम स्टार्ट हुई है इमा के साथ, उसके बारे में बताने के लिए. तो मैं पहले राजीव जी से निवेदन करूँगी कि वो कुछ इसके प्रकाश करें.
Good afternoon everyone. First and foremost, a big thanks to Delhi government, जो आज तक हिंदुस्तान में किसी स्टेट के अंदर नहीं हुआ, जो आज तक हिंदुस्तान में कभी नहीं हुआ, वो दिल्ली में होने जा रहा है. दिल्ली को मैम एंड सर क्रिएटिव कैपिटल बोलने जा रहे हैं, वेयर द मैक्सिमम लाइव इंडस्ट्री सर. एक कंसर्ट इकोनॉमी की बात कर रहे हैं और उसके लिए हम 4 महीने से कपिल जी के साथ में सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के अंदर, स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्ट्री के अंदर, बहुत सारे स्टेडियम्स के अंदर हमने इनके साथ में मीटिंग की, इनको समझाया और इनको उठ के हमारे साथ में चले, एंड दिस हैज बीन टेकन ओवर. So thank you very much Delhi government, thank you very much the Chief Minister, and thank you very much Honorable Tourism Minister for this concert economy, and we take it forward.
नमस्कार. कॉन्सर्ट इकोनॉमी एक बहुत बड़ा सेगमेंट है जिसपे किसी राज्य को कॉन्सेंट्रेट करना चाहिए और उस पर काम करना चाहिए, और इसमें मदद हमारी की ईमा, इवेंट एंड एंटरटेनमेंट मैनेजमेंट एसोसिएशन ने, और PHDCCI, PhD चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स एंड इंडस्ट्री ने, जिन्होंने लगातार हमारे पर्यटन मंत्रालय मंत्री जी के साथ मिलकर के इंडिया को कल्चरल एंड क्रिएटिव हब बनाने की दिशा में कैसे काम हो, उस पर लगातार प्रयास किया. इन सारे इवेंट्स के माध्यम से दिल्ली को इवेंट फ्रेंडली सिटी बनाने का जो हमारा ध्येय है उसको हम पूरा करें. दिल्ली में हम इवेंट वेन्यू, मतलब जहां लाखों लोग इकट्ठे एक टाइम पे किसी कॉन्सर्ट में, किसी इवेंट में पार्टिसिपेट करें, ऐसे इवेंट हम डेवलप करेंगे जो कि वर्ल्ड क्लास फैसिलिटीज के साथ होंगे, जहां बड़े बड़े इवेंट हो पाएंगे. दिल्ली अब इवेंट फ्रेंडली होगी, दिल्ली में लोगों का उत्साह बढ़ेगा और लोग यहाँ आना चाहेंगे. थैंक यू.
सबसे पहले तो मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी का एक विजन था लाइव एंटरटेनमेंट एंड कॉन्सर्ट इकोनॉमी का, और मुख्यमंत्री जी ने उस विजन को दिल्ली में लागू करने का एक रोड मैप बनाया है, और उसका एक प्रतिफल है, उसका एक रिजल्ट है जिसको हम आज यहाँ घोषणा करने जा रहे हैं. हमारे बीच में इवेंट इंडस्ट्री के ईमा एसोसिएशन के लोग भी हैं. अगले 80 दिनों में 30 बड़े इंटरनेशनल आर्टिस्ट और नेशनल बड़े आर्टिस्ट दिल्ली में आ रहे हैं और दिल्ली में परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं. ऐसा इससे पहले दिल्ली में कभी नहीं हुआ है, और इसके पीछे एक पूरी प्रक्रिया थी जो हम लोगों ने शुरू की थी ईमा के साथ, PHDCCI के साथ मिलकर. 40 इवेंट इंडस्ट्री के बड़े लोगों के साथ एक राउंड टेबल की गई थी. मुख्यमंत्री जी ने जैसा निर्देश दिया था, हमने स्टेक होल्डर्स के साथ मीटिंग की, और इससे भी बड़ा हमारा रोड मैप है जो प्रधानमंत्री जी का विजन है, और मुख्यमंत्री जी ने जो प्लान दिया है दिल्ली टूरिज्म को, दिल्ली आर्ट एंड कल्चर को, उसको हम लोग इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे. और
थैंक यू. बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर दिस बीइंग अनाउंस्ड बाय दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट. कोई गवर्नमेंट ऐसा काम नहीं करती जो 25 दिन पहले सरकार ने ही अनाउंस किया, और इसके बाद the tourism minister with us and 5 industry representatives went to Mr. Mansukh Mandavia, who's the sports minister of this particular country. He listened to us patiently for 1 hour. और जितने सारे वेन्यूज स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्ट्री के पास में थे, फ्रॉम जवाहरलाल नेहरू स्टेडियम टू इंदिरा गांधी स्टेडियम टू ध्यानचंद स्टेडियम, उनका रेंटल 50 से 60% कम कर दिया गया. Am I right, sir? 50 से 60% was the reduction that was being done by government, which nobody does that. So पर्पस जिसके लिए रोहिल ने यहाँ पे बुलाया था, आप सब लोग इस इंडस्ट्री के अंदर आ रहे हैं. मेरा दोस्त शाजू भी खड़ा वहां पे जो लाइव इवेंट करते हैं, जो होता है पूरा ये. सो आप सब लोग आ रहे हैं, प्लीज ज्वाइन दिस पर्टिकुलर इंडस्ट्री. एक बहुत अच्छी इंडस्ट्री है, सरकार आपको सपोर्ट कर रही है, सरकार आपको रेवेन्यूज दे रही है. परसों जो इवेंट था राधिका दास के अंदर, दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट वाज अ स्पॉन्सरर, हिमेश रेशमा में दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट स्पॉन्सरर थी, आने वाले समय के अंदर भी अपने इवेंट स्पॉन्सर करने जा रही है. Become a part of this industry. Lalit is sitting there, Sushma is sitting there, Anil sir is there, Shaju is there. These are people who are doing larger than life events. आप प्लीज आइए. आपके कोई क्वेश्चन है, मैंने बोला था 10 मिनट बोलूंगा, वो पूछिए. स्पेसिफिकली टुडे अबाउट द लाइव इंडस्ट्री ऑफ दिल्ली, द क्रिएटिव कैपिटल ऑफ India will be called as Delhi. Everything is coming to Delhi because of Bharat Mandapam, because of Yasho Bhumi, because of Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium, because of Indira Gandhi Stadium, because of Dhyanchand. Multiple venues in this city. परमिशन प्रोसेस स्ट्रीमलाइन हो चुका है. गवर्नमेंट इज विद अस, पुलिस इज विद अस, सरकार हमारे साथ है. आइए सब मिलकर दिल्ली को एक क्रिएटिव कैपिटल बनाएं. बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज टू ऑल ऑफ यू. एनी क्वेश्चन फॉर दिस इफ एनीबडी हैज, एनीवन? आपके और लंच के बीच में मैं ज्यादा नहीं आना चाहूंगा, इसलिए मैंने बोला था 10 मिनट बोलूंगा. नहीं, मैं आपको सबसे पहली बात बताता हूं, सबसे पहली बात तो इस व्यापार में, आई एम सॉरी नॉट टू बी रिकॉर्डेड, बट आपको अगर एक कंसर्ट इकोनॉमी करनी तो जो भी आपके लिए काम करे उससे बड़े बदमाश आपको होना पड़ेगा, जो था नंबर 1. लेट मी जस्ट कंप्लीट. नंबर 2, आप करप्शन की बात कर रहे हैं. दिल्ली पुलिस से मैं कमिश्नर साहब से मिलकर आया, उन्होंने डीसीपी लाइसेंसिंग नहीं एग्जिस्ट करता है. आपको पुलिस के पास जाना पड़ेगा. लेट मी टेल यू, आई हैव डन दीस कंसर्ट्स, और ये सरकार भी बोली है, इनका कुछ नहीं कर सकते हैं. पासेस 500,000 देने, आप दिमाग में कर लीजिए. एक पैसा हम लोगों ने ना तो किसी ने हमसे मांगा है, ना हमने दिया. नॉट इवन 100 रुपीज इन लास्ट 3 years इफ आई हैव डन एनी कंसर्ट इन दिस सिटी. लेट मी टेल यू, कोई नहीं मांगता पैसा. जो होता है पूरा, आपके जो नीचे वाले लोग होते हैं वो खुद पैसा कमाने के चक्कर में आपके पास में पहुंचते हैं, नाम लेते हैं वो पैसा मांग रहा है, और वो एक हेड कांस्टेबल होगा जिसने अगर मांग भी लिया, पुट अप 100 नंबर, पुट अप अ कंप्लेंट, हैव दैट गट्स टू डू इट वंस, they will fall flat on the faces. In 3 years time, 5 years time, I have not paid 100 rupees to anybody for permission. He hasn't paid in 20 years. He does the largest marathon of the country. 25,000 आदमी भागते हैं इनके मैराथन में, इन्होंने 5 रुपए नहीं दिए. इन्होंने जो होता है, मैम आप बिगर बनो. आपको इस इंडस्ट्री में आज हम यहाँ के बोल रहे हैं, हमारी बात जो होती है पूरी, कोई नहीं मांगता पैसे. जो होता है ललित करता है, ललित से कौन पैसे मांगे? जो नोबडी कैन आस्क. हमारे को प्रूव करना है हम अच्छा इवेंट कर रहे हैं, और हमारे जो छोटे वाले स्टाफ हैं उन, ये पीपीएल आईपीआरएस क्या होता है? आई एम सॉरी अगेन, आई विल कम डाउन टू द टॉपिक. सर 1 मिनट, मैं सर अभी भी यहाँ बैठ के, ललित को फोन करो, आप मेरे को फोन करो, ट्रस्ट ऑन मी, आई विल हेल्प यू. हमारी दिल्ली पुलिस बहुत अच्छी है, हमारे आईपीएस ऑफिसर्स बहुत अच्छे हैं यहाँ पे. आई सल्यूट देम स्टैंडिंग हियर. आप करो. ये रे सुषमा, आपको सर कभी प्रॉब्लम हुई? इन्होंने करी. चीफ मिनिस्टर ने कॉन्फ्रेंस अनिल जी और इनके साथ में खड़े होकर की, पूरी की पूरी मैराथन जिसमें 25,000 आदमी भागा है. 50,000 पीपल हैव रन. 30 करोड़ रुपए की इनकी मैराथन. 30 करोड़ रुपीस स्पेंड इन 4 hours टाइम. प्राउड कंपनी. बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज सर हु इज हियर टू स्पीक. एक पैसा नहीं लगता है, कोई नहीं मांगता पैसा. सरकार बहुत स्वच्छ है, मोदी जी की सरकार. पुलिस बहुत अच्छी है. हम सब मिलकर इवेंट करते हैं, हम आपकी मदद करेंगे अगली बार. नेक्स्ट.
It's a crazy question, but you know, with the concert economy, we are also seeing artist costs going off the, and it's getting through the roof, and to a point that event agencies and experiential agencies end up not making money because they're promoting artists and the costs are like not worth it also. So how does one tackle that?
सबसे पहली बात, ये व्यापारिक क्वेश्चन है. ये आप 4 दिन पहले मैं ए आर रहमान की टीम के साथ कॉन्फ्रेंस कॉल पे था. दिल्ली के इवेंट के लिए 6 करोड़ रुपए उन्होंने मांगे थे. आई एम सॉरी, 6 करोड़ रुपीस दे आस्क्ड. 4 करोड़ रुपए की प्रोडक्शन कॉस्ट थी. 10 करोड़ रुपए नहीं निकल सकता उस इवेंट के अंदर. आज जो बुक माई शो कर रहा है और जो जोमैटो कर रहा है, वो द लार्जेस्ट वंस, हम उनके आसपास कहीं भी नहीं आते हैं. दे हैव एंटर्ड इनटू अग्रीमेंट विद द आर्टिस्ट ऑन अ प्रॉफिट शेयरिंग बेसिस. आर्टिस्ट आए नहीं आए, कौन सी फ्लाइट से आएगा, क्या करेगा, दे आर नॉट बॉदर्ड. बट जितने भी बड़े आर्टिस्ट के साथ सुषमा आप काम कर रहे हो आज, ये माय रिक्वेस्ट विल रिमेन, 25-50 लाख करोड़ वाले आर्टिस्ट की बात नहीं कर रहा हूं, बड़े आर्टिस्ट के साथ आप प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी में एंटर करो. दिस इज आवर कॉस्ट बेनिफिट एनालिसिस. आप इस प्रॉफिट में से 80% पे नेगोशिएट करते हो, 80% आप ले जाओ, 20% हमारा रहा, या 70 आपका रहा, 30 हमारा रहा. आर्टिस्ट की जो प्राइसिंग है, अगर आप वो पैसे देने लग गए, ट्रस्ट ऑन मी, यू विल लूज मनी. आज जो ट्रेविस स्कॉट का शो हुआ था, ट्रेविस स्कॉट के अंदर देयर वाज नथिंग दैट वाज बीइंग पेड टू द आर्टिस्ट, ही वाज अ प्रॉफिट पार्टनर. दलजीत दोसांझ, सारेगामा नेवर पेड एनी मनी, वो 300 करोड़ रुपए आदमी कमा के गया, बट ही वाज अ प्रॉफिट पार्टनर ऑफ 90%. आउट ऑफ द प्रॉफिट्स 10% वाज बीन गिवन टू सारेगामा. सो आप जिन बड़े आर्टिस्टों की बात कर रहे हैं, प्लीज एंटर इनटू प्रॉफिट पार्टनरशिप विद देम, अदरवाइज डोंट डू दैट शो. डोंट डू दैट शो. दैट्स ऑल आई कैन शो. हम उनके लिए काम करने के लिए नहीं बैठे, हम अपनी कंपनियों को चलाने के लिए बैठे हैं. जितने सारे लोग बैठे हैं वो कमाने के लिए बैठे हैं. बी वेरी क्लियर अबाउट इट. आज आपको समझाता हूं. आज तक ने 300 करोड़ रुपए डाल दिया. एनडीटीवी बोलता है मैं 150 करोड़ रुपए डालना चाहता हूं. दे आर वांटिंग टू burn the money. What can we do about it? अगर एनडीटीवी आके बोल देगा मैं 6 करोड़ रुपए दे रहा हूं, आई कांट, दैट्स नॉट माय बिजनेस. बट हम समझदार लोग हैं, हम 26 साल से काम कर रहे हैं, सक्सेसफुल कंपनी, शोक्राफ्ट चला रहे हैं, आप चला रहे हो, ये चला रहे हैं, ये शाजू बैठे हैं जो आज सबसे बड़े वाले लाइव इवेंट्स बॉम्बे के अंदर करते हैं. बट दे हैव अंडरस्टूड द बिजनेस. हम नहीं करते. मेरे पास 10 शोज की ऑफर आती है, मैं 3 हाँ करता हूं, 7 ना करता हूं, और 100% प्रॉफिटेबल शोज रहते हैं हमारे सारे. सो टॉक अबाउट प्रॉफिट सर, इज व्हाट. यस सर. मैं यार वेटर नहीं, राजीव नाम बोल के बात कर फिर. चल, वेरी गुड सर. मैं आपको समझाता हूं पुलिस फंड का सिस्टम समझाता हूं. आई डिड अ इवेंट 6 months बैक एट, कौन सी जगह, प्राइम मिनिस्टर के घर के बाहर में, व्हाट्स दैट प्लेस कॉल्ड सर, जिसके अंदर ये दिल्ली पुलिस फोर्स हम लोगों ने दिल्ली पुलिस फोर्स लॉन्च किया था. दिल्ली के 70-80 आईपीएस अफसर्स उसके अंदर थे, दिल्ली का कमिश्नर थे. एंड फ्रॉम बॉम्बे वी कॉल्ड ऑल दीज आर्टिस्ट, विवेक ओबरॉय, शिल्पा शेट्टी, रोहित, दिल्ली पुलिस. ये हम लोगों ने एक इवेंट किया था. उसके अंदर एक दिन पहले वहां से फोन आया कि सर आपका इतना बड़ा इवेंट हो रहा है, वी हैव सपोर्टेड द फुल सपोर्ट जो होता है पूरा, कैन दिल्ली पुलिस बी हेल्प्ड, कैन दिल्ली पुलिस बी हेल्प, ट्रस्ट ऑन मी, दे डिडंट आस्क मनी. हम लोगों ने 21 लाख रुपए का चेक दिया उनको, जो होता है पूरा का पूरा. देखिए पुलिस में रोज लोग मरते हैं, गोलियां उनको पड़ती है. अगर हम पैसे बना रहे हैं और हमारी कैपेसिटी होती है, माय रिक्वेस्ट विल रिमेन, दे विल नॉट आस्क और स्टॉप एनीथिंग. आई एम प्राउड ऑफ दिल्ली पुलिस, आई एम टेलिंग यू, आई एम डूइंग इवेंट्स, मुझे कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं आई है. बट यस, एक पुलिस फंड होता है, वो बहुत बड़े वाले आपके इवेंट होंगे कुछ जहां पे दिख रहा है लाइट, साउंड, कैमरा, एक्शन, तब आपको अगर पैसे देना हो तो आप दीजिए, वरना आपसे मांगेगा कोई भी नहीं. एज पर माय एक्सपीरियंस, व्हाट आई बीन डूइंग जो होता है. सर 10 साल की छोड़ना, आज की बात करें यार. क्रिएटिव कैपिटल ऑफ इंडिया इज व्हाट यू आर टॉकिंग अबाउट. आपको परमिशन समझा देता हूं, अगर आप लोग समझने बैठे हैं, यू आर टेकिंग इंटरेस्ट इन दिस सेशन. पहले होता था कि आप डीसीपी लाइसेंसिंग के पास परमिशन के लिए जाते थे, विच इज अ डिफेंस कॉलोनी. आप एक जगह अप्लाई करते थे, भागते रहते थे पूरी दिल्ली के अंदर, इस फायर में जाना है मेरे को, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी में जाना है, इसके अंदर जाना है. अब ये डीसीपी लाइसेंसिंग का ऑफिस आज से 3 महीने पहले हटा दिया गया है. दिल्ली 11 जोन्स में बैठा हुआ हमारा, 1 2 3 4, और इन सबका एक डीसी होता है. आप उस डीसी के पास जाइए, आप ट्रैफिक के पास जाइए, आपको परमिशन मिलती है, कोई प्रॉब्लम. इतना सिंप्लीफाइड सिस्टम हो गया. अब आपको जनकपुरी में इवेंट करना है तो आपको जनकपुरी के डीसी के पास जाना पड़ेगा, साउथ दिल्ली के डीसी के पास नहीं आना पड़ेगा. एंड टू सिंप्लीफाइड परमिशन, कोई प्रॉब्लम. और भारत मंडपम, यशो भूमि, दे आर टेलर मेड. वहां कुछ नहीं, आप जाइए इवेंट कीजिए, कोई आपको रोकने वाला है नहीं. और वेन्यूज आप देखिए, 40,000, 80,000, 1 लाख स्क्वायर फीट के हॉल, आप खड़े होकर हॉल देखते रह जाएंगे. दैट द प्राइम मिनिस्टर हैज डन. परमिशन हैज बिकम टू सिंप्लीफाइड नाउ. सर आपको कोई प्रॉब्लम आई थी परमिशन लेने में? बिल्कुल भी नहीं. सर आपको, ललित सर, सुषमा जी, आपने अगर आपको सर कोई प्रॉब्लम आती है परमिशन के अंदर? आप बॉम्बे वाले हो, थोड़े पैसे दे देते हो जो आपके बंदे कमाते होंगे, आपके बंदे कमाते होंगे, वो पुलिस नहीं कमाती है. आई एम अ बिग फैन ऑफ पुलिस, दैट्स व्हाई आई एम सेइंग दिस थिंग. सो परमिशन के ऊपर बिंदास चलो, कहीं रुक रहे हो, ललित गटानी को फोन कर लेना, मेरे को फोन कर लेना. वी आर देयर फॉर यू.
All right.
What he's speaking, everybody should listen what he's saying.
I'm just saying that when it comes to bribing, you have to stonewall it because, first of all, they put a lot of pressure. It used to happen. I can tell you one thing. Till today, we've shut down cities, not venues. We shut down 5 cities in this country. And when I say shut down, it is shut down.
Big round of applause for him.
No. So
Manage this, don't pay.
No, the idea is not that. So it's about please refuse because you remember you're doing a favor, they're not doing you a favor. And allow them, give them a sense. I think what Rajiv has said is so wonderful today. Because listen, you are going to get pockets of these issues, but you have to support the larger picture. If we give in, we'll always have complaints. But they will never stop it because finally they have to face, you can't call for a media. And today in the world of digital, they can't go beyond a certain point. So you have to withstand the pressure. You have to know, and you do many things like he wonderfully said about the police fund. So for example, we have the thing called the police cup in this thing. Today, there are 14,000 policemen who take part. Prize money, 10 lakhs, 20 lakhs, and it goes like that. So it's a give back. So the idea is give them a sense of ownership. Allow them, even if it's the fund, put a check out for a fund, give them a sense of ownership, they'll do more.
Simple line by him. Be honest. We are doing a favor on them, as what he's saying. They are not doing any favor on us. Big round of applause for sir for this particular message. Please follow him. You'll have no problems doing events in Delhi. Last question. We'll conclude the session after that, if anybody has. So let's make Delhi a creative capital. एक बार खड़े होके दिल्ली के लिए जोर से तालियां बजा दीजिए. Lunch का time है. Let's all join this industry. Make this industry big. We all are there with you. We all are there to help you for a cup of coffee, as being said by my friend. And thank you very much. Let's make Delhi the creative capital. Thank you, Rohil, and thank you, Anurag.
Absolutely. Can we have a big applause to gentlemen for this session? It was like more like watching that Nayak movie. In one day, he changed the entire ecosystem. In 15 minutes, we had the entire hall come to life. And in fact, it's made such a change that we were supposed to have a panel discussion right after this. But we're going to have the much awaited, the much needed networking lunch break. We head for a short lunch break and request everybody to be back inside in the next 40 minutes so that we can continue with the rest of the agenda. But thank you so much, Rajiv sir, for sharing that exciting news about concerts being back in Delhi. And thank you all for being a part of the pre-lunch session. And we'll see you post-lunch session. See you all in the next 30 to 40 minutes. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you could hear me outside, request everybody to step inside, please. We need to continue with the post-lunch session right here. Welcome all of you once again to the BW Applause Experiential Marketing Summit. We are all set to begin. Request all to settle down. check. All right, a final call out to everybody outside. We are starting in less than 60 seconds. Request all to step inside, please. All right, requesting everybody to join us inside right about now. People outside, if you could hear me, request all to step inside. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Hope we had a good meal. Do we have some energy in the house? Can we clap with the beat, please? Just try to match the beat. Clap, 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 clap. The front table. So एक बार try तो कर लो. मजा आएगा. Thank you. You know, post-lunch session, because I agree, बस यही करने का मन करता है, but even clapping is really good. We all know that post-lunch sessions are very difficult. It's a Herculean task to even take it forward, but together as a team, we can get through this. Are we ready for this? You have to say yes, no choice. Yes? So clap for yourself once again. Come on, everybody, a big round of applause. And quickly moving forward, we have yet another panel discussion. A lot of insights that's going to be shared. How tech innovation is transforming the event landscape. Let's give the speakers a big round of applause and give them some energy in the house. We have the founder at Occasions Experts Private Limited and VP North EMA. We have Ruchin Kohli in the house. Could we have Ruchin Kohli to please join us? A big round of applause to Mr. Ruchin in the house. Everybody, he loves the sound of applause too. Clap, 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 clap. Lovely. And joining us for this panel, we have the veteran radio jockey and media professional. Everybody make some noise for RJ Simran in the house. Let's welcome Ms. Simran. I love this table, the only table making some noise. Love you there. Oh, joining, yes. Now I was just checking if you're concentrating or not. Superb, we are. And now we have the director at Benson Trophies. Put your hands together. We have Mr. Parag Anand in the house. A round of applause to Mr. Parag. And to moderate this as the session chair, we have the chief executive at Showcase Events. Put your hands together. Let's welcome Ms. Nani Singh to take this forward. Cheer, cheer, clap, 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 clap. Can we pump the music up, please? Ek bar pump karo. Pump the music up. Come on, let's go. Hey, hey, clap, 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 clap. Cheer, cheer, cheer. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. If you're tired of clapping, you can tap the table. Even that makes a lot of noise. Let's go. Let's do this. Tap the table. Tap the table loud and clear. 3, 2, 1. Go with the tables. Not bad. Over to you. All yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for the correct. So now we have the correct placements. You have everything written about us at the back. You have the names, designations, photo, match the company name, everything is there. So we're not going to spend time since I know we're running pretty late from the morning session, so we'll expedite this one. Since the sessions have been about technology and bringing in tech experiences into events, and that's exactly what our session is about as well, how tech innovation is transforming the event landscape. So from registration to storytelling, from how event planners are embracing tech to scale creativity. I have a lot of questions for you all. Gemini wants to know. Okay. Starting with Ruchin Kohli. We're going to dive into this right away because all the content is going to come from here. So Ruchin, you're the founder of Occasion Experts Private Limited and VP of EMA North. I just want to ask you, as someone leading Occasion Experts and doing some phenomenal events, large scale, small scale, all scale, and excellent quality that you've been managing to deliver, tech and no tech, right? So what's the most disruptive tech change you've actually implemented and not just talked about?
So I think we have been talking since morning about the technology, but first I would like to position in the country where we are in. India is in a position now who negotiates with Washington. We trade with Moscow, and we kind of build with Japan. So we are in a position where we have to be. We don't have any option but to be technology strong. And once as you have asked about the technology, the use of technology. So right from the smaller events to the bigger events to the large format events, I remember last year we did world's biggest international solar festival where Mr. A.R. Rahman also performed at Bharat Mandapam. 119 countries participated, and there were about 15,000 people who attended that, and plus there was an expo. So that event, So right from the registrations, because technology is not just, just for the saying, just for the heck of saying it, as you mentioned, rightly mentioned, even the pre-functional areas, the registration areas have to be very immersive. They are no more like a waiting zone right now. Even the pre-functional areas, we created them as 360-degree immersive zones where the idea was to create a future solar city, how the future solar city would look like. And people had great experiences, while looking at it. And, this could be the real future of solar as well. So this is how, basis the, and for that matter also, we have also started integrating, as you mentioned, Gemini. We have also started integrating a lot of entertainment as the fillers, which are tech-based. So we have a performance, we have an artist whom we are promoting a lot nowadays. While performing, he says, AI, let me just change the mood of the whole performance. And then all of a sudden, and he's performing alone just with one more person along with him. And then altogether he's playing classical, and then the mood changes to techno because the beats are being real-time beats are being produced by AI. So that's the power of tech we are using. And trust me, the smallest of my presentations are also now AI-based. We used to take 4 days, 5 days for a client pitch. The clients we are serving are some of the best luxury clients across the globe. So we have to match in level. And now we create presentations within a day.
Which is excellent. So you have genuinely used technology in a very, very positive way. I'm going to come to the costings of these things much later. But because that is one thing that kind of pulls back a lot of people from using various, tech facilities that are available. So Simran, over to you now. You're a veteran radio jockey and a media professional as well. Storytelling is your strength. We all know that, right? And so how does tech, AI, AR, and immersive technology and immersive sound change the craft of engaging audiences? Like, is it disruptive, or do you feel it's helpful?
First of all, I don't know why we are talking about artificial intelligence. I don't know why we are talking about technological advancements. I don't know why we are talking about the changes that are happening, because all this happened thousands of years ago. It did. I can see the disbelief on so many faces. Trust me. Let me give you an example. So we think events is something new. Events is evolving. Technology has, of course, expanded the entire landscape. What I'm saying is, everything that we are doing today, we've been doing for thousands of years. You agree with me? Yes? No? Okay, so I'll give you an example. Today, because I'm a radio jockey and I have my background in radio, so if I ask you, who is the first ever radio jockey in the world? Amin Siani. Galat jawab. First ever radio jockey. AIR. The first ever radio jockey was Sanjay. Have you heard of Sanjay? Mahabharata. So I'm going to tell you how. So Sanjay had a very special gift. महर्षि वेद व्यास ने उनको एक स्पेशल गिफ्ट दिया था कि no matter where he is, he can see far and wide. So what does that remind you of? That reminds us of internet. We can connect with anyone, talk to anyone, we can do FaceTime. And Sanjay was doing FaceTime thousands of years ago when he was narrating the Mahabharata to Dhritarashtra. And that story was so compelling, it was so engaging, it has become a legend today. So that is only one example. We don't have time, otherwise, by the time you go from here, you all would be convinced that yes, whatever we are doing today, we've done thousands of times before meeting today, right here, right now. Now, if I talk about events, of course, technology has made a lot of changes in the landscape. लेकिन आप storytelling ले लीजिए, because I was introduced as a storyteller. तो ancient India में क्या होता था? If there was a kingdom, तो event होता था सभा. गांव है तो event होता था कथा. Festivals हैं तो event होते थे महोत्सव. लोग आते थे. QR कोड नहीं था, कैमरास नहीं थे, registrations नहीं होता था. प्रणाम गुरुजी कहते थे, किसी के पैर पकड़ते थे और अंदर चले जाते थे. साउंड के नाम पर नेचुरल साउंड था, लाइटिंग था. उसी चीज को हमने अब टेक्नोलॉजी के द्वारा चेंज कर दिया है. सो नाउ देयर आर उस टच पॉइंट को ही हमने चेंज कर दिया. सो नाउ यू डोंट हैव टू रजिस्टर, यू डोंट हैव टू फिल अप फॉर्म्स. आपका फेस आईडी होता है. विद दैट यू गेन एंट्री. सो वेयर आई एम कमिंग फ्रॉम इज maybe the methods have changed. Earlier, it was about one story. Today, it is about that one story over a very large landscape. So how do you reach more and more people? So of course, technology has helped us in a number of ways. Why am I saying this? Because आज से हजारों करोड़ों साल पहले भी जब इवेंट होता था, तो एक मेन इवेंट है, कोई एक स्टोरी टेलर है या 5 स्टोरी टेलर्स हैं, एक वेन्यू है, लोकेशन है. पर्पस क्या होता था? द पर्पस वाज connection, connecting people. So no matter what technological changes happen or keep happening, that one main thing which we need to remember is connection. So no matter how technologically advanced we get, the soul and the heart of an event will be what are you leaving the people with? Because when people leave from your event, they will not remember the light display, the laser, the LED, the AI integration. They will remember how you made them feel. So at the end of the day, we need to walk hand in hand with technology. And I've experienced this firsthand on radio, which of course.
Yeah, we'll talk about that after this. So Simran, basically, like I asked, is it helpful or distracting? And the answer is helpful. Yes. So it is, of course, I mean, because all the things you said, see, when we're talking about clairvoyance, what you went into. Now, clairvoyance is a inside ability to be able to see far, to be able to see into the future. That's a separate thing, and that could be with any one individual. But when it comes to technology, it's just the outreach is just phenomenal. It's just way more. So there's like, you know, that we can't match in any case. So I think we have to say that we have, it's got a pretty positive impact in that respect. When it comes to, and then, well, AI has definitely helped me, so I don't know about the rest of you. So Parag, over to you. As the director of Benson Trophies, you have a creative lens. We've seen you over the years. In fact, all of us sitting in this hall know Parag and we know Benson Trophies because, you know, BW Applause has always given us Benson Trophies and we've loved them.
And I think we have the best man sitting here when it comes to trophies.
Absolutely.
Maybe
Like, I
beyond.
mean, you can actually clap for him. Fantastic trophies we've been getting from, and delivery time, quality, everything taken care of. So as a director, you have, like you've been seeing, you probably have rejected, so okay, let me ask you again. Have you ever rejected a tech idea? Never. So when I say rejected because it took away from the emotion of what you were trying to create, or the depth of the experience that you wanted to create?
See, I'll tell you, I come from a corporate background. I did my MBA from BIMTech, worked for a lot of MNCs. Scalability comes to technology only. There are shops in Chandni Chowk where I went as a customer. 2 log hote hain. Today we have 84 people, multiple cities. I have clients जिनके offices के सामने trophy के shops हैं 200 मीटर पे और हम दिल्ली से बॉम्बे शिफ्ट करते हैं. It's only because of the technology part.
No, that's a big thing.
And
That's a big thing.
because we have a chatbot with us, in fact, the new we have made is a trophy genie, wherein you put up a customized trophy concept, and out of 100 trophies images you'll get, 95% of it is doable.
Oh, wow. So that's interesting. I didn't know that, and I think I'm going to call you tomorrow because I'm in a crisis right now.
Another thing, you can have a 3D to that, which take hours to make. So a trophy which is developed, or image you can see, you just click on the button, you get a 3D view of all the sides.
That's fabulous then. So that makes life so much easier for all
Yes.
of us event people sitting over here.
In
You
fact,
wanna add to
Parag, if
that?
you would like to talk about, I think Parag is the only guy in India because I'm using that service. There's a company who's based out of US. She was one of the founding member of Facebook, which is now Meta. So she has introduced something which is like a digital trophy, which Parag has kind of, he's the only guy in India right now, only company in India right now who is closely working with them. And they are actually creating digital assets as those trophies, which you can carry along with your whole lifetime. So along with the physical trophies, I think this is something which you can share and this will be unique to you only.
This
So
is
these are like
fantastic.
NFTs.
That's our topic. This really boils
Exactly.
down to this, how tech innovation is transforming the events landscape. It is because it's making life so much easier. You don't want to hoard your racks with multiple trophies. In any case, everybody goes through that all the time. So so coming back to something which I want to ask all three of you, it's a very generic question. What is that one tech innovation you feel India is not using enough in events and IPs? So I know IPs won't be relevant for Simran and for Parag, but for Ruchit.
I think it's hard to mention one thing because, everywhere, specifically with us, when I talk about, right from my business presentations to the delivery at the ground side, we are enhancing every day. And then, I can't think of any one thing, which I would like to particularly
Okay,
talk
let
about.
me rephrase this.
Yeah.
Something that we are overhyping and something that we are probably underestimating.
I think I'll start with the experience, which is right behind us, which is the LED wall. We simply, underuse the LED walls in our events. There is a lot that we can do over the content. A lot of people think that it's a distraction, but no, it can create really wonders. Probably having just a normal logo, if it turns around to be an anamorphic logo coming out, your logo brand value in itself becomes. So that's a very basic thing, which I'm talking about. But then it can really create it is underused, still underused. We usually, I've seen a lot of those events, specifically. Sorry, I also do government events, but yes, specifically government events. We just have, one static backdrops, and on that the whole show is run. So probably that's being underused. Yeah.
Sure. Simran, would you like to add something to that?
So I think one AI feature that is definitely going to become very big and which has already accumulated a lot of controversy is AI voice.
Yeah, I was going
Artificial
to come to that
intelligence
for you.
voice.
Yes.
I'm all in favor of AI voice. And let me tell you, it is not going to replace any RJs. Because what is voice? Voice is not just sound. Voice is your emotion, your culture, your identity, where you're coming from. Everything. It's how you're feeling right now. And if you've noticed, the AI voice is quite flat. जितने लोगों ने भी Alexa से बात की है, I'm sure you'll understand. So there are times when you want to have fun with Alexa. There's a very popular video of Diljit Dosanjh talking to Alexa. कि Alexa, Diljit का गाना चलाओ, और Alexa कह रही है, I'm sorry. Who Diljit Dosanjh? And Alexa is not finding it funny. All of us are finding it funny. Having said that, because of the novelty value, initially acha laga, but the AI voice is never going to replace the human voice. Now, what is it going to do is where I'm going to go now. So when you're using your voice, we waste a lot of time. When I say we, I mean professionals who are in the voiceover industry or who are in the radio. So thousands of times we have to send demo tapes to the client because वो ये देखना चाहते हैं कि script कैसा sound कर रहा है. भाई आपको इसलिए उन्होंने लिया because they like your voice anyways. But they say कि आप ये जरा ये script बोल के बता दीजिए या वो, or if you want to see how much time is it going to take. Number one. So tasks which are to be automated can be assigned to the AI voice. Number one. Number two, there are a number of voiceovers which are very flat, which do not need the various voice variations or emotions that you need to put in there. once we start employing AI voices, I think the real voices are going to have a lot of time at hand to actually do things that matter. Now, again, AI is not new. AI voice is not new. We've always had auto-tune, right? For singers, there is something called auto-tune. No matter how I sing, the auto-tune will make my voice sound really attractive. But I want to ask you, has auto-tune replaced the singer?
So that's fantastic because basically it is not a threat to you. You're using it to your advantage, which is the most important thing. So thus, you know, my other question to you would have been, is there anything that you would like to advise those people in a profession like yours that, you know, something that they're resisting and which can be very beneficial is exactly this. So I'm going to move on to Parag because I can see the timer clicking over there and I don't want to overshoot.
Nani,
So,
I want to
yeah,
just add to the point. I have a
yes,
small
please.
video if that can be played.
Sure. Do we have the video?
Do we have the
Looped?
video?
Is it looped?
Hi, my name is
So-
Parag Anand and I'm the founder of Benson Trophy. Today, my topic is how tech innovation is transforming the event landscape. By the way, in this video, I am not real. This is my AI clone. My tech partner company cloned my voice and my video as they have patented generative AI technology. Now I can create any kind of script, content, or video in any language without being physically present.
I can speak in Marathi. नमस्कार, माझं नाव पराग आनंद आहे आणि मी बेन्सन ट्रॉफीचा संस्थापक आहे. आजचा माझा विषय आहे टेक इनोव्हेशन
So any
इव्हेंटच्या
language is
जगात
possible.
कसा बदल घडवत आहे.
Can we?
I can speak in Tamil. வணக்கம்.
पराग भाई, ये तो
என் பெயர்
खतरनाक है
பராக்
यार.
ஆனந்த். நான்
So
பென்சன்
why
ட்ரோபி
I am
நிறுவனத்தின்
showing this
நிறுவனர்.
video?
இன்றைய
See,
எனது தலைப்பு
when this particular thing really helped me, we were starting operation in Dubai. So इसमें लास्ट में अरेबिक भी है. तो लोग तो मुझे वहीं का लोकल समझ रहे थे बिकॉज शर्ट भी वैसे ही पहनी हुई थी. तो होता क्या है जब यू आर एंट्रिंग रीजनल मार्केट लाइक तमिलनाडु फॉर एग्जाम्पल, so their language plays a very critical role. If I'm entering Kerala, language plays a very critical role. So voice AI can best be used for regional communication because that's the most comforting thing. आप कितने भी अच्छे हो आपके काम में, but आपको उसकी language नहीं आती, तो
You've lost
problem
it.
है.
True, that's true. So I'm going to take it back to you, Ruchin. What is your that strong message? How should medium and small scale agencies approach tech adoption without draining their budgets? Because this is one challenge I have noticed that happens ever so often. When you meet up with a client, they want the sun, moon, and stars. They want everything possible that can be done on stage. And when it comes to numbers, that's one time when your entire element sheet is kind of struck out and they say कि हम ऐसे ही खड़े होके बोल देंगे. You know, so what is
So
that?
irrespective of the agency, whether it's small size, medium size, or it's a big size company, being the vice president of EMA North, it also happens a lot of times that we also have to kind of dig into the numbers to talk about that within the industry partners, within the industry colleagues. We see a lot of rush that will come to India. We are already seeing that, but over the next couple of years, 3 years, 4 years, we have a huge potential in our industry, and everyone will have work for sure. While I say this, we have to gear up, again, irrespective whether you're small, medium, or large format. The deadlines are the deadlines. Especially if you have, there are a lot of free tools also. Every time you don't have to buy, you have to purchase their licenses and all. But a lot of free tools you can use to create your presentations, especially, with me, my team personally use this to create videos as well. And when I say videos, amazing videos, I'm sure Sushma and all will agree with me, these videos are, they don't have copyright issues. And a lot of time we have to go back and check with the client or the government, are there going to be copyright issues? So while using these AI videos, there are no copyright issues. What else you can, expect?
That's a huge help.
And
yeah.
plus, along with this, best thing I would say is sustainability. You are using reusable screens, there is less fabrication that is involved, while we use tech, AI, we create those zones. So I think we are all giving back to the society, doing something for our
So Ruchin, what's
the
that
environment.
one tech trend you wish had arrived sooner in your journey of events than now?
No,
Anything
I'm
that you feel?
parallelly. I think I was while I was excited seeing Parag's video, I was also scared seeing that because that you can morph a lot of those things and then
Anything.
yeah, anything can happen. Yeah, exactly. Right.
Anything is possible
I
now.
agree. Sushma is saying someone can propose it on your behalf. So yeah, I agree. I mean, like there are a lot of commitments that can be made. वो video पे commitment दे रहे हैं ना तो काम तो हो गया.
So basically anything and everything is possible, which is the scary part if you ask me also where technology is concerned. And you know what, when it comes to Simran, we were talking about AI and usage of AI and your voice modulations, etc. So do you think it's somewhere, sorry, do you think it also somewhere takes away from that humane element that you're trying to put in? Because even if you are using that, how do you navigate that?
So I'll give you an example. In Australia, a radio station decided to put an AI voice on show. And they put the voice in the afternoon show. Of course, some of the radio stations are trying to do this here also. They are putting an AI RJ at night. We call it the 0 hour, the graveyard shift, which is like 2 to 5. Jab koi bhi, we are assuming that nobody is listening to the radio station. But see, you know where my problem is? My problem is that a number of radio stations are doing this, but they are not informing the public, number one. So they want to do it in such a way कि पता ही ना चले ये AI है कि real है. जैसे कि अब आपने social media platforms पे भी देखा होगा, you have to state AI assisted, artificial intelligence को आपको बताना है. So where I can see this is, of course, you can use AI voices. Oh, yes, but I was telling you about Australia. So they put an AI voice on air and they did not tell the public about it. And they were doing a call-in, a phone-in program, a live phone-in program because the AI was so brilliant. And then one listener called and he said, I've just lost my wife and I'm really sad and I want to play a song. And the AI said, oh, wow, that's really great. Okay, which song would you like to hear?
So there you are.
And that's when the people realize that this can't be a human voice. Having said that, I feel if we work hand in hand with artificial intelligence, they can assist you.
Use it to your
they
benefit.
Cannot overtake you.
Yes.
Use it to your benefit.
You hit
the
nail.
minute you say
yes.
they are going to take our jobs, I think that's where you create animosity and you will not be able to understand how to make the best use of it.
Correct.
There's one more interesting example. In England, there was a college match going on. It was a football match and the management decided to use an AI voice and the AI voice mistook a bald head for the football. So you can imagine what must have happened after
Good
that.
Lord. No, don't want to either. Don't want to either.
So yes,
So
yes.
that's it.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it works both ways. Now,
Correct.
obviously the human intervention is extremely important. So we don't allow it to take over, but yes, it's a great assistance tool.
And also a lot of the tasks which you waste a lot of time doing. Like you said, Gemini. I would say Notebook LM and Chat GPT. So a lot of the time that we used to spend searching on Google, if you type in a good query, a Notebook LM, if you put in your sources, आपका वही 12-14 घंटे अब 1-2 घंटे हो गया है, right?
Not even that much. It's literally instant, and after then you have to make it, conducive for what you want to take out of that, which is important. So Parag, I just want to ask you, like you've been in this industry for so many years, how much do you allow now technology to interfere or influence your creative process?
To be honest, we have been using technology now for creative ideas because a lot of time what used to happen, we used to get designs from the event agencies. और फिर लास्ट में प्रेशर आता था सर बना दो हमने तो क्लाइंट को बेच दिया कॉन्सेप्ट विदाउट चेकिंग कि वो बन सकता है कि नहीं and what the other challenge was because we had few 3D designers. See, as a trophy manufacturer, we need less of 3D designers. Event agency works fully on 3D designer mode.
Correct.
So this technology was a very good boon for me. As I went for a meeting last week to Bombay where the client totally had something different in mind. So I just opened my trophy genie there and instantly half an hour he was super impressed. It actually
so it's been advantages.
Big advantage.
Majorly. You don't allow it to influence you, but you've been using it as a good advantageous tool, I would say, really.
Because what used to happen, see, by God's grace, we grew at a very fast rate, but not at the same manpower pace, which
Correct.
geographically also we spread. So the time was limited. So after 25th of December, there will be less of events. So if I need to cater 100 clients at the same time, then technology is playing the part.
It has to. So, but you're using it sensibly, which is the most important thing. Now is the fun part. Now, since we just have literally 1 second to go and that time is up, but I do want to take you guys through a rapid fire. So I literally just want like a one-line answer. We'll just do 2. I won't even go through all of them. Gemini has gone crazy giving me questions for you guys. So one tech tool you'd ban from events if you could. Ruchin. One tech tool that you could ban from events if you could.
Sushma, do you want to help me? Sorry.
Sushma's not here.
I can't think of any. And the
Okay.
one I can think of, I don't want to name here.
Okay. Simran, anything that you can
Definitely an AI host from events.
Okay.
Because I think events is more about emotions and
Okay.
connections, so
Get it.
humans, yes.
Parag?
Agree.
Same. I think we've got a consensus on this one. Ruhail, we are saving time for you. Will AI ever replace a human event planner? Yes or no?
Never. We are
Simran?
experience.
Yes.
No, definitely. I think AI will replace a human event planner, but the event will not happen without a human.
So it cannot replace.
Because AI, like he said, that you made your trophy based on the client demands. We also do that. So AI can replace a human event planner,
Right.
but the event will not happen without the human event planner.
Parag? Same.
Same. It's
We're
not
just saving
possible.
time. I can
No,
see
no,
that.
It's not possible at all without human
Or
intervention.
maybe I'm too intelligent.
Okay, the last one, and then we're going to leave the stage. Pakka, pakka. What's one moment where traditional methods completely beat technology? Ruchin, we've gone through too many of them.
Lamp lighting is the easiest one I can think of right away.
Which one?
Lamp lighting.
Lamp lighting. हाँ, सिमरन.
ये 2 लाइन का हो सकता है. प्लीज मुझे थोड़ा सा एक्स्ट्रा समय दे दीजिए. मैं रेडियो जॉकी हूँ, मेरा
अच्छा,
बैकग्राउंड
चलो दे दिया.
ध्यान में रखा जाए. So one moment which completely trumped the traditional moments is while I was shooting
Technology.
for my technology. One traditional thing which trumped technology. I was just shooting for my podcast. I have just started a podcast called Off Air Originals, and I was talking to this lady called Fauzia Dastango. She's the first woman Dastango.
Yeah.
So, of course, there were many moments during that entire interview where I thought, wow, this human connection is amazing. But then I told her, because she's working on dialects from Old Delhi. So I said, can you just say something? Can you recite something? And you know, she went into that mode. And she did that performance for around 5 minutes, and I was stumped because I know we've seen on AI, on internet, on computers, we've created funny things, but that personal performance which I experienced firsthand completely trumped me. So one thing that I think AI will never be able to replace.
Simran is here to throw us off.
Yeah, I think he'll just throw that mic, and I told you I am a radio jockey. Next time be with. Okay, so yeah. So I think that human performance, whether it's a singer, dancer, speaker, orator, that
human
is something
touch
which will
cannot
always
be
be there.
replaced.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one thing that
Never.
beats technology
Yeah,
any day.
any
Parag,
day.
anything specific that you'd like to come up with? Given
See,
your industry.
AI के पास दिल नहीं होता. Simple
बस
सी बात है.
आपने kill कर दिया, guys. This is a big one that he said. So thank you very much for your time. I don't know if everybody's woken up after this session or you've gone more into sleep after the heavy lunch.
We have Mr. Lamba after this, so I'm sure everyone will wake up there.
But thank you very much, Ruchin, Simran, and Parag for this. And I hope it's been good for everyone, as good as it's been for me. Thank you
Absolutely.
very much. Thank you, Ruhail,
We
and
couldn't
thank
have
you,
asked for a
PW
better
Bros.
session than this one. And hate to do this because being a speaker and RJ myself, to cut a fellow RJ and speaker feels bad, but then we have to stick to the time. We've already overshot it. But can we join hands one more time? Post-launch session, Herculean task, but I think they pulled it off. Fantastic. And now moving on quick, we have yet another chat, and this time it's going to be a lot of fire in it, as we have Mr. Ruhail Amin, Senior Editor, BW Business World, who's going to be in conversation with Mr. Rabindra Narayan, Founder, MD, and President at GTC Network. And they're going to be talking to us about why experiential matters now. So could we welcome them with a big round of applause? Big, like big, grand, better, lovely. Over to Ruhail, yes.
Thank you. I know we have 50 plus speakers and we are trying to give time to everyone and it's going so wonderfully.
Not to worry, I'll be brief.
Good. Yeah, no, I mean, we have the best session, one of the best ones. Uh, so we are talking on experiential. We are saying that this is the age of experiential. What is interesting is that you have, your career has chartered, television, you have been part of print. At what time, what point did you really realize that media isn't just about content, but about experience?
In fact, very, very early. When I was with Sunday Mail, I remember I'd introduced the last page. It used to be called briefings. It had information on dance, art, exhibitions. Star had just begun Star TV. The schedule, train timings, restaurant reviews, movie reviews, video reviews. And what I noticed were people were cutting out that page and pinning it on the notice board or their pin boards to remember which day to do what and what time to see what. And that's when I realized that media is not just about information. It's about making people aware and feel, become part of their lives and give them some sense of empowerment. That's when I realized when I branched out onto TV, it was amplified much more. Then the sense of belonging that you give with television was remarkable.
Right. So, you've pioneered, I mean, you've taken Punjab culture, Punjabi language, Punjabi, content globally. PTC, everybody knows, and now GTC, your new venture. And you have often spoken about that experiential-led thought has been behind it. Can you explain that a bit?
So I'll tell you where the seed came from. It was 1997 when India was celebrating Freedom 50. And there were events happening, there were seminars happening, exhibitions happening, about 50 years of freedom and what all has happened. That's when we partnered with the Punjabi Academy in Delhi and created the first ever Punjabi multimedia sound and light show. There had been no such thing ever done before, which combined video. There were archival footages, which I searched through National Archives and NFDC and all those things. The narration of the story was done by Vinod Dua. And there were songs which we culled from the history, the Babbar Kali songs, the songs of freedom of Punjab and all the contemporary at that time, including Ekla Chalo and all those songs which represented the freedom. And then we did choreography and built in theater performances in that show, along with paintings depicting that. So it was an immersive, all-round experience, and we premiered it at the Red Fort. And Captain Lakshmi Sehgal was in attendance at that time. I still remember the moment. She threw away her stick, climbed on the stage, hugged us, and said, "You've taken us those 40, 50 years back." And that is where I realized that if those emotions can be transferred to an audience with a innovation in media, using various art forms, various forms of communication, you give people feelings, you give people memories, you give people moments. And that's when I realized that you go to watch a concert, you're actually not going there just to watch the artist. You're going for the experience and you carry lifetime of memories with you. So no matter which form of medium you go into, you're creating memories, you're creating emotions, and you're creating feelings.
We are talking about IPs. We have, IP owners, people who understand the space. And in television, during your earlier stints, you have created IPs. Yeah. How is IP that is created by a television house different from a regular IP? And what have been your biggest learning in creating IPs?
See, if you create an IP, it must survive generations. The biggest example I can quote is Z's Saregama. Now, that, or Antakshari for that matter, born out of a game show that used to play at homes and then transformed into a television show which continued running, people grew up with it and it became part of the culture. And in some or the other form, it survives. I remember in the early 2000s, we went to Pepsi, and Pepsi was getting a massive beating in Punjab by Coke in those days. And they wanted their sales to do better, and they asked us to pitch an idea. So we gave them an idea of doing a singing reality show titled Pepsi Banja Stara Yara. And we took Harbhajan Singh and Yuvraj as brand ambassadors, did a campaign, did the first ever talent hunt. Why we did a singing talent hunt? Because we knew that Punjab and music are integral. Once you identify what's part of people's lives, you turn that emotion, you turn that talent, you turn that feeling into an IP, it will survive. And it will survive for years and years and generations. Now, 2-3 decades have passed, but it still survives. I'll give you a biggest example. In IPs, these are the examples. Then we created film awards. It's still the Punjabi Film Awards. And there were only 8 films released in that year. And everybody was laughing at us. What are you doing? 8 films, you're giving awards. I said, 8 logon ne to mehnat ki. Let's reward them. Next year was 35 films, then 68 films. Now, there is a Punjabi movie released worldwide every week. And some of them are doing better than the mainline films. Same goes for music.
And to just share a bit, when we say India's content needs to go global, Punjabi content has gone global. That's the only content that's global, actually,
yes,
right?
it is global. And I'll tell you, 30% of the content in our Canada beam is produced in Canada, US is produced in Canada, UK is produced in UK. And now I'll touch upon it later when I come to GTC. What new things we are doing globally?
In fact, I'm coming to that question only, right? Let me ask it. So GTC is your new venture and it's positioned as a global Indian creators hub. What is the thought behind it? What is the aim? How do you see it scaling new territories, being different from your earlier stints?
See, we are now living in an era where everybody has a phone and a camera and a mic fitted in it. So they are journalists, they are creators, everything. But they don't have a curated platform. The audience does not know where to go and look for them. Now, what is the most popular format right now is YouTube. You create something, put it on YouTube and hope that people of same interest will discover you. Now, we want to create a platform where Indians across the globe can create content, put it up on a platform. That platform will hunt for not only the viewers, but also the sponsors and brands which would want to integrate that content with their brands for a better reach and monetize it for them. So they get paid for their talent, they get a centralized platform, and they get a facility where everything is possible for them without a much ado. Similarly, we are starting a music startup lab, a film startup lab. I can sing well, but I don't have good lyrics. I don't have a music director. I don't have a studio to go to. How much AI will help me? Limited. I'll have to put it up again to YouTube. I'll have to spend money on YouTube. I'll have to create a video and then give it to somebody to put it up somewhere to give it to people. We'll provide that 360-degree solution. You can sing, you can write, you can compose, come to us. We produce it, we put it up on a stream, we popularize it on television, we take it to US, to Canada, to everywhere, and then we reward them. We also give them shows. A singer's real money is not in creating a song to be released on a video platform or a music label. It's the shows. And he can get, or she can get a show if she becomes popular. People hear, people listen to them, people follow them. So we want to create not just a platform, but an ecosystem where you create, you earn, you survive, and you thrive in your own locality, in your own home, in your own state. You don't have to, you're an actor, you don't have to go to Bombay and run after casting directors to showcase. We will produce an original Punjabi film, 45-minute duration short film every week. And we'll give chance to the local talent. We'll fund them, we'll give them budgets to create original scripts, to get original actors, directors, and let them create good stuff. Let it be their calling card. Let them go then to Bombay and show, I have done this. This is my talent. I don't have to give you a proof of what I can do.
Right.
And plus, if there's an ecosystem, it's rewarding them. They're getting paid and they're getting work, and they don't have this problem that they have to go somewhere and then get it done.
Right. We have 3 minutes before the next session begins. Ask you quick questions, last two questions. In your, approach, how does a brand evolve from being a logo to becoming a feeling and experience?
The classic example I'll tell you is been 30 years. You won't remember many taglines or brands from 90s or so, but you will remember the Cadbury girl dancing on the cricket pitch. Kuch khas hai. It's a moment. You create a moment, people will remember you. People, and your brand will survive. Fevicol, they plastered a bus on a hoarding. People still remember that local urchin putting a stick in the river and catching the fish with Fevicol. These are moments which stick. And that's how brands survive, by giving a sense of belonging, giving a feeling, and creating moments for you which you remember. Google created that great reunion ad. The grandfather being reunited with his childhood friend from Pakistan. That stays with you. Tata Tea Jago campaign. It stays with you, and that creates the goodwill, the feeling for the brand. You believe in it. Without creating a sense of belonging, without creating memories, without creating moments, no brand can succeed. I mean, no matter how much technology advances, you still go to the loo with your Times of India in hand. These are habits which form by creating those feelings and emotions.
Absolutely. A lot of youngsters in the room, IP creators also, some of them studying events and maybe future IP creators. What is your advice to them? How should they look at the event space and maybe create that big IP that India needs?
See, first they should forget about creating an event or creating a brand or making money or how much to spend, how to make it big. You give it a heart, you give it a life, you create an experience which either will change lives or will matter to people in some or the other manner. Otherwise, it will not matter. People will not turn up. People did not turn up for Daljit's show because he sings well. Daljit creates through his social media, through his appearances, through his work, a sense of belonging, a sense of saying that small town guy becoming big like me. I mean, that's what creates good event. Technology will, I would say, garnish it. But the soul has to be in the story, in the core of it. The core must have life. In television, we say, we don't create software. We don't create shows. We change lives. The singing talent show, the film awards, the Mr. Punjab or Miss Punjabi shows that we created, we tried to change people's lives. If we can make it better, if we can provide a platform which puts them on a stage which is at par with a global stage, with a national stage, that is when you really make a difference. So we don't create television. We don't create events. We give more than just television. I'll give a classic example. You buy a phone. What does a phone do?
Connects you.
It makes a phone call. But do you buy a phone to make phone call? No. You see, what more will it do for me? Will it click pictures? How good is your camera? What is the speed? How soon I can download apps and do whatever? The basic function is by the way. Same is for television, same is for event. The basic function is by the way. Television, you put on the TV, get entertained, informed, that's about it. But no, what is happening now? AI is moving in. And what is AI doing? Highly personalized content, highly curated, fast, and very, very relevant. I mean, I've got a video, if you can put it up. It will sum up what the future newsrooms will be, what future of television will be.
Okay, can we put up that video? Just wait, that video? Yes.
It's a 30-seconder.
30 seconds, and we're done with this session. Okay.
AI is everywhere, and I think that's a AI person in the video, right? That's what we're
Yes,
going to see.
everything
Right?
is AI.
Right.
Right from script to studio to this is not doing. That's wrong with you.
Right. Can you see that video? All right. I think. Sure.
ਸਤਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ ਜੀ ਮੈਂ ਹਾਂ ਸੋਨੀ ਸਿੰਘ ਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਗੱਲ ਦੱਸਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕੱਲ ਤੜਕੇ 8 ਵਜੇ ਤੋਂ ਤਰਨ ਤਾਰਨ ਵਾਇਰਸ ਦਾ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਡੂੰਘਾ ਸੱਚਾ ਤੇ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਤੇਜ਼ ਕਵਰੇਜ ਪੂਰੀ ਦੁਨੀਆ
There was some other thing playing.
Right.
Just replay it. Just replay it. It's just 30 seconds.
Can you replay it, please?
There was some audio playing in the background. That's not in the video.
Just play it again.
Just press play.
Okay,
So
you can explain it. You can
the
explain
script
it.
is written by AI.
It's AI.
The editing is done by AI.
ਸਤਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ ਜੀ ਮੈਂ ਹਾਂ ਸੋਨੀ ਸਿੰਘ ਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਗੱਲ ਦੱਸਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕੱਲ ਤੜਕੇ 8 ਵਜੇ ਤੋਂ ਤਰਨ ਤਾਰਨ ਬਾਈਪੋਲ ਦਾ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਡੂੰਘਾ ਸੱਚਾ ਤੇ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਤੇਜ਼ ਕਵਰੇਜ ਪੂਰੀ ਦੁਨੀਆ 'ਚ
So this is
All right, okay,
an AI
okay.
anchor. That's okay.
That's it. Okay.
It's an AI anchor. Script written by AI. I just gave a thought to it. Editing done by AI. Music laid by, graphics done by, everything by AI. Now, this was a coverage which was to come at 8 o'clock in the morning. So at 7 o'clock, we thought we should create a promo. Now I have to go to a studio, switch on the lights, get a cameraman, get a script writer, get an anchor, shoot, edit, and then put it up by the time the next day would have arrived. So I just gave it a one line, it created everything, posted it, distributed to entire feed. By the morning, it had reached more than 90,000 people. And the result was, our rival channels doing the coverage got about 3,000, 4,000 views. And because of this AI promo, we got 37,000 concurrent views at the beginning.
Wonderful.
That's what AI does.
The future is AI, definitely. And thanks for sharing
Yes,
your thoughts
but
here.
the key is the heart must be human. AI is a tool.
Yes. The human will
Heart
remain
is human.
the upper hand always. Thank you for this, and thanks for sharing your thoughts. With this, we come to the conclusion of this, and we have something exciting lined up, which I will announce. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thanks. Of course, I'm uploading from here. I think we had a long day already, a lot of content, and we need a break, of course, a coffee break. But this is a break, but not the coffee that you want. It will re-energize you. I want to invite Mr. Chris Straub, founder, Strategic Executive Search Group and Vortex Global. He has a special session for all of us where we will get re-energized. Please pay attention. I'm just handing over the mic to him, and here we go.
Hi, everybody. I'm Chris Traub. I learned that I was going to be speaking today last night at 9 o'clock. I've never delivered a talk like this before, and it's meant to be off of a 60-minute activation, but I only have 30 minutes, and I'm not going to extend your afternoon longer. So I'm going to pack in a lot of information in a short time and ask you to engage in just a few things with me, and what you put into it will be directly associated with what you get out of it. And I'm not going to ask you for a lot. But what I will do is I'm going to share a lot of context. And so this context is from an activation that is called Surfing the Tsunami with the Joy Protocol. Because in the age of AI, the waves are like tsunamis. And when we're in a place like that, actually what we need is joy. So here's a little bit of context for that. I'm going to tell you a bit about my life story, and that's what I call the cartoon view. Why do I say the cartoon view? Because when most people speak with each other, they tell them each other about what you do, but they don't tell each other about who you are and how you roll. And it is harder to create relationship and connection based on the intellectual left brain of what I do. But who we are comes from where we came from and our parents and our homes. So in 3 to 5 minutes, you can actually create a much deeper bond with somebody, and I'll show you about that. So therefore, to begin with, I'm going to give you the end of what we'd like to walk away with, because I'll probably run out of time. So with this activation, I would like you to walk out of here, each and every one of you that is tuned in, to clear your head, open your heart, lose your pain, and find your joy. Who would like to be able to do that? Clear your head, open your heart, lose your pain, and find your joy. And the trick to doing that is through something that came to me about 6 years ago called the Joy Protocol. A protocol is meant to be free. It's meant to be pervasive. And the Joy Protocol came to me on an airplane between Miami and San Diego when I was going to see my 32-year-old daughter. Tomorrow is my 63rd birthday. And lo and behold, in 5 hours on the plane, everything I'd ever been taught, and that's quite a bit, and everything that I've ever taught, and that's quite a bit, all consolidated into one program in 12 steps, just like a 12-step addiction program, but different. And it said, here is how anyone can move from swimming in their shit based in the past to dancing in their joy based in the present in 12 steps. And I'm going to teach you how to do that if you so dare. So within that, now I'm going to give you a little bit of my context. This is not to advertise me, my story's a little colorful, but to share with you the journey that I went through, which taught me why I needed the Joy Protocol to move from swimming in my shit based in the past to dancing in the joy today. So, I have lived a Lion King story because my father was a perfect blend of Mufasa and Scar. How many of you have seen Lion King? The king and the evil uncle, my father was both. He was a Korean War tank hero, trial law entrepreneur, a bit of a caveman, a bit of a wild man, and he was also an adventurer. He loved big weather. He loved big culture. He loved big nature. And I was the youngest of four. I was the favorite of my father and my mother, who was a Canadian psychiatric nurse, empath, orphan, who lost both of her parents as a teenager. And my father was ignored by his dad, who was a restaurateur. And so he kind of felt like an orphan himself. And I lived as the youngest of four, a little bit like an orphan raising myself. Mom became an alcoholic due to a bad relationship with dad. He was a workaholic. So I got some of that from both of them. But that meant that what I learned from him, where he was focused on external validation, being better, stronger, better as a student, making more money, being more accomplished, is that you get love through performance. And if you stop performing, then love goes away. I didn't realize that, but that meant I spent my whole life performing. And as an orphan, I wanted to belong, because I was never the best looking, the best athlete, the best student, the richest, the most popular, but I connected with everybody, which was my defensive response to get along. And I also learned from my mother how to navigate my father, because when she went to Yale School of Psychiatric Nursing, she taught me what she was learning, but I was 10. So that's where I learned to speak cartoon, because she had to translate transactional analysis and Jung and Freud into the mind of a 10-year-old. And so Cartoon View helps people to connect. in a way that is intuitive, that is grounded in their somatic experience and in their reflexive and nervous system layers. So I navigated my father by not speaking fight, flight, or freeze. I spoke adventure and inspiration. And I convinced him to let me take adventures. So when I was 16, I went to the southern Philippines for a year as an exchange student. And I had wild adventures for half of that year. That led me on my first day of college to study Mandarin, and on my second year of college to go to Taiwan in 1983. And that year, I sailed sailboats twice from Taiwan to Hong Kong and once from Hong Kong to the Philippines. And I spent a month walking up the Everest Valley in Nepal, and I met my wife, who grew up in the jungle and was 10 years older, had married and had a kid, and I didn't believe her. And I told her I'd come back, and she didn't believe me. So I returned to finish school with degrees in anthropology and East Asian studies. And I spent 3 months in the Alaskan wilderness. Then I graduated from school, went back to Taiwan, and I began a 37-year career as a global executive recruiter, serving as the F-35 to 5 big executive recruitment firms' aircraft carriers. And within that, my Taj Mahal and my Sistine Chapel was building Taiwan Semiconductor into a $100 billion company, hiring 43 of their leaders, and doing all the work of the founder. And in the midst of all this, I traveled the world and I became the usher at the circus on Mount Olympus. And I realized that when I went to Davos and Forbes and TED and the World Economic Forum on India, where I met a lot of these guys, I found very successful people, heirs, heiresses, founders, investors, were not always happy, despite being validated, despite being wealthy. But they were not necessarily clear in their hearts, and in some cases, they never cleared their stuff with their parents. That led me 15 years ago to start venture building, because I realized I could build boards, teams, partnership, capital, and exit for cool companies that were aligned. And then 8 years ago, I began Vortex, the global leadership transformation and impact community, where we gather healers to guide Olympians to walk the path of joyful servant leadership, because many of them were miserable. And then we had COVID, and now after that, it turns into surfing the tsunami with the Joy Protocol. So that is the context of how I had to go from performing to being. And being results in a state of presence, which will end up in a book that is called The Business of Isness. And isness is what I'd like to address with you here. So within the goal of finding isness, what I'm going to ask you to do is go through a quick activation that is at the core of the Joy Protocol, which helps you to develop self-awareness and forgiveness for all others and yourself. And through that forgiveness, there's the possibility of losing your story. And through losing your story, losing your past. And through losing your past, come into the present in a state of divine presence where you have a chance, an opportunity to discover sacred self, where you are full and complete in acceptance and forgiveness of yourself, in your masculine and your feminine, in your shadow and your light. And if you can do that, you have a shot at sacred union, where you can be in divine union with someone else, uplifting, adapting, inspiring, journeying through life and walking each other home. And once you can do that, you're then in a state of sacred play. Now, at the core of all that is something that is a mantra that we're going to practice. And that mantra is going to be something that can change your life if you do it with me. And if you do it 10 times in the morning and at night in 2 weeks, everything will be different. So here's how we do the Joy Protocol. Everybody who can, please sit up. And I'm going to ask you to do a few things with me. You may feel a little silly. I'm not going to ask you to do it, but it'll make a difference. Here's the 12 steps to the Joy Protocol. Step 1, find your breath. Whenever you're in shit, take a breath. You're angry, you're scared, you're frustrated, you're panicked, breathe. It will bring you present. So, one breath. You ready to do it with me? Hold. Close your eyes. Feel yourself being present, relaxed. Lose the noise, lose the story. When you're ready, exhale. Step 1, find your breath. Step 2, get in your body. When you're feeling like you're wavering, when you're feeling intense, ground yourself. In martial law, martial arts, this is called horse stance, where nobody's going to get you off your balance. Find your breath, find your body. Step 3, here's a big one I'd like to hear from you guys. Find your voice. Please join me with one Om, because in your voice, you can feel seen and heard and expressed, and you can speak your truth. So, take a breath, get in your body, find your voice. Step 4, find your witness. Imagine there's a witness on your left shoulder, the director. You guys are events people. The director of your movie is on your left shoulder, sitting on a throne in cool silk pajamas. This is you of all your karmic past, in perfect union with the world, looking at you on your right shoulder, the main character in your movie. You who are swimming in your shit based in the past. You who are angry and moved and excited and connected and attached and all of that silliness. That's you, the avatar right here in the world, every one of you looking at this. The left shoulder is your witness, the right shoulder is your actor. Breath, body, voice, witness. Here's the big one, forgiveness. Find forgiveness for everyone in yourself, and you shall be released. Please repeat with me, and I'd like to hear as many of you as I can. I'm very serious about this. Okay? Whoever you are, say it. That was pretty lame. Whoever you are, whatever you did, that was then. This is now. Breathe. I forgive you. More. I forgive you. And thereby release you. And thereby release me. Now I'm free and at peace. And I wish that for you. Whoever you are, whatever you did. That was then, this is now. I forgive you, thereby release you, thereby release me. Now I'm free and at peace. And I wish that for you. Whoever I was, this is the tough one, most people don't get it, they run away. Whoever I was, whatever I did, disappoint my parents, my kids, my spouse, my company, all that shit. Whoever I was, whatever I did, that was then. This is now. Big breath. I forgive me and thereby release me. Now I'm free and at peace, and I wish that for all. And all of a sudden, you take chain cutters and you cut the barge filled with your shit from all of the past, what the world owes you and what you owe the world. It's cut and it's floating down the Ganga, all gone. And you have nowhere else to go but here. And so you lose the story and the hooks come out of your heart. And losing the story, you lose the past. And losing the past, you come into the present in a state of divine presence. And you have a shot of moving towards sacred self, where you forgive and accept and love and receive you and all your shadow and your light, your shit and your glory, your darkness and your magnificence, your masculine and your feminine. And you can breathe. And when you do that, you're not trying to complete yourself with your intimate partner, with that money, with that accolade. You're already complete. You never were incomplete. You realize that you can somatically feel it was a little bit of a joke. And then you can be in sacred union, and then you can move to sacred play in a sense of active, not passive gratitude. What is active gratitude? Hand, fingers, thumb, eyes, ears, nose, mouth. I'm not on the street. I'm not being blown up. I'm not in jail. I'm surrounded by the gifts of being 3D, because I'm going to guaranteed to be 2D before I know it. You shouldn't waste a breath of the glory of gratitude for all the gifts of life. And when you're in active gratitude, and you can be in active compassion, you can't get angry. You feel their pain. And when you can't be in anger and you're in gratitude and compassion, all that's left is presence, isness. Now, what does that have to do with business? Because we are in a tsunami of transformation in the age of AI, and things are getting big, and things are getting fast, and things are getting wild, and our response to that is to breathe, get spacious, get grounded, somatically lose the flight and fight response of the nervous system. Open and flow AI cannot connect with humans. AI cannot create presence. AI cannot inspire. So we're now architecting the future of talent, the future of organizations, the future of isness, here and now, and our generation has the burden and the opportunity to lead the way through being the light. And when you be the light, then everyone around can't help but to wake up. No matter what your spiritual, religious, philosophical orientation is, be the light, be the joy, be the isness. One last breath, everybody. Big one, and hold it in. Ready? Hold it. Close your eyes. Think of your gifts. Think of your loved ones. Think of your health. Think of how wow it is to be alive and here right now. Thank you very much. What's that? Are there any questions? I thought I was going to get booted off the stage. Tell me. what eases your mind more, thinking or breathing? And it's all about moving into the state where whether you're thinking or not, you're breathing, you're relaxed, you're present. Because when we breathe, we're breathing our story. And our story is based on our identity and the unconditioned beliefs that we get from our parents. And we're all the inheritors of two sets of unhealed wounds from mom and dad, who get the unhealed wounds from their parents and from society. And that's a lot. So how do we remember that the mind is about logic, but the soul is about integrity and spirit? Practicing releasing the things that trigger us by practicing forgiveness of ourselves and others, by practicing compassion for ourselves and others, and by remembering what a gift it is to be here now. And there's nothing that can't get fixed by taking a big breath and being grateful, if that makes sense. Thank you very much, everybody. Okay. And I'm going to have to turn it over to someone now, and then we got to go. If anybody wants to reach me, I think that there you go. So here, for those of you who need to know, since clearly that's not going to help you find me, CTRAUB, CTROB at SESASIA.com, CTROB at SESAsia.com. And if you want to find me on WhatsApp, it's Taiwan plus 886-936-906000. Okay, everybody? Have a beautiful day.
Well, that was quite a session indeed. Can we have a round of applause for our venerated speaker here today? Moving forward to one of the most amazing panels that would be coming live here on the stage. Panel Live Events and Economics. Topic: How live events are fueling tourism, jobs, and city economics. Events today are economic engines, and this panel brings together leaders who understand the impact deeply. And to take this wonderful panel forward, we will be calling upon our venerated panelists on the stage now, and I would request our wonderful audience to welcome them with a huge round of applause. Starting with Mr. Rachit Uppal, Business Head, BAE ABP Network. Let's welcome Sir with a huge round of applause, please. Followed by Shaju Ignatius, Chief Evangelist, Live Events, Lakshya Media Group. Welcome, sir. A delight to have you here. And of course, the moderator for the session who's going to take the lead and put both of these wonderful gentlemen on the hot seat now. We have with us Mr. Ruhail Amin, Senior Editor, BW Business World and Exchange for Media Group. Can we have a round of applause for our dignitaries on the dais, please? Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Finally, it happens. And, we had a similar conversation, Rajiv ji took stage and he spoke about the concert economy and how Delhi has taken
He went live completely.
Live, and we're live here, exactly. And I have two important people on stage. They are in the big names in the live industry, the biggest shows they do, and Rajat has just taken over the helm of ABP, and they have big plans for the live industry. So let's make sense of it quickly. Shaju, starting with you, that has India really arrived as far as the live concert economy is concerned? And suddenly over the last 2-3 years, there has been a boom in that. So what has led to it, and where are we standing in this?
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. So first of all, I think let me just, if you may, Royal, break it down because there are few friends from the industry who've been there a couple of decades and more when I just started. And there are a lot of faces who I think are probably looking at this business. So in the event management, or rather if I may say, when I started 3 decades back and a couple of my colleagues are here, when we started 95, 96, we were known as party organizers. There was no concept of event management, forget experiential marketing. But we did 3 big concerts, and I'll tell you about that. Subsequently, we came to be known as a so-called industry coming through. But even now, when people say events, there's a misconception about events in terms of what events do you do. So there's a servicing business where you do for a management fee. And then there is the live events where you're going out there as risk takers, which is public events. So I want some from the audience to understand the differentiator what we're going to talk about. In servicing events, you're very clear. You're creating something for somebody and for which you're taking a fee. So it's risk-free. But in the live business, we are what we call the brave hearts, right? We go out there in the hope that tickets will sell, sponsors will come. So it's a risk-taking business of our experiential or live business as live events. So I think I wanted to park that there so that those who are looking at this business or those who are already in the business of servicing but want to get into live events, it's like getting into a stock market, right? You don't know, you're investing, hoping that you will make money in that sense. To your question, Ruhail, when I joined Viscraft then, my first event was a Deep Purple concert, of course, apart from corporate events. And that led us to do one of the most iconic concerts this world has ever seen, the Michael Jackson concert. Then in 96, Michael Jackson concert, and now, I don't think there's any artist in the world who can beat him till date. We didn't sell tickets. It was a huge loss. But what it did was it opened up the business for all of us, me included. From being asked at home, what are you doing? What kind of, because I used to come home late night, what kind of black market business you're in? Because you're making money, but what are you doing? To being known as, oh, the guys who did Michael Jackson and therefore events. It opened up the industry for us. And then the lull happened of, as in the tickets never sold, right? It was always a sponsor-led thing. Post-COVID, we saw that phenomenon happening in India probably about it was driven by the Gen Z. It is driven by the younger audience, I would give credit to that, who came in with the agenda that we will buy tickets. So the buying agenda has now started in India for the last 2-3 years. And given that, even millennials or the Gen X or Y where we come from are good to buy tickets, experiences. I learned of lingo like YOLO and FOMO and all that, right? I don't know how many of you know what YOLO means. At least younger audience, you all know, you only live once, so go out there and experience. So experience has become the new currency, we all know. And I think that has been the surge reason of what's happening in the live business today.
I think you're right. I think event people were seen as logistics guys, not more than that. And now they have identity of sorts respected. Now they can go home and explain what they're doing. Rajat, you just moved to a new network and it promises big on live event and economy. What really is the core of this belief? And what all is planned at ABP under this live concert thing?
Good afternoon, everyone. So thank you, Ruhail, for having me over here. It started about a year back, another media house for which I set up a business, right? We launched a tour which was called the Millionaire Tour. It was Stage Aaj Tak. It became very big. And we've at ABP just ventured into a venture called Bay before anyone else. Essentially, we are in the business of curating experiences. We don't curate events, we curate experiences. It's an experience vertical, first vertical, in the sense we want consumers to experience the events in entirety. It's not about just what's happening on stage. It's about an entire experience. We've just announced our first 10-city tour. It's a Sunidhi Chauhan I'm Home India tour. We start with Mumbai on the 24th of December, and we go across the country and end it in March with Kolkata. We've got other 3-4 tours lined up, which are not yet announced, so that's the reason I'm not declaring. But yes, we want to curate experiences for, like Shaju mentioned, it's not only the Gen Zs who are spending now. If you have a right product for the audience, whether it's a Gen A, Gen Z, or a millennial, they will buy. So, as we go along at ABP, we believe that the consumer events vertical is here to stay. It will grow. And I think India's just started. It's getting organized and we have a long way to go. And courtesy some of the big players in the market, big artists have come to India. The scalability of Indian artists is up there. I mean, some of the Indian artists can outsell some of the international artists. So yeah, I mean, as a media house, we know we have the strength to reach each and every corner of the country. We will use that to scale up our events business.
Wonderful. Shaju, do you have, we have heard about concerts and big tickets and all of that, but how has it translated into numbers, the economics of it? Do you have any example you can share that the city got this tourism boost and they earned this much? Do you really follow such, what happens to the things after the concert is done?
So yeah, absolutely. Again, a lot of players now enter the market or are entering the market because our Honorable PM said concert economy is the next big thing, right? So for every one successful or two successful project, there are 50 more people who jump in. Paisa hai, dal denge, right? A lot of analytics goes into it, and I'm sure, Rajat, even you follow it, and so do structured promoters do, right? What's the right pricing? The manifest is so important. Working with our ticketing partners, looking at which city and what pricing, which artist in which city. Like, if I may say, an A.R. Rahman doesn't sell in every city, even though he's probably one of the best artists India's ever had, for that matter, right? Or a Karan Aujla will not sell in every city. A Diljit might cross over to most. So it's very important to do that backtrack. I just wanted to share some data, and we spoke about the entertainment or the live events industry numbers, right, this morning. I would like to read this out. Like the Taylor Swift Eras Tour, right, which most of us heard of, which was probably the currency of most countries. The Taylor Swift Eras Tour 23-24 generated 5.7 billion in tourism-driven economic growth. Now take that, right? Beyonce's The Renaissance Tour generated $4.5 billion. So when these artists go out there, it's not just for the promoter, it's not just for the artist. They are churning this out for the city or the country as well. In fact, Taylor Swift was tied in by Singapore, where there was a blackout for any other country in this state, in this continent. So nobody else could do Taylor Swift because Singapore exclusively took her on. So things are changed. Sorry. And in India as well, now if you see, states are actually competing. We all knew about Shillong used to draw in a lot of international artists. Now guess what? Assam with Guwahati is now pitching for artists, and they've done a tie-up with Book My Show. So a Post Malone concert is happening in Guwahati. The Maharashtra government, the Gujarat government is looking for promoters to come in and talk and do business with them. What Rajiv, my friend, said earlier, right? The Delhi tourism minister has openly said, come and meet us, talk to us, we're happy to partner with you, or not just giving you what you call barters or locations or whatever, but also give you funding. So I think now it's important for promoters to look out for that. And this is not just restricted to metros and tier 1. The tier 2, tier 3 markets are absolutely open to look out for these events as well.
Rajat, how do you, this is a cluttered market out there. Every player is getting into a slice of this, the new shining object. How are you planning to stay differentiated with your, concerts, with the tour that you're planning?
So like I mentioned, it's not about just the artist. Obviously popular artists sell. It's also about how you present them. So, when me and my team, we sit together and we plan a tour or a concert, it's not about presenting the artists in the way they've been showcased in the past. So it's all about curation, it's all about experience, what you put it in. There's a leg of pre-event buzz. A lot of us don't actually look at that. A tour getting dropped actually gets activated on social media, say an Instagram, maybe 2 months before it. So where what we see as organic reels coming in about an artist are not really organic. It's all part of a plan which has been seeded by the promoter, the artist, and the stakeholders much in advance. So, giving the right product and then obviously creating that desire that, somebody wants to attend is something what we bring to the table. We're core marketeers as a background, right? We're bridging the gap between eventing and marketing and building a good experience from the initial communication to final delivery.
See, we see the front end of the concert. We see the, dazzling lights. We see the great artist and everything else. But behind it is a lot of chaos. And of course, I think I was reading that we still have limited infra as far as, holding large concerts is concerned. What are the bigger bottlenecks that you see, you think should be addressed to make this event economy, the concert economy, even larger?
See, this has been spoken in many panels before. Infrastructure in India was and is still a bane, right? To get the right amount of experience for the consumer, like he says. See, we always believe in fan first. The fandom is true for us in our business. It's not about what I want to do. Hey, I might like XYZ, but look at what the artist connects with his fans. And today's business of live events actually, and I may admit it, is run on social media. I don't need to do print and hoardings beyond a
You
point.
can actually sell out a show on Instagram. Huh? That's the power of
Business
social
of
now.
live is actually virtual. Okay.
Truly that. I mean, as much as it's a bane for us, social media is a boon. I'll give you again a classic example if I come to your next question. I don't know how many of us from our generation know of a band called Cigarettes After Sex. Oh, you know? Okay. And the younger generation?
You should have said Cass, huh?
I said that by purpose, okay? Now imagine I get a offer that, dude, you don't do cigarettes after sex. I said, what is that? Right? Knowing that I'm in the business. Then I realized it's a huge band, have a great following. Then I heard that one song, I know this track for sure. I checked that with my daughter, and I'm giving my age out now. My 17-year-old daughter says, Pops, you're doing CAS. I said, yeah. Pops, do it. My friends will buy tickets. So I said, say that again. She said, my friends will buy tickets. What I heard is she didn't say my friends want tickets or passes. We did the dipstick, we analyzed it. We did a 3-city tour in collaboration with Book My Show. Luckily, Book My Show is doing Coldplay. So they said, Shah, do you want to do it? I said, yes, we'll do it. Do you want to do a JV? I said, no, I'm taking it 100%. I took the risk because I knew 6,000-7,000 tickets could sell off cash in Bombay, Delhi, Bangalore. Guess what, Ruhail? We sold 25,000 tickets in 12 days. And like he said, it was only through social media. We didn't do any marketing. And this we announced in the July, August for a show in January. So that's the power of fandom. Like those hands which went up, I saw one of them, right? That's the passion of an artist with his fan or her fan.
Yeah, so adding to this, like for our current tour, we've not even done any ATL or mainline marketing. It's all been social and, organic through social media and some plugged whatever. We're like, some 40% inventory already sold. And the mainline campaign is yet to come in. So the power of social, right product, desire created on Instagram works for this medium. Currently, I mean, it might change in 4 years.
We got to live by the day and by the moment, right? And the good thing is, when you said, what do we need? We need more infrastructure, definitely more funds. It's great to have media companies come in, like Lakshya Media Group is backing my plan, and ABP Group, Aaj Tak. I mean, today we know of the two most wealthiest gentlemen of our country, right? Mr. A and Mr. A. Right? Mr. A and Mr. A are now wanting to be in the entertainment business, right? I mean, we know that about. And I keep saying this, if with all due respect, a Shah Rukh Khan walks out of an airport, he will get mobbed, but Mr. A might not get mobbed. So therefore, everybody in the business wants to be associated with something, with the live or the entertainment business. How correctly we do it as promoters is what is the need of the hour.
In fact, all brands are wanting to invest on live. There's been a shift from traditional ATL allocation to a lot of live integration. So when we reach out to brands now, the brands are looking at not just plain logo. Logo is a hygiene for them. They're looking at integration with the show, with the concept, with the artist. So yeah, I mean, live is kicking. It's nice.
It gives brands more kind of area to cover, more things to do. Which brings me to my final question. What is lined up now for the concert, Indian concerts? What is lined up at Lakshya? What is lined up at ABP? You told me, but a little bit more in terms of even trends. What do we see happening in this space?
So in panels like this, I kind of prefer to talk generic because I'd like to talk to the audience because, we could sit outside and talk about it, right? I always would like to engage with the audience who's there, members and friends who are there to see what are they looking for. And I do understand that music has always been there, whether it's Indian artists or international artists. I think stand-up is doing a big comeback. I mean, look at Zakir Khan selling out both globally and in India. Zakir is doing 3 or 4 shows back to back in each city, whether it's global or India. There is Max Amini coming in. The other stand-up comedy is doing great. Theatre is going to come up big time. In fact, I was fortunate to do a couple of theatre shows 10 years back, and that time we were not ready. I'm building up, looking up 2 more international theatre groups coming in. NMAC has given a great infrastructure in Bombay, where you've seen Sound of Music, Phantom of the Opera, the biggest in the world. Innovative entertainment, again, something which I did many years back, and if I may share this with you friends from the industry, I'd done an ice show 14 years back in a place called Ambi Valley. Now, what do you mean by that? Performers on ice. Never heard or done before. It took my mother and grandmother away to set that up, right? Because you're hoping that the ice doesn't turn to water. But that was ice on stage, and the audience was seated. Last year, October, we got a call from a client who says, I have this show coming from Moscow, and they want to do the show in Ahmedabad only. I said, why Ahmedabad? Do Bombay or Delhi? No, no. So it was a strategic alliance. And you know why? Indo-Russia Bye-Bye agenda. So this was one of the biggest ice shows from Russia called Nauka, who wanted to do 5 shows over 3 days. Now, this was not a normal ice, it was an ice rink show, which means 100 feet by 100 feet with the audience seated on tier. Now, that was a challenge, right? I mean, you put a music act on stage and he'll perform. But to keep that ice staying on for 4 days non-stop took a lot of generator power, took a lot of money. Don't know about the income back in, but the client was ready to spend. What that did was that brought in an interest into new forms of entertainment. And I'm sure in the next 1, 2, 4 years, music will be there, but these new forms of entertainment and engagement will be the way forward as well. So what we saw in the West, where today Broadway and West End are big go-to agendas, right? I'm hoping that this will happen in Bombay, Delhi, and other cities in our country.
Yeah, so I mean, like Shaju mentioned, music is here to stay. But something like we're very excited to curate stuff which is amalgamating culture and entertainment together, because I think there's a lot of potential where you pick things up from your roots, present them in a very modern way. There's an audience with deep pockets to buy tickets for those. And one thing in our previous discussion which I wanted to highlight was we talk about concert economy, entertainment economy. There's a multiplier effect, right? That's almost like 3x to 4x. What currently is missing, which I think is going to happen very soon, is basically convergence. So say, for example, Shaju, or you are traveling to Mumbai for a show. Currently, you're buying your ticket either on a Book My Show district or a skill box. You're buying your tickets on MMT. You're booking your hotel on MMT. You're doing various convergence of all of that together on a single window, when the value is correct and a consumer has an option of buying it at one window, that's where the real economy will get the boost, because everything gets booked much in advance. So the promoter has the money much in advance, the ticket airlines have the money much in advance, and that gets reinvested back in the economy.
Absolutely. I think it's the ripple effect and it's the circular economy that really kicks in. You want to add something?
Yeah, huge. In fact, if you look at statistics, I mean, from a promoter's angle or an artist's angle, if you are at 1, the other ripple effect is almost 5x, if not more. I mean, apart from hospitality, even the business around it, right? I mean, you go to concerts, you see small traders setting up cigarette shops, water, snacks. Look at the little bit things which happen, yeah, cabs, all that put together. In fact, I think now even governments are up to, let's run the metro till late. Let's set up some more services for the thing. So I think it's a great time for those dialogue, and I'm so glad that the government machinery, even bureaucracy is open to this.
They're being very supportive to this, and thanks. I mean, thanks for sharing your thoughts. I wish we had more time, but really appreciate your time and patience for waiting. It was supposed to be in the afternoon, but thanks for this.
We need a lot of patience in our business, so we have no choice.
Loaded with it. So let's have a round of applause for them.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you so much.
All right, okay. We have the next wedding panel.
चोरी चोरी किया रे दिल ये दिल लिया रे जागे सोई रहूं उसकी यादों में उसके ख्वाबों में छुए जिया रे
Wow, what an amazing panel was that. Everybody, can we please have a round of applause for the panelists? Come on, let's cheer along a bit. My humble apologies. Am I audible to all the lovely people in the audience now? All right then. So, well, as we are moving forward to our next panel here, I would want you all to feel energized and pumped up because this panel is going to be quite interesting indeed. We are inviting the stalwarts of the event industry to commence forward as panelists for this particular panel discussion. So मैं चाहूँगी जो तालियां हैं अच्छे से बजनी चाहिए. I need to feel the vibe and energy in the room, okay? All right then. Well, the panel is about the wedding industry and we all know the wedding season is going on. Yeah, it is live. The topic is Beyond the Big Fat Wedding, the New Rules of India's Wedding Market. A market shaped by emotion, aspiration, and cultural evolution. Let's hear from the creators shaping it. So without further ado, let me call upon our venerated panelists on board with us here today. Let's welcome them, starting with Mr. Mohammed, Director, EMSA Group. Let's welcome sir with a huge round of applause, please. A hearty welcome to Mr. Mohammed here. Thank you so much for your humble presence. Kindly take a seat. Moving forward, I would request the humble presence of Manvi Gandotra, founder 1+1 Studio. Let's welcome the lady as well with a huge round of applause, please. A hearty welcome to you, ma'am. Thank you for coming in here today. Moving forward, I would now request the humble presence of Tejwan Singh Lamba, founder One Viva. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं इनके लिए भी. Come on. Let's cheer along. Thank you very much. Next, I would request the humble presence of Lalit Jain, founder Luxurious, on the stage right now. Let's welcome sir as well with a huge round of applause, please. Next, I would request the humble presence of another one of our dignitaries here, Ms. Kanika Sethi, Events and Weddings Managing Director and CEO. A hearty welcome to the wonderful lady here as well. And now, last but not the least, the moderator for the session, who is going to diligently take the panel forward. Let me call upon Ojasvita Trivedi, Editorial Lead, BW Business World. So we have the stalwarts of the wedding industry here. The season has just started. So if you have any Q&As post the panel, do ask them. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our session, Beyond the Big Fat Wedding, the New Rules of India's Wedding Market. Today, we've unpacked what's really changing, how couples budget, what they expect, and how they plan their big days in the market. So let's straight dive into the questions. My first question is to Manvi. How have wedding budgets shifted in the last 3 to 5 years? And are we seeing redistribution rather than reduction?
I think you're right. Wedding budgets have shifted, but I would not say that they've become less or more. I think they've become sharper. I think it's more intentional now. I think earlier it was a lot about, I think we're moving from accumulation to curation, and the experiential is the way forward. So I think the budgets are being put at the right place to get the right feeling in the vibe.
Right, okay. And are couples becoming more ROI driven about their wedding spend? What does value mean to modern Indian family? This is a question for you, Kanika.
Hi, everyone. I think value translates into three things. And yes, it is a lot about value. Like Manvi said, that it has become a lot more intentional spending too. So value first comes from listening to your client, as opposed to being very headstrong about this is how it's done or there are many options, pick from here. So I think it's first about their story, the curation. Second is about the experience that comes out of that. And then after that, I don't think, of course, money plays a big part, but money plays a lesser part than experience when the third thing comes into play, which is educating your client about it. So I'll give you an example that we have a wedding coming up, and our client couldn't understand why the budgets for lighting was so high and the tech was so high. And he couldn't understand that what is the difference between what we're going to set up with the decor and then intelligent lighting, and couldn't understand the role of a light designer. So I think what we had to take him back to, he's the father of the bride, so wallet is always his concern. We had to sort of take him back to the story that was the vision, the dream that was portrayed to us by the bride herself, who is an Instagram bride like all the others today. So she obviously had a vision, and we had to educate him that this is what she wants, these are the reference videos, this is a difference between what you are envisioning as lighting and what smart lighting and enhancement of that experience is going to be, to evoke the feeling, which is going to give a large amount of value to the bride and groom, to both the families. So I think the value engineering is very, very important. To be able to tell your client that, you know what, spend money here, don't spend money there. And then how you tie that up into the story and bring alive a very immersive experience. Like Ruchin said, that arrivals are not just arrivals where you come, you go to a desk, you check in and you go. No, arrival is a spectacle. Arrival is an experience, right? So we've done Oscar theme arrivals. We've completely customized that to a client. You know, we've created beautiful art galleries where while people are checking in, there's, you know, they have something to do. We have F&B integrated with it. So that's the welcome, right? That you were made to feel special. And then whatever you have to do, training and development and a lot of careful planning. So I think value is what clients pay for. And then once you give them that very customized experience, I think money plays a smaller part in that.
Right, I agree. Building on that thought, this is a question for you, Mohammed. Have couples taken more control of their wedding decisions, reducing the roles of parents in planning?
Absolutely, nowadays couples are taking the leads of most of the decisions rather than parents controlling them. And it's becoming very easy for us to understand what basically the bride and groom are looking for exactly, as they are the decision makers nowadays. It becomes more easier for us.
So it's parents controlling the budget and children controlling the parents.
But I also think it is still different from community to community and families to families. But yes, a lot of the decisions are driven by the kids who are getting married. So for sure.
That is true. So to extend that idea a little, how have expectations changed in terms of personalization, aesthetics, guest experience, and rituals? How, yes.
If I am to say, nowadays weddings are not just targeted to the 200 guests who are there. It's out to the world because of social media. So everything, every step which you plan, whether it is that arrival experience, what we were talking about, or the decor, or the food, everything has to be Instagrammable. And as rightly said, the parents control the budget and the couple is controlling the parents. We have a nickname in our office for the parents, particularly the father, we call him the banker. So that is how it is. Things have changed over the last 20 years. The father used to have major inputs. Now the father's inputs are basically the money, the hotel, the liquor, and partly food. Everything else is either the couple or the mom-in-law or the mother along with them. So if we have to change, what has changed? Post-COVID, things have gone more experiential, personalized. Everything needs to be personalized. We are recently doing something called Signature Journeys from 30th December to 2nd of Jan in Goa, 3-day New Year partying. And believe me, all the detailing is courtesy our wedding planning. We are even customizing the hamper in each room. When you book that package, you'll get a call asking, ma'am, आपकी allergies क्या है? आप vegan है क्या? आपको क्या खाना पसंद है? And you'll find that in your room. And that is the next step in wedding. Just now a wedding happened in Goa. 24 hours the bars were operational for 3 days. And 3 different bars, one for the kids, one for the jamais and the taus and fumfas whom you don't want around you, theek hai? And one for the balanced family. So this is the next step. Budgets, as she rightly said, has got sharpened. You might not want to spend more on the decor anymore, but you might want to spend on the experience. Okay? So it's very different than pre-COVID, post-COVID. Everything has gone, I would not say minimalistic with the guest you are inviting, but budgets have expanded to give better experiences. And everything, for me, experiential is now more customized and personalized than just creating maybe light and sound show or a drone show. I don't count that as experience anymore.
Right. So my next question is to you. So how have expectations changed? I'm focusing on the same point, but when you see it from a Gen Z perspective, how do you think couples that weren't present even 5 years ago are now planning to take their weddings forward, looking at Instagram posts, and how do you think it's influencing their thought process about how big they want their weddings to be?
With this question, Kanika and him have already answered mostly,
Right.
because kids want an experience, an emotional, and an Instagrammable wedding. So whatever youngsters I meet are less and less concerned about what food they will eat and what decor they want. They are more excited about what all Instagram moments one will create or experience or touch points. They want more touch points. They want more zones. The 72-hour bar concept is happening more and more often now. The hookah lounges are happening more and more now. So people want technology and experience and emotions to, converge into one place. So they don't want a huge pandal. They are happy in their destination weddings. They want smaller setups, I presume. I don't do many weddings myself. I should have been on the previous discussion panel, but I've been there, done it a lot in my life. But I feel a lot of youngsters that I meet, including my daughter and her friends, who in the next 2-3 years should all of them be getting married. So they want more experiences and they want smaller events. They don't want 1,000 people event. They said try and spend that 1,000 people money into 4 events of 100, 200, 300, 400. So they said, Daddy, you do one event of yours maybe, or Uncle, you do one event of yours, and we want a 50 people party in Bali, and we want 100 people event in a nightclub in Delhi, and maybe a 200 people on a... So I think the number of events in the next decade will grow and the numbers will shrink. The budgets may increase, budgets will not go down. But I see that 3-day and 4-day weddings will sooner be the norm and not a buyout, but a 100-room wedding in a 200-room hotel for 4 days instead of a 200-room wedding for 2 days. So my thoughts are that in future we'll have more functions spread. It'll become a carnival. कि लांबा जी की बेटी की शादी है 7 दिन त्योहार चल रहा है. Those kinds.
Keeping that
So
thought.
that will be the kick.
Yeah.
नहीं
Keeping
आया
that-
तो बात तो है अग्री लामा जी की बेटी की शादी 7 दिन तक चलेगी और कुछ अलग ही होगा.
Keeping that thought, I feel like for many families, weddings aren't just a celebration, it's also a statement piece. So keeping that in mind, do you also think it shows a sense of social hierarchy and social status to mention in the society how well your family is doing when it comes to a grand event like a wedding? It's open to whoever.
We can all take it one by one. So to me, this is very subjective. In certain cities, in certain pockets of the country, flamboyance takes over experiences. In certain parts of the country, name calling, status, as you said, status symbol is very important. And certain communities, these two things don't work, only traditions work. So being such a diverse country like India, in different pockets, different parts take more important. Like in Delhi, I feel throwing names and फलाने की शादी में शाहरुख खान आया और उसकी शादी में ये आया और नेताजी ने ये क्यों नहीं किया और उसने वो क्यों नहीं किया is more important in Delhi. And I think South weddings, when you see, they are more interpersonal, they are lavish, they are grand. Not to say that they are not as in North, but they are more custom driven. Punjab is all about booze and relatives coming from all over the world. They don't care, they are dancing in a pind or in a gurdwara or wherever. So different parts of the country, different tastes and different statements.
Right. Coming back.
I'll just add to that. I think we are the Purana Chawals of the industry, started 25 years back. That entire generation from the Gutka and the builders, where all the Shahrukhs and everybody came. I did, like, Umrao used to be second home for me for a few years, with the entire winter being spent over there coordinating all the top celebrities. But the difference between what I call the old money, I have been groomed by the Calcutta old money family, Goenkas, Saravgis, where it was class. Then came that brass thing, where it was very loud. But what change is happening with the newer generation? They do not want the Shahrukhs and the Ranveers. They want good entertainment, enjoyment, experience. They are willing to spend. If somebody has the money and can afford a Diljit Dosanjh, they would spend money on a Diljit Dosanjh instead of a lineup of a Shahrukh, Salman and Akshay. That difference has come into being.
So
That's one question you said about somebody questioning you on lights budget. So the parent will book a Diljit Dosanjh, but the children will not now question you. They'll want better lighting, better fancy, more moving heads, more intelligent lights.
Absolutely, and that's why it's about educating the father, because for him it's a deco, his guests are coming and doing all of that. I think to answer your question, it's very community based, and also it's dynamics of a family. For some, it doesn't have to do with status or any of that. For some, it's pure convenience, right? If you have a client who's based out of the country, then we are their extended arms, legs, eyes, hearts. We are their family. So I think it's a lot to do, because gone are those days when the relatives got involved, right? The relatives also want to get ready, they want to come and party. So I think a lot has to do with understanding now what we bring to the table as sutradhars of the entire wedding. So I think it's multiple layers, and it really is different for different communities. And of course, our Gutka friends do award nights, which is great, which is where you see, but the others are more about their story. So both work for us.
That's great. So let's deepen the angle with a connected question. Is the era of 12-month planning gone? Are couples now planning faster but demanding more?
I think so. I think, but it also depends. Like, there are couples who are not in India, or, so the planning starts when you book the venue, you've decided where the wedding is. So if that is done, people are very, very particular about what are the service providers they want to use. They want a certain makeup artist, they want the exactly same, the team for photography or filmmaking, the planners, the designers. So I think that once they lock in a venue, they want to get that done. But at the same time, I think with the invent of Pinterest and AI, everyone's very clear on what they want, and hence the timelines are kind of shrinking, because it just doesn't take too much of time for them to come, and they're very clear. There's a sense of clarity that the couples and the families are now coming with. And for us as filmmakers and photographers, we're very clear on what their vibe is, what they're looking for, and hence the timelines have shrunk. But there are people who kind of like are very particular, and if they've planned their wedding a year in advance, they lock in their service providers.
Again, two types of people. I am planning a February 2027 wedding now. We are locking the venue within this month. Now, that is one type, it's an old Calcutta family. They love to do things in style. They love to go to detailing. Then we have a discussion on a wedding which is supposed to happen in December now, and it's already there. I got a call day before. And the guy and the girl on the call were telling me, Lalit ji, ab to kya chinta hai? AI aa gaya na? मूड बोर्ड एआई से निकाल लीजिए, हमको जो पसंद है हम बता देते हैं, हम कुछ रेलिवेंट फोटोग्राफ बोल देते हैं. सो आई सेड I am learning wedding planning from you now, the modern age wedding planning. But yes, every type is there. There are some kids who just want party. They will tell the mother, father, यार आप 25 साल से हम मिले नहीं, आप उनको क्यों बुला रहे हैं? So that is a conflict of interest which is happening. The parents want to call their close friends and families whom they have not met but had a childhood. The kids are saying, as Tej rightly said, give us a 50 people party at Bali and then you do whatever you want. We are happy to live along with your relatives and friends. And they use his words, आपके relatives और आपके दोस्तों के साथ हम एक दिन बिता देंगे.
Which to me is a perfect generational marriage. आप अपने गेस्ट के साथ खुश, हम अपने गेस्ट के साथ खुश और शादी पे सबको इकट्ठा कर दें.
It's really interesting how all of you have mentioned Pinterest, mood boards, and AI, as you mentioned.
We don't mention them, the clients mention them. We are creative people, so we can skip this question. At the same time, 12 minutes are left, I don't want to listen to the hooter.
But don't you think the workflow between the couples and the planners becomes more convenient having AI and mood boards in this?
See, like there are families who want to copy from Pinterest and etc. There are agencies who want to do that job. So I'm sure most of people here are not the kind who will go and deliver on Pinterest, etc. So I said we can skip that question.
All right.
That can happen at a Chacha Chaudhary summit.
Okay.
Just add to that. Recently, I had an experience last year, Jamshedpur. I, by choice, do not take up family-based wedding, so we gave it to a Jamshedpur wedding planner. Committed a lot, had a picture of his receiving an award at Wedding Sutra. 2 days before the marriage, I had to fly in team of mine. It was, his team was like headless chicken, taken up people from everywhere. Everything was taken up from Pinterest and Instagram and created beautiful mood boards, everything. Execution was zilch. I could not change into a kurta pajama for one single event for 3 days because I had to take over everything along with 2 people from my team. So as good as AI and as good as everything technology comes, nothing takes away from the work you need to put in into the detailing of a wedding, putting your heart and soul into it. And I tell everybody and any new event manager or wedding planner, you have no right to play around with all the aspirations of a mother who has built up over last 20 years of how her daughter is supposed to get married. Please don't take it up if you can't deliver.
But there is a business opportunity which we could suggest to a lot of tent walas. We should launch a Make in India pin tent community where all the decorators could put what they have on their pin tent community. And then the smaller families could buy that.
Great idea.
That's great. So, keeping all this in mind, are couples requesting transparency when it comes to pricing and vendors, selections, even before the event takes place?
I think couples are really asking for transparency in the sense that because there's so much clarity that they come with, they want to know where they're spending their budgets. Budgets are not shrinking, probably they're becoming bigger, but they want to put it at the right place, and hence transparency also builds trust with everyone. So when they know that, the planner will bring in, these are the things you have, these are the options you have, they want to really put their money in where it matters. And for that, they really wish to know the pricing and all of that so that that experience is more enhanced. And I also feel that when it comes to the spends, if you don't remember where you spent, it doesn't matter, right? So I think that's the kind of questions the kids are raising, and doing the photography and filmmaking for weddings. We have seen a tremendous increase in the budgets simply because now that matters to them, which probably 20 years back was some photo wala, video wala will just do their job and go. And now they really want to create films that are timeless. They want to invest in pictures that matter, not because my photographer asked me to do this, haath yahan rakho, wahan dekho pose, right? So I think it's very important now for the couples, and they're having this discussion that if you don't want to pay this much to this, where are we putting this money? Where can we save that money? So from that point of view, I think transparency is playing a very important role.
Definitely. That's wonderful.
I think also the access the brides and grooms have to all of us sitting here, whether you're in the performing arts or, whether you're decorators, planners. So a lot of times they do their research and come. So it's very, very important from a trust perspective that, you plant this question and answers to them very intelligently, because most likely than not, they have spoken to ex-DJ, makeup artist, life revolves around a makeup artist. So we always say in our company that we're in the wrong profession because, yeah, my brides change dates because makeup artists are not available. I had a bride who changed her date 17 times because the Pandit wanted to leave his job. He didn't want to be Pandit anymore. But the fact is that there is a lot of access, direct access to partners, vendors, purely because of the digital space. So in that, not only do they demand, I think it should be a given to give that, and then you plan your, your financial strategy smartly according to that. So, yeah.
So we are moving towards a fee-driven economy than a commission-driven economy. So today, all the respected big or better players in the market are very honest as far as transparency is concerned, that they want a 25 lakh rupee or a 15 lakh rupee or a 5 lakh rupee or a 50 lakh rupee fee, and they throw the challenge or the honest back onto the client. कि जाओ जहाँ जाके check करना है कर लो. We are not making any commission. You want to book the hotel directly? Most welcome. So people now are respecting their jobs more. As the market is improving, so are the thought lines of the organized players. The disorganized ones may keep up working whichever way.
I'll just add, as rightly said, few years back we shifted to a fee-based economy, and we even get the hotel commission which is supposed to be paid to us back to the client. The client ends up spending anywhere, saving anywhere between 15 to 20 lakh rupees because the hotel gives that much of commission. And as far as vendors and thing, it is both a bane and good that they get involved. But a lot of times they connect with vendors who cannot deliver, but are giving a very small amount quote to them. I have walked out of a wedding because the selection of vendors was such which I knew they could not deliver. I told them very frankly, my reputation is also online. You have come to me from a reference, you have seen my ability, but I am as good as my vendors. And if the vendors are not good, my delivery will not be good.
Mohammed, you wanted to add
Also,
something?
as ma'am said, that value. Nowadays, couples are choosing quality over quantity. They don't want the quantity. They want to minimalize and give the best experience possible.
Right.
I don't know how many of y'all know Mohammed. He's Abdullah's younger brother, Amsa, Goa, one of the finest vendors in Goa. So he would have been actually a good person to answer on this.
Would you like to add more to it? Okay. All right. Is this small but meaningful wedding trend genuinely is it becoming old, or does the big fat wedding still dominate outside metros? No, but do you think it's been no? If somebody else
There's
wants
nothing to give minimalistic about Indian weddings to begin with. So if somebody starts off with giving me that brief, I say, please get this right. There's nothing minimum about it. Okay, even at a home function, you'll have 80 people, 100 people, and it'll be a big deal. From my experience, I don't see a smaller size of weddings happening. In fact, in this season, we've only seen a growing trend of 300 rooms, 600 people, multiple cities, one wedding happening in multiple cities. So in my experience, the value addition from immersive experiences and the feelings that evoke, I think that's taking a larger precedence and becoming more exclusive. But the size of a wedding or the scale necessarily is not going smaller. At least I'm not seeing that trend with the queries that are coming to us. Udaipur was recognized for all the lake hotels, and the lake hotels have a very small inventory of 62 rooms, 67 rooms, 84 rooms. So I'm saying you could do a 150, 200 people. But today, Udaipur can host an 800 people wedding, a 600 people wedding. So I think also the infrastructure development is leading to that. The diversity that guests want within the 3 days, so everything does not necessarily happen at the host hotel anymore. It goes to off-site locations. So that gives people an opportunity to make larger audiences enjoy that. And of course, the state tourism governments are more than flexible now and welcoming, thanks to Modi ji launching Wed in India. And like Shaju mentioned, that the Delhi government has opened out ASI monuments to us. So, and these places are being used for weddings and for lifestyle events and all of that, old forts, etc. So I don't think that the size or the scale is increasing, but the experience is becoming a lot more exclusive.
My take is different. Post-COVID, the number of rooms in destination weddings drastically decreased, going from 50 to 100. But over last 3 years, what we are seeing now is a basic destination wedding is not having less than 200 rooms. It is going up till 250, 300, 350 rooms also. Fairmont Udaipur, as Kanika was putting, before it opened, with a 300 plus room inventory, they had 27 weddings booked. And believe me, the payout to the hotel of each wedding was nothing less than a 6.5 CR. So India can never go small. Yes, as Kanika rightly put, the budgets get sharpened. You decide on the experience you want to give, where you want to spend, but no. And unfortunately or fortunately, the Taujis and Mamajis will never let. They will always come and say, अरे उसकी तो शादी ऐसे की थी, उसने ऐसे की थी, तुम इतने की करोगे, दुनिया क्या बोलेगी? So we still live in that society where the whole consensus among the families, our friends, is very important to us. Absolutely. Somebody asked me, सवेरे ऊपर वाले से क्या मांगते हो? मेरे client के लिए बहुत पैसा मांगता हूँ. I am a very unselfish person. So this is how it is.
So would you like to say something? No. Time's up. Okay, one last question.
Ruhail, where are you?
One last question. According to you, how are weddings now designed more for guest experience, or are they more for like the Instagrammable experience?
Mix of both.
Both.
I think it's a mix of both, and because we do photography, we can tell you that when it comes to the pictures, when the guests have a great experience, and right from how it looks and feels to all of that translates into moments that make it look beautiful, because it's just not a reference of Pinterest board and you say you make these pictures. It's not that simple. So I think it's coming together. Of course, good things, it's a byproduct. Good pictures make it to Instagram and get viral and all of that happens. But I think the main core is still the fact that they want to create beautiful experiences, which makes for good Instagram posts. But yes, it's both.
Right. I would like to thank our esteemed panelists for such an insightful discussion. Thank you so much for being here.
Next time, give us more time. Ruhail?
Can we please have a round of applause? Check.
Thank you, lady.
Wow, what an amazing panel was that. Come on, people, can we have a round of applause for the lovely panelists as well as for our moderator. And I know you had quite a few questions to ask, but because we are limited on time and running a bit late, you can catch up with them later on. Moving forward to our next segment, which is a keynote addresser, we would now be calling upon a dignitary who's going to enlighten us with his words of wisdom. I hope you all are ready to welcome him. So as we clear the stage, let's give it a minute. All right, as the stage is getting cleared, can we have a quick icebreaker with all of you? Can I hear a yes? Oh, the energy is really down. Oh my God, we really need to pump you guys up. Are you ready? Can I hear a yes? All right, all you got to do is raise your right hand up in the air. Come on, we all can do that. All the handsome, good-looking people, raise your right hand up in the air. If you don't raise, then you don't consider yourself good-looking. Come on. You can do it. Come on. Right hand up in the air. Make a fist. Make a fist quickly. Make a fist, and we're going to jam it on the table together. Can we do it? Can I hear a yes? On your marks. Get set, go. Come on, let's create some energy. People that said, I can see you're not doing it. Come on. I'm going to deduct your pointers, brownie pointers later on. Come on. People this side. Yeah. All right, I think just a couple of more seconds are there as we wait. Yeah, you can do it. Let me tell you, people who are doing this activity are successfully burning 1,500 calories. So you can skip the gym today. All right then, thankfully it is all cleared up. And now we have our eminent speaker, sir, for the keynote address. Let's welcome with a huge round of applause, Mr. Manoj Adlakha, sir, founder and CEO, Red Barrel Lifestyle Services, a luxury industry leader who understands the high-touch service and the evolving meaning of lifestyle experiences. So let's welcome Mr. Manoj with a round of applause. Come on, people, hands up in the air. Let's see the energy. Thank you very much.
Hi. ऊपर ऊपर जाना ये वाला ये हाँ okay good evening, can you guys hear me? All right, thanks. So I have about 15-20 minutes, and I know you've had a couple of long sessions. I'm going to try and keep it alive, and do ask me any questions that you may have. Very briefly, my own experience has been that I have worked for a little over 33 years, primarily out of it. 30 years were with American Express, where I was a CEO for American Express from 2014 to 22. That was my last job. And then I also worked in Singapore and in Tokyo, but primarily in India. And then I launched my own company in 2023 which is really targeted at HNIs and ultra HNIs. So I'm going to talk a little about how the luxury market in India is exploding. That was the reason or the genesis of why I did what I did at a company which I will talk a little about, which is called Red Barrel. You may not have heard about it, just a 2.5, 3-year-old company. So if you look at, how big is the Indian market? It is actually very big. The Indian market is got 850,000, 8.5 lakhs HNIs. Now, how do we define somebody who's an HNI? HNI is someone who has $1 million or 9 crores of investable assets. That doesn't mean the property he or she owns, but 9 crores is a lot of money which could be lying in, a savings account, current account, or mutual funds, or what have you. So there are 850,000 such individuals. More importantly, this is Anurag, which is a study which has been done, that they're saying that this number is going to go to 1.7 or 1.65 million, 17 lakh individuals will be there in India about a year and a half from now. So with 17 lakh individuals and who would have almost 10 crores of investable assets with them in India, that's a very, very big number. A subset of that is the one below, wherein, now forget the threshold I just spoke about, which was earlier, I spoke about $1 million. You take that to $30 million. Anyone, how much is $30 million in crores, approximately? $30 million? It's close to 300 crores. Yeah. So it's a, with the current exchange rate of 90, it's about 270 crores, but approximately 300 crores is that number. That number, today India has, and these are reported numbers by the way, and we know there could be a little bit of underreporting that goes on, but 12,000 individuals today have investable assets. Again, I'm using the word investable. That means this does not include the value of the real estate, right? That number is 12,000 people in India, and it's expected to grow to close to 20,000 in about a year and a half. So those numbers are pretty big. Let's talk about luxury travel, right? We're not talking about B2B. B2B means business to business or corporate travel, where people are traveling from Delhi to Bombay or Delhi to London, New York, or vice versa, or whatever, for work. We're not talking about that. This is when people are going for chutti, holidays. That number is $72 billion, and it is expected to grow to these all studies, right? Various studies. Yes, you can be off by a little here and there, but expected to grow to $130 billion by 2030. Interestingly, look at this number, right? There are all kinds of travel. So yes, there is, you'd want to go for, from, let's say based out of Delhi or Bombay or wherever you want to go to London or Dubai or Singapore or Hong Kong for a holiday. But on the other hand, what has started specifically post-COVID is experiential travel, right? It could be a wildlife, it could be going to the northern lights, it could be a safari, it could be all kinds of stuff which people are now, they're saying we want to experience that. That number is $45 billion, expected to be $45 billion by 2027. Interestingly, who's going to be driving this growth? This growth is going to be coming from the Gen Zs. Who's a Gen Z? Gen Z is somebody who's born after 1995. So that means in the age group of probably 25 to 30. That's the kind of a person we're talking about who's taking a decision. Now, they have the money, they're very well off, and they will be driving 60% of this demand. So luxury travel, that's the other piece, is no longer about, it is, yes, 5-star hotels are important. All of that is, the brochures and the glossary and everything that goes, comes with that. But it's the 3 S's, the way I would like to call, which is the stories, the soul, and the substance. Any one of you who's in the travel business, if you get this right, you will have luxury travel, which is going to explode. So, I think I've got this. Sorry, I'm struggling a bit with this. Give me a minute. यहाँ से कहाँ पे ऐसे करना? Sorry about this. पीछे ये वाला. Okay, so let's just start with this in the interest of time. What's driving the growth? 1 out of 2 luxury travels now are looking for experiences, right? They're looking for tech and personalization. I know the panel before this also spoke about it. It's all about, we all know there are a lot of, whether it's a Make My Trip, Clear Trip, Ease My Trip, all of that. But 2 out of 3 luxury bookings are today made online, right? They are AI, they are chatbots. And again, I'm reinforcing Gen Z is your audience. For anyone who's into luxury travel, the 90% of the Gen Zs are young travelers who are deciding their own travel plans. They're not going, because they're digital natives. They know what they're doing. They're very well sorted. And 60 to 65% of the experiential revenue on the travel front going forward is going to come from these guys. So what is changing? What is changing in the industry is there is a change from possessions to experiences. People are saying we would rather experience, possessions is important. Then, so just one or two examples, there are immersive food trails in Kerala or private wildlife photography in Ranthambore, going into and seeing how do people live in Ladakh. Those are the kind of experiences people want. Personalization and curation. The ultra wealthy, we spoke about those 12,000 odd people who are going to go to 20,000. They want journeys which are shaped around their passions. Whatever their passions are, they want journeys to be shaped around that. So algos or algorithms are important. So AI is important, but it's a human touch or the cultural touch, which is, I think, taking more prominence going forward. Last, you may not be able to read it from where you're sitting, but what is interesting, even in the business we do, we get requests, give us a curated access, right? So there is a museum, somebody wants a private, just like here you do a darshan, right, to a temple, and you want a private darshan. They want, after the museum has shut down, there was a request made to our team and we fulfilled it not too long ago, wherein at the Loo, they said that only that family of 4, right, they wanted a private viewing of that whole thing. It cost them money, but they were ready to do it. That's the kind of mindset people have. Travelers, they're craving for authenticity, right? They do not want the standard run-of-the-mill. They want curated packages. They want packages which are, where they get a good idea about what the local culture is all about. So just one or two examples over here. And again, this is from our own database, what we have seen, where customers have asked that, can we go get an experience where it's a hand-woven Banarsi sari, right? Somebody wanted a ceramic piece in Kyoto, which is in Japan. In Jaipur, there was a request which was made where somebody said, okay, there's this particular palace, right? We want, with whoever's royalty in that particular palace, we want a meal with them. And more important, we want a historian at that meal to talk about what is the lineage of and how, the last 1,500 years or whatever, 500 years of that thing have happened. So they want those they want those kind of things, which is very, very interesting. Then what is wellness? We all know post-COVID has taken off in a big, big way. The wellness retreats coming up all over. One of the very interesting facets that has also started to happen, again, I'm giving this sort of personal examples which have happened, where our customers have asked for these kind of things. There was one of the families where they said that they want to take a therapist with them, right? So they actually took a therapist who's a doctor for, mindfulness and wellness along with them. And this is a trend which has started to emerge. It has been there, by the way, in the US and other countries. Now it started off in India. It started off in India literally in the last year and a half or so. So these are very interesting patterns that are coming up. So what is the future? The new luxury lies in access and meaning. Access to people, places, and knowledge that money generally cannot buy, right? And meaning means journeys that enrich yourself and the society. Travelers are no longer, they don't need to know. I mean, they don't want to know where can I go? What they ask is very simple. What will this do for me and how will it change me? That's it. As simple as that. Sorry about this, bit of a tech thing. Yeah. So this was when we set up Red Barrel, because for us, 2023 was, call it a pivot point or a, tipping moment. And every generation gets that opportunity. For us, we saw that as an opportunity in 2023 when the world was, turning on its head, 22, 23 really. And so we, as a company, decided we are not here to participate, but we want to take a bit of a leapfrog, and we want to redefine what the world calls luxury. So yes, it was a bit of an audacious statement that we decided to, create for ourselves, but that's what we started off as. So these are the signature services that we provide under one roof. One, I just want to caveat, we are not a credit card company. Second, we are not a concierge company. So what do? We have a tie-up with about 15,000 hotels, including hotels like where we are right now. These are tie-ups wherein, the top-end hotels, you have the best rates any traveler would want if they want to stay in those hotels. If every hotel, let's take Taj as an example, which itself has about 600-700 hotels, and that has about 2,000 restaurants, because every hotel of Taj, whether it's in India, London, Dubai, every restaurant you would get, or a bar, or whatever, wherever you want to go, around the year, 365 days a year, no questions asked in terms of there's a 20% discount every time our members would want to go. Like this, we have tie-ups with about 15,000 odd such hotels. Second, I'm not going to talk about everything here. Now, a lot of people, and the thought process I had when we constructed this company was, a lot of people have loyalty cards, membership cards, club, access, and so on and so forth. Kitni baar jaate ho? You don't go that often, right? So why don't we consolidate that for you? Why don't we become that consolidator or aggregator? So to give you an example, after this, whoever takes on a Red Barrel card now does not need access to or membership to the Bombay Gymkhana Club, or let's say, over here we have a club which you may or may not have heard of, the Demand Club. We have about Vasant Vihar Club. I can go on, Defense Colony Club and so on. Similarly, there's a club called Jolies, there's a club called Quorum, then there is the Art Club, and so we have about 3,000-4,000 such clubs where our members get access. So you don't need individual. Similarly, the hotel cards, you don't need individual loyalty cards of those hotels. So we bring all of that in one go all together to our, to our members. And how do we do this? I have a team of about 60 people who are lifestyle managers. So we have a dedicated lifestyle manager. We have what are called travel counselors. They work 24/7. So it's a whole dedicated travel agency that we are running. We have, of course, an acquisition team. We have an alliances team. And more importantly, we have a concierge, which is nothing but a fulfillment arm for us, which is outsourced. That's in 80 countries, right? So 24/7, any point of time, and of course, there's an app. So the customers, we are there. Our team is there across 11 cities in India at this point in time, and we're just, getting into Dubai now. So at any point in time, our customers can approach us irrespective of where they are for whatever their wants are. So like this, we provide a lot of other services. Just moving on. Again, just before this, I heard something very interesting, which was around weddings. So one of our customers told us the same thing. I think that number was probably spoken about, but just so that you know, there were 1 million weddings that happen. These are reported, 1 million weddings every month in India, right? Now that is a huge number. Multiply that by about 3, because those are the number of functions per wedding that take place, right? So effectively, there are 3 million functions every month that are happening, right? Those are reported. And so we created a separate pillar altogether. There were interestingly two panels which went, and I was sitting at the back hearing them. One was, some fantastic words of wisdom on the wedding piece. And so we called it Wed with Red. So our members now who want, any experience around wedding, they know that's a single stop shop where they need to come to. And similarly, there is another pillar that we created which had to do with events and concerts. So anything, whether it's, you know, a Coldplay ticket, XYZ, that is something that we bring to them. So now I'm on my probably second last slide. So this is what we really do. So who are our members? Our members are citizens of the world, carriers of influence, masters of their time. And what are they seeking? They're seeking a relationship, a sense of belonging, and moments that remind them that life can still surprise them. And with that, I think I'm done. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
That was quite an insightful addressal, sir. Thank you so very much. And truly, I'm sure people are up and ready to network with you once you get off the stage. Moving forward to our next keynote addressal, we have a renowned dignitary who will be enlightening us with his presence. So without further ado, let me call him on stage with a huge round of applause. Let me call upon Mr. Sudhakar Rao, Director, ICFI Group, all set to speak on the topic when learning becomes an experience and knowledge becomes a brand. Welcome, sir. Thank you for your eminent presence here today.
Hello? Hello? Yeah. Hello? Yeah. Slides. Slides. Okay. Okay. Good evening, friends. I'm extremely happy for this invitation to do this keynote. I will take a lot of time, generally, not this time. Generally, I get quite immersive in these discussions. Let me try how I can beat that. It's a question of learning and then applying the learning, acknowledging it and correcting oneself, which I'll try my best. Not to sympathize with the organizers here that schedule is already delayed, and not to sympathize with you that you have attained audience fatigue. The only reason that will drive me to complete this faster is my flight, which will not wait for me. Okay, so I'm supposed to go as soon as possible, right? So are you there? There are lots of people in this room. Ruhail and 99 others, I welcome you to this presentation. And whoever is standing may sit. We can have a good discussion. Okay. This is a very interesting topic. I want to at the outset thank the curators for bringing in a wonderful topic like this. When learning becomes an experience and knowledge becomes a brand, it really appealed to me instantaneously the moment I looked at this topic, and I thought I will definitely do this. And when I do this, or when I have gone through these discussions in my own mind, I thought it can take a long time, but let's see to what extent we can cut it down or what extent we can actually glide over. Okay. How many people are from the experiential industry, if I may call? Yeah. Rest of you are from the general industry. Welcome, welcome to all of you. So then we put some kind of a framework and think, I am from education, so I'm supposed to do these things. So we put some kind of a framework together and looked at this as a reinforcing pathway. Once you make your learning an experience and then your knowledge becomes your brand, and it strengthens your overall image of the organization, your brand, your services, products, so on and so forth, in a very, very beautiful way, in more ways than what I have imagined initially. So I'll be coming to this thing again and again in my discussion. Old world is about,
There's a lot of information, and that is what we think it is a content, and content is what is learning for everyone. But in the world that is right now we are grappling with, it is not so. We have to actually create experiences, and I will be using a few other frameworks to drive home this important point that it is the learning that is extremely important when it is given through experience. And it is not just the content, it is supposed to be an experience that we are supposed to deliver. Okay. So these days we find the modern learners, just for the sake of convenience, we'll call them modern learners. These modern learners are very impatient, and they have an information overload available for them, and it is widely and freely accessible. They are also quite curious and hungry for various experiences. So for example, a student who wants to learn, they will not read the books. They would like to actually do a simulation. Or somebody who learns a Photoshop will not actually go through the tutorials. They may go through the tutorials later for nitty-gritty, but I think by making one, by making a meme, they will learn. And similarly, in industry, a lot of people who are executives, managers, they would like to go by role plays rather than reading some kind of manuals. Okay. We all know that AI is all pervasive and it is available everywhere for us. All of us can use AI for a variety of reasons. We can download information, and a lot of it what we have been giving earlier is now available at fingertips, and they can explain any concept, give answers to all kinds of questions that you have. Tutors are available, and it can be personalized depending on the prompt, depending on the requirement. The AI can actually feed you. But what makes your knowledge very, very valuable, very unique and very different, even when the aggressive advent of AI or a torrential advent of AI is what we are experiencing right now, how can mere knowledge or information be your edge or your unique point? It cannot be, right? Simple. So the modern learner is actually willing to go through experiences and then transformation based on those experiences. He is looking for a perspective, and is also looking for a very unique voice. This also I will explain once again, but then when I say perspective, if you look at your own domain, you may be from various domains like healthcare, you may be from experience, you may be from marketing, finance, so on and so forth. But in your own domain, what kind of perspective do you hold? How unique is that perspective? How do you look at your own domain is extremely important. And how do you express that? How authentically you come across and express your voice concerning your industry and your own organization as a brand. It's extremely important. Information is always there, but I think what is not there is transformation. And it is not just in one domain or two, it is there everywhere. Today you have learning content available on various channels, YouTube, or downloadably available on various formats, whether it is for learning or whether it is to look at a product or to train yourself. Lots of information outlets are available, and therefore it is commoditized further by the advent of AI. So what is not touched is the transformative experience, and that's what we are saying. The transformation will make your learning quite experiential, and then that eventually turns into a good brand. Okay, so that's the core story that we are talking today. So we don't have to look at us as somebody who continues to give content, provide information, or so on and so forth, but we need to look at as a architect of this kind of experience which I'm talking about, from transferring knowledge to designing something called transformation. Am I clear so far? Yeah. So what is your brand? Your brand definitely is not in terms of your documents, contents, materials, PPTs, and all those things that we always put together, but it is more driven by or more shaped by our own voice and perspective, our own trust and promise that we bring in through transformation. So example, I'm just giving this example because I am in Delhi, otherwise I would have given IIT Chennai also. So there are various other brands, but generally in education institutions which are well known, they don't sell courses, they don't sell information, they actually sell the experience what is given through their institution. There are many other examples also. How many of you know HubSpot? I think most of us know HubSpot, right? HubSpot, what does it do? Okay. Right, right. So it sells software, right? That's what I'm saying, it's not. It doesn't sell that particular software which you described. It is actually creating nice transformation for inbound marketing. Anyway, so these companies have positioned themselves, created the experience in a very, very different way, and there are many other examples as we go by. So you need to have 3 pillars when we create this kind of a transformation without such noise. We need to create transformation without any noise, and there are 3 pillars to that. And the first one is the experience design. You need to design the experience. You should be, as in the initially I said, architect of this transformation. Second one is create learner agency. The people who are participants of this, say whether they are your employees or customers or learners, followers, I think there has to be an agency created in them so that they take the ownership of their journey. And then of course brand authenticity should be created so that there is a validation process for that. How do you do this? The first one is experience design. You need to create a strong architecture for the transformation, and therefore you design the journey. The journey is the learner journey, for example, in any educational institution or in any organization. Once you jump from what they are currently to what they would like to be, then the whole thing is experienced in a very different manner. We need to understand what they would like to be and deliver that kind of a transformation. Then it works, it makes a lot of sense for us. Physics wala is an example which I am giving from the education domain. Do you think it's applicable only in education? When learning becomes an experience and knowledge becomes a brand, is it applicable only in education? It's easier to relate to education probably, but it doesn't end there. It is available to all the leading organizations, where we'll see lots of examples in a short while from now. But I want to say that Physics Wala also has created a beautiful model, very different from the existing, while he is competing with the well-entrenched, moneyed, muzzled edtechs that are already available in the country. So that competition is also quite expensive, that he was fighting against them. But he was also selling the experience of transformation. Alak Pandey is known to you? A lot of people know Alak Pandey? Or this is a wrong target group? Maybe. BW was one of the first few platforms that brought Alak Pandey to the stage here. So BW was one of the first ones to give him a stage here, much before he became so popular as of now. Do you know that as on yesterday, they went for IPO? It was a successful listing of IPO, and more than 3,500 crores they raised. So that's a very, very big bang kind of a story that we have. What did you do in this brand architecture or the experience architecture or the transformation architecture that we were talking about? In our module of things, what did he do? He developed a personal connection. His style of teaching was very different, and the students could relate to very easily. And of course, a large number of people have joined, affordable pricing, and then good results. So there is some kind of an evidence in what's happening, and the promise of that brand was an education that is available and accessible to a large number of people. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. 3,480 crores. It's a profitable unicorn and millions transformed. That's the evidence that we look for when somebody does a transformative journey. And we don't end, or we don't go merely by the intent. We go by the result of it. We go by the validation provided by various followers and customers and employees, so on and so forth, as may be the case. But I think that journey is very important, and it happened only yesterday, so I thought we should talk about it. Now, in the 3 pillars that I talked about, how do you design your experience? The first one is, as I said, jump from what they are right now or what they'll know to what they would like to be. I want to become something else. I think we need to map that first, and also various intermittent stages to reach there. Once we know the destination, look at the intermittent stages and help them map it, help them get it. And then create aha experiences. Aha experiences are what? Breakthrough experiences. So those moments will have to be created and not merely, sending information or content leaflets to them. And then more number of people will have to get connected at horizontal and vertical level. I think that's where it's applicable to large number of sectors that we see, these pillars. The pillar 2 is learner agency, which we briefly touched upon. You will guide and validate and help people, but you will not be in the driving seat. They will be in the driving seat. They will navigate, but your guidelines are provided by you. Unless and until there is a skin in the game for them, unless and until they own it up, they will not actually come back and report to us saying, I have done so many things. They listen, they nod, and they go back. Generally, when we make some presentations, I have 30 slides, they look at all the slides, they listen, they nod, and they forget actually. Why they forget will come to it. There's a neuroscience angle to it. But that's not the right approach. That's the traditional approach or the old approach. I think when you design the framework and tell them what you're supposed to do in a broad sense in terms of the objectives and the destination, then they figure out how to explore, and then they create and they demonstrate. I think the I-ness will go. That is, supposing I design it, it is called I-ness. Now, if they are participative in that, they are indulgent in that, is called they-ness. So the adoption is much more when they do it, and therefore we just have to design, guide, validate, and leave it to them, and they'll take it forward. That's what I mentioned. There are so many demos that we create, a lot of features that we want to show them, but they get frustrated. They're bored about all these things. I give all these things, they'll not listen. They'll forget very easily. Now, agency-based experience is we give them a framework and they do the projects. They actually make their hands dirty. They go and explore, they do discuss, they add value, and they demonstrate that they have achieved certain things. A lot of support can be taken from AI. Our role in the organization is to just provide the framework design, and their role, when I say they-ness, it is the ownership, application, and creation, as I mentioned some time back. We need to move from the test to portfolios, I think from small things to bigger ones, from small tick boxes to larger goals and milestones that we need to work. Can they do this thing actually? Can they actually pass the exam, or can they handle problem solving? I think that's the kind of difference that we should look at. And what kind of evidence we should look at? Real work. Is there a hands dirty kind of a job? Did they get to the ground? Did the rubber meet the road? All those things we need to check as part of evidence and validation. And then only we see that their capability is seen or visualized. So instead of saying, I completed the course, they'll say, look what I have built. Some of the internships, some of the projects, some of the small tools that they create once they know the concept extremely well. I attended a Falana training program, but here is the impact. Can the impact be quantified or qualified in a very clear, tangible manner? Do you learn something, or do you say that, I have achieved something? I think the language will shift completely when they go through this kind of learner agency, which is the pillar number 2. And the third one, and the most important one, is the brand authenticity. We earlier talked about perspective and voice. How authentically you come across, how it is expressed, that is extremely important. Of course, a lot of people take their subjects, take their customers, take their employees into consideration when they define the language and in their behavior. One is being very empathetic. The other one is behaving very empathetic or learner-centric or user-centric, employee-centric. And then the third one is broadcasting in a very effective manner that they are learner-centric and user-centric and employee-centric. I think once you go at what you have done, once you move from what you have done to what they have achieved, I think these things will shift. Since beginning, I have been talking about the shift that's required from the old to new, from the traditional to the latest approach, from the erstwhile learner to the modern learner. I think this is what will definitely help us from moving from information to transformation. Information is what is always available, transformation is always scarce. There are several examples. Physics Wala I've already talked about, HubSpot I've already talked about, and then Minerva. How many of you heard of Minerva University in the US? Minerva University, San Francisco. Yeah, it's a great university where they don't go by your degrees or existing qualifications and things like that, or credentials. They go by your skills and experience and some stories that you can actually connect, and they grade you or they help you move further progress in your learning journey based on that. It is also ranked very, very high, and global 91% employed. I mean, that's a very big count that they talk about. What all these examples tell us is that they don't push content, they don't sell information, they actually build transformation. That's very, very simple. Transformation gives you that experiential learning, and then it leads to your own style of teaching and learning into a brand, or your organizational learning or knowledge becomes a very, very powerful brand which will last forever. Okay, building your brand, we have spoken about this thing. This is just a corroborative slide where I'm saying you need to clarify that unique perspective. How do you look at your own domain very differently from others? Clarify that. Develop your voice, define your promise. What does your brand stand for? And of course, do you have an evidence of validation? Is there a good community size? More often, I think you should go for authenticity rather than perfection. Even if there are mistakes, it's okay. Small flaws, it's fine. But I think we should come up, own it up, and then make it part of our language and DNA, that authenticity, being original, being actually useful to the customers and employees is more important than being totally perfect. I think in the garb of, or in the urge to become perfect, we round off many things. Just like the ChatGPT AI, Gen AI language that you generate is a well-rounded language. Most of us do it actually. The emails are well-rounded. It says it's a quiet pause. I mean, many mails or many content formats that you generate, you will have these words coming up. So we don't have to be perfect like that. We can be as we are, original, and then the authenticity rises for that. So all these things will have to come in, and flywheel, as you know, is a very large metallic big flywheel, which initially when you move, it doesn't move because you need lots of energy to start off. But when you manage to actually turn one round, it gathers momentum in such a powerful way that the momentum will keep it actually moving, and it becomes unstoppable as we go forward. So the integration of all these three pillars is the actual flywheel, according to me, and that flywheel moment will be an unstoppably authentic brand being built in your favor. So these have to be integrated, and I said, as we have on the right hand side corner on the top, it is actually strengthening all other aspects in the organization, and therefore it's a constant reinforcer for various other activities that we do within the organization. But if you look deeper into this transformation ladder, you will find several steps there. I said intermittent steps also will have to be honored, will have to be addressed. And these, once we recognize and acknowledge that there are intermittent steps, we can really take it forward and build our brand. Okay, we looked at this thing. I'll now give you a very quick run through of various examples. Everyone is moving from information to experience and then identity. Identity is nothing but your brand. What people feel, what people read, and what eventually people will become. And that's going to be part of your learning, your organization's marketing, and everything. So I'll give you various examples. The neuroscience thing which I was talking about is your brain remembers only 10% of what you read. Your brain, time up. Okay. Your brain remembers only 20% of what you hear, and it remembers 30% of what you see, but 80% of what you experience. So very, very simple. We need to create experiences, and there's a very, very strong case for us in building brands through experience. Yes, we have talked about this. Learning of the cycle is a very important. All of us have learned this. It's not by reading some book or physics chapter that we were managing to balance the cycle. A two-wheeler was not balanced based on principles of physics, but it was by trial and error, falling and rising, and then that you remember maximum actually. That's experiential learning. How many of you know IKEA? Now I'll give fast examples. IKEA. What do? We find it very difficult to read certain manuals that we generally come across. But whereas IKEA is concerned, they touch upon an experiential cognition which is comprising of nice diagrams and visuals, easy to actually assemble. The steps are very clear and there's no jargon in that. So it's a wonderful example of creating an experience through their product. Michelin Brothers, you must be knowing that they are actually not into restaurants or food, but they were trying to make people travel, go and look at various restaurants, and they started grading restaurants for quality. But eventually that knowledge has become their brand. They converted that knowledge of where to eat, where to travel into a brand called Michelin. This is a well-known example for you. Do you know that the Formula One race pit crew, they train hospitals? Because training hospitals in a very short span of time for emergency handling is a great way of learning from those who have actually done Formula One. If you have seen any visual, any video of the race happening, within a few seconds, all the 4 tires are changed, and that comes not by chance, but a lot of experience and a lot of training and simulation that they do much before the race begins. It's a high stakes simulation and experience that saves lives for hospitals. ISRO launch simulators, a lot of ISRO scientists, they go through various simulations, practice, rehearsal, so on and so forth, not just to test what is there on the screens, which we see. We see that a lot of people are sitting in front of the screens, they're talking to someone, and finally they declare saying that it is aborted or it is going into the sky. There's a lot more before that. Several rounds of rehearsals happen. You know what? They sit with the simulators, they check the telemetry, their software packs, they communicate, they keep changing step by step. Minimum 4 rehearsals, they do full length rehearsals, and then they eventually learn. And that learning has made what this brand is all today, that it is a frugal innovation brand, it is an efficiency brand, it's a precision oriented brand, so on and so forth. So that's what we come to know. Of course, it's our national brand. I'm also told that ISRO has got failure festivals. Whenever they abort it, whenever they have failures, or in the rehearsals if they find something, or finally when the event doesn't go through properly, they come back and have failure parties. Very few organizations actually do that. They don't have time or the muscle to actually have failure parties, but ISRO does it. Yeah, I'm skipping these things. Potter's wheel is another very important example, which is what we have known throughout our childhood, that there is a room for trying, experimentation and failure, and then that pot becomes the child's brand of learning, and that experience becomes a lifetime memory, just like our cycling where we try it on our own. Here the potter helps the child to actually do this pottery. ISRO we talked about, so it's about, the brand is about reliability and precision. Amul about cooperative training. They allowed a large number of farmers, agriculturists, women to get into various communities and villages and source it for themselves. So it has been spearheaded with an inclusive mindset, and that becomes the learning of the organization, and therefore the lot of trust they elicit, which is part of the brand promise. Indian Army also does lots of drills and exercise rigor, and therefore they wear it as a badge of honor to die for the country. That learning with the rigor when they are pushed through challenges and adversities, that's what happens in the simulation, in the trials, and that gets ingrained as part of their DNA. And then we have great discipline coming up from this brand called Indian Army. Tatas, we all know that they care for the society, they very consciously work for CSR, they immerse themselves and they take value-based decisions. And of course, it is known as an ethics high company and caring for community. Apple also has got hands-on discovery labs. Simple designs don't come just like that unless and until you learn by allowing the customers to browse through, and we should know that they are actually watching us. Toyota also, learning on the shop floor, continuous improvement is what it is. The operational habits have become their manufacturing excellence, Disney has got storytelling labs, which is their way of learning, and that learning has become a brand for them, which is magic and customer delight that they create. McDonald's, they have a hamburger university where they have real kitchens, real customer service sitting, real serving, and everything real in their university. And that's what they learn from. When they go all the 9 yards to understand or capture the learning, it will be real. And when it is real, you will invest that in plowing back to building your own brand. And therefore, there is consistency that they have achieved. Duolingo, they create a lot of wonderful, you know Duolingo? Yeah, Duolingo is basically, they create, when you go there and learn, several accomplishments are provided to you. After a certain level, there is an accomplishment. They give you a prize, they give you an award, they give you a badge, so on and so forth. You are motivated to take it forward, and therefore there's a lot of fun and habit forming, and that becomes the brand promise. So what have we tracked in all these examples? There is an immersion, there is an emotion because of the immersion, and there is a reflection, and that is what is experiential learning is all about. It is repeatable, it has to be repeatable, it can be done again and again, it has to be recognized. People should know very quickly that it is what it is, and it should be reliable. It's not a one-time wonder, and it is remarkable, something very significant. So experience moves to memory when we create all those things, and it gives a lot of meaning to them, and because it gives a lot of meaning to them, trust is elicited, and therefore your brand is built. That's the direct linkage. When learning becomes an experience, your knowledge actually becomes a wonderful brand. How do the organizations apply? They apply in their own ways. I have many examples. I'll not go through all these things and create a problem for you. But they have signature practices and storytelling mechanisms. Each one of them we have seen. I thought I'll just detail it, but I'll not detail it now. Various people in the corporate, they have their own methods of learning. Google has its culture of psychological safety. Toyota, as I mentioned. Netflix, freedom with responsibility, that's what they offer. Apple, design philosophy, which is ingrained into their DNA. So only organizations which are institutions in education or organizations in entertainment, I think organizations across all domains apply this. Government and defense also, they apply this quite a bit. Medicine and healthcare, a lot of learning happens through cadaver labs. Mayo Clinic has got a team-based care. AIMS, clinical excellence, a lot of sectors are covered here. Creativity, arts and culture, a lot of experiential movements are focused on, and therefore certain institutions very significantly and categorically build their knowledge as a brand. A.R. Rahman, how many of you believe that A.R. Rahman has done a lot of innovation in sound? Yeah. So it is not by accident. It is actually going through this architecture of creating a transformation for those who would love to listen wonderful music which has not been heard till now. So a lot of investment of, or passion to create something which can delight the listeners or the music lovers has happened. Sports also, people have done that. Many examples we have in India and abroad. The AI prompt sprints and AR, VR enterprise training is an amazing thing that not only tech companies, non-tech companies are also doing that. And community, NGOs, civil society players and leaders, they also practice these particular elements. But how can our industry, events industry, we are from events industry, right? So how can our industry learn? It's the same thing. There's nothing new in what I mention, what I'm going to mention. We are the largest opportunity giver as far as various activities are concerned in this country by sheer magnitude of our population, and therefore the derivative activities we have scale. But are we having a good pipeline of skill, professionalism? A professionalism that we can actually showcase to the world is a question that we have. We have an ecosystem which is unorganized or fragmented, and therefore quality suffers, and therefore we may miss out on various opportunities coming from around the globe. But how do we build that? There is information, a lot of information is available, but there is no transformation. So we just get on to the transformation and create experience design thinking for the members of this industry. It can be done very well. I'll just run through. The journey has to be mapped carefully. I think cohort-based learning, creating some kind of a strategic framework for them and allowing them to figure it out on their own and setting the benchmarks and standards for them to evolve to those benchmarks and standards, I think it will eventually help them. And then of course, going back to learning or going back to institutions that can provide this kind of experiential learning specific to your sector is also going to help. But that is the only way we can think, and such structured thinking will attract more global players to give businesses for us. So each pillar I have applied it, we can look at it later. But the whole mantra that we have been talking about, whether we apply it to events industry or a tech industry or a healthcare or sports, everywhere it is experiences creating memory and memories building a brand for us. In simple language, this is the mantra that we have spoken about. Thank you so much. Every great learning experience actually becomes a wonderful brand. Thank you so much. Now you can clap. I am not done yet.
Well, sir,
Keep it here. Just 1 second.
your presentation has been quite insightful indeed, and I know a lot of people want to hear you more.
No, I'll just finish it in one.
Yes,
I have one or two slides. Yeah. Okay, these are my books which are published recently. You can stay here, so that I know that I have to get out of this. So this is what I conduct every Friday. Leaders conversations with leaders. I've done about 215 so far, and it is compiled into books. Those learnings in a reader-friendly format. So a large number of books are yet to come, but this is the first one. Then this is our founder of ICFI Group, visionary founder NJ Yashasvi. It's a biography. It is published by the ICFI University Press. It's an internal publication, but this was already out. And the third book is Divisima Business Fables. This is for children 8 to 14 years. In school, we teach them maths, physics, and chemistry, not to make them historians or chemists or physicians or whatever. I think we want to give them some fundamentals. That's why we teach all those subjects. Here, we found a gap that we don't teach them business in school. So why not? So we created a format where animals are talking to one another, animals are behaving in a particular way, which gives us lot of business lessons. And at the end of each story, there are two pages of each story, 17 stories are given. At the end of each story, the students can look at how the story relates to the real world thing. For example, a subscription model or a new business model has emerged, how that relates to the story, and then some activity, and then inverse thinking questions are also there. So schools are adopting this book in a big way. So these are the 3 books that I published so far, and a few more are coming soon before the end of December 2025, and that is a full-blown biography of our founder. It is forwarded by, how many of you know Vijay Govindarajan? Vijay Govindarajan is one of the top 50 global thinkers. He's been part of that list for quite some time, and he's an Indian-born management guru. So the man who saw tomorrow is a story of our founder. This is coming up in the next few weeks, well within 2025. This is another book on AI. It's called the Reverse Gold Rush. This is a very interesting concept, which I think we will get other opportunities to talk about. And this is a memoir cum mentoring cum a difficult career navigation story. This is also coming up by end of November. These are the 3 books that are going to come. Now I am done. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much, sir. That was quite wonderful indeed, and you had quite a spectacular session. Proceeding forward to our next one now, I hope you are as energized as I am to welcome our next dignitary on the stage now. One of the most seasoned voices in India's activation and brand engagement ecosystem. We would now be welcoming Mr. Arun Samuel, sir, with a huge round of applause, Chairman and Managing Director, Wings Brand Activation Private Limited. But before we call him on stage, we do have a special AV to introduce you all to him, and vice versa. So let's have the AV now.
సంవత్సరాల కింద ఒక బాబు ఇంటర్ డ్రాప్ అవుట్ అయి 17 సంవత్సరాలకి ఇంటింటికి వెళ్ళి వాటర్ పేపర్స్ అమ్ముతూ రోజు కూలి 50 రూపాయలు తీసుకునే వ్యక్తి ఇప్పుడు 1224 కోట్ల వ్యాపారానికి అధినేత అయ్యాడు. దానితో
Can we please have the video? To the lovely people in the audience, kindly please bear with us. Just any moment now, we'll play it. All right, I feel there is a technical fault at the system. Our humble apologies. But in the meantime, I would request the humble presence of our venerated dignitary here with us, Mr. Arun Samuel, sir. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं इनके लिए, please. Chairman and Managing Director, Wings Brand Activation Private Limited. Yes, the slide is here.
Sure. Is it possible to get the video? Because I'd like to do the video, then talk this. It doesn't make. Sorry. Can you go back, please, if you don't mind? You can go back to the beginning.
The journey of Wings. Starting off on what seemed like the wrong foot, Arun Samuel dropped out of college. He took up door-to-door sales to make ends meet, where he experienced people, consumerism, and the market firsthand. In 1984, he co-founded a marketing agency, Aero Promotions. 10 years later, Arun Samuel found himself at a crossroads, contemplating a sole proprietorship, but dreading failure, he held back. However, in a clear vision from God, he saw himself standing at the edge of a cliff and heard a voice saying, "Jump, you will not fall, but fly." This vision brought clarity and direction, leading to the birth of Wings in 1994. Starting with only 3 people in a basement in Bangalore City. Though a tough start, the experience garnered laid a strong foundation for building a leading experiential marketing agency. Embracing humble beginnings, Wings started with promotional activities for various clients in different industries, diligently executing each activity and ensuring its successful completion. Wings birthed its very first vertical, Wings Brand Activations, including brand promotions, merchandising, road shows, retail marketing, and much more. Further, Wings expanded into other business verticals such as events, Salesforce, manpower, arenas, healthcare, hospitals, 200 plus beds, and more to come. education, schools and colleges, infrastructure, industries, dream homes, aviation and consult. Daring to dream big and pushing its limits beyond the boundaries of India. Today, Wings spans across 8 countries, 12 business verticals, 28 states, and employs over 8,500 people with its headquarters in Bangalore. At Wings, we envision the bigger picture and carefully set long-term goals and aspirations. In 2015, a challenging target of 100 crore rupees was set for 2020. By March 2020, Wings had exceeded the target and reached a remarkable revenue of 797 crore rupees, surpassing its vision for 2020. By March 2025, Wings continued its exponential growth, achieving a revenue of 1,224 crores. We have now set goals to take on Wings 2030. The goal for 2030 is clear. Become the #1 brand building agency in India and across the globe, delighting all our customers. Be a visionary company. Establish 4 regional offices across India, North, South, East and West. Establish Dubai as the Wings global headquarters, focusing on the GCC, Africa, USA, Singapore and Europe. Nurture and mentor fresh talent to become the future leaders of Wings. Create over 12,000 jobs worldwide. We are on a journey to take Wings to the world.
Thank you so much. I want to thank Anurag. I don't know whether he's here, but thank you for the opportunity of helping me to be on the business world, experiential marketing. And I'm here to share the story of a person who was thrown out of college, went door to door, learned on the streets what it is to understand customers, and built a business from there. Grateful to God for his faithfulness. And the way the company has grown, we've seen the hand of God upon this company. The story of Wings is, if I can move the next slide. The story of Wings is about how we took off from 3 people back in Bangalore. The vision was very clear. We just want to be a company which would do well and take care of our family. But by God's grace, we realized going and meeting clients, talking to them, they would take a card and never come back. And I learned the secret of asking them, what are the challenges that they face? And when we asked them the challenges, they started giving us the brief. And when we got the brief and we gave a proposal, we got jobs. And that business that started small grew for us. And we just didn't stick to activation, which was I've been through this industry. When it was called promotions, it went into activations, then it was called experiential. I thank people like Sushma, who was my client. She's out here. She had given me back 15 years back, 4 crores worth of business with Tatas. There were many clients who played an important part in the role of the growth of Wings. But Wings just didn't stick to activation. We kept looking for opportunities of how to grow. And you can see how from door to door, we went to the next thing. It's not working. So the Wings success story is about a simple story. If I can go to one of it, is Tetra Pak.
we were actually doing activations for Tetra Pak. And our job was to go to the retail shops and tell them how to place the brand. Because if Tetra Pak is kept the wrong way, it will start bulging. And if it bulges, it means it's spoiled. So we were giving the job of, appointed by Tetra Pak to go around and tell the shopkeepers how to place the stocks. While doing that, in the briefing, when I was sitting down there, I heard them talking about a four-layer packing and how milk that gets spoiled overnight can last 120 days because of Tetra Pak packing. That was just a message in the briefing to the promoters. And I remember I was traveling to Vizag, and we were coming down the lift. And as we were coming down the lift, somebody came into the lift, and he saw the eagle, and he said, "What do you guys do?" All of us were wearing the eagle, the suits. And he said, "What do you do?" I said, "We do brand activation." And he said, "Can we have breakfast together?" We went down and we had breakfast, and he was the MD of AP Dairy. And he told me that he had extra milk and he wanted to sell that. It was converted to powder. And he wanted me to tell him how we could sell the powder so that he could get back the money. And as we spoke, we came up with ideas. But as I was traveling back, the thing of Tetra Pak came back to me. How a milk can be saved for 120 days. And so I saw an opportunity. I spoke to Tetra Pak in Pune at that time. Now they're in Bombay, in Delhi. And I told Tetra Pak, here's an opportunity. I was trying to get brownie points. I thought if I get Tetra Pak to sell a missionary in Vizag, they will take the milk, they'll pack it up. We had a school that we have had good connections with. We work with 7,200 schools. We do the Tata essay competition. But one of the group schools, Ryan in Bombay, they were a big school that we had a good relationship with. We went and spoke to them and he said, "Can we run a milk program with you, where we'll give milk to all the kids?" And the chairman, Dr. Pinto and Madam Pinto agreed to do that program of giving milk. It was chargeable, but of course they said it was free for the kids. So we tied up the deal there. We went to Tetra Pak. We asked them, "Can you put up a unit in Vizag?" But the problem was, at that time, CM was Naidu. He had his own interest in another milk called Heritage. So he didn't want to give this deal. And so he said, "No, we cannot buy the mission." So Tetra Pak was not willing to sell the mission. Here I was having a good idea, where we could take the milk, pack it up in the Tetra Pak and supply to the schools. It didn't work. So finally, I went to Tetra Pak, and with their help, I said, "Okay, I'll buy the mission. I'll put it in Vizag, in Vishaka Dairy, buy the milk from Vishaka Dairy, pack it up." And we launched this product called Mimo, Milk Mo. That's the CMD of Tetra Pak, and of course, the MD of Vizag Dairy. It was a simple idea. We took this packet, we bought the milk, packed it, brought it to Bombay. We had 48 schools, 73,000 children, every day drinking the milk. We were making 1 rupee profit on the milk. And that was my first big business that I saw, where I went beyond activation, came out with a brand, and we soon became the number 2. We beat, for Tetra Pak, we beat products like, most of the products except for Fruity. We were selling number 2 without advertising, because every day, a child would get up, come to school, Monday to Friday, come out of assembly, and they would pick up a product. It was part of the fee. So 73,000 packets were sold daily, and they paid in advance, every month in advance in the fees. So that's one of the products. That's how we went beyond activation. The next one is ICICI Prudential. Here we were just a simple telecalling and feet on street operation. And we built the biggest team. We built a team of 1,450 people across India. We were one of the biggest teams for Mr. Kamath, as you can see in the picture. He came to open up our office because we were doing 42 to 50,000 cards per month. And during one of the meetings, we happened to be there, and when I got speaking to him, I told him, "Sir, you've done so much. You built the ICICI Bank in BKC, but you've been a blessing indirectly. You've given us more than 1,450 people jobs by working for us in FOS, feet on streets and telecalling." And he looked at me and he said, "Arun, I wish I could do more." He said, "I feel like I'm a gas balloon that is held back." And I said, "So what else would you like to do?" And at that time, he told me, "I wish I could go to the small place and open up banks." And I don't know why, I just looked at him and said, "Sir, give me a chance, I'll run for you." I was an opportunist. I would be looking for opportunities, how to take it up. And he tapped my back, he went. But 1 week after that, he called me back to Prabha Devi, and he introduced me to Ms. Shika Sharma, who bought a team. And then from there, they told me to go and open up small offices, 15 offices. In tier 2, tier 3, they wanted to open up in small towns because Bajaj was coming up fast. And they were losing out there, though they were selling in the big cities, the small cities, Bajaj was selling more with less amount of insurance but higher profits. And so we went to set 15 infrastructure offices for them. We were never an infrastructure, we were an activation company. In fact, in that meeting, I was looking out, every time I look out, where's the marketing guy so we can aim for? But in that meeting, there's only infrastructure, facility, and the others. But thank God, I just sat calm, many times asked me questions like, can I have the BOQ? I did not know what the hell BOQ was. It was not in the experiential marketing. The other guy asked me, what's your TAT time? I did not even know what TAT was. I said, sir, I'll get back. My operation team will take care. I came out of that meeting, called the architect. He said, BOQ is bill of quantities, TAT is turnaround time. And so we found out that, and they gave us to do 15 offices. We set up 15 offices in 45 days in small towns, tier 2, tier 3. And with that, we went on to setting up 600 offices. This was not just setting up offices. We are taking offices, we are doing it up, and we are giving it to them. And it was supposed to be a 3-year contract. 16 years later, it's still running, 600 plus offices, Maharashtra downwards. So Wings activation, there's a lot of stories that I can keep telling. I'm aware of the time. The other one is about industries. What is an activation company got to do with industry? We saw how Apple in our city, very close to where I am, the Tatas called us and they were taking a company, Wistron, which is making the Apple telephone. And from 30,000 people, they wanted my Wings BizPro, which is a manpower wing, to give them another 20,000 people to work for them in that place. And I went in and I said, hey, these guys are bringing the Apple manufacturing, which was done in China. And they're manufacturing in India and going to sell it across the world. And at that time, it was just after COVID, everybody was avoiding China. So I was telling myself, I'm going to sell my people to China and see how we can speak to the Chinese and see if we can bring them to India and make their product just like Apple, Tata's is doing for Apple. And so we sent 2 people, they went around, it took some time. But finally we found a guy who was making t-shirts. And we got speaking to him, we told him, you might lose business, so why don't you come and open up in India, partners, and we will make the t-shirts together. And then we went to the US, he took me to introduce to the client. Because if I had gone to the client, I have not even stitched a shirt in my life. But here was a client who made the thing in China. He said he's going to partner us in India and open up a factory. He said he's experienced, he's sending the machinery, he's sending the people. And the tie-up was done with Under Armour. Today, 5 million pieces made from China by Wings, which is an activation company in Experiential and opening up industries. And so this is the opportunity that the Experiential company is given to us. I can tell many other stories. We have gone into education. We saw how the institutions, Christian institutions, 100 years plus, 200 years plus, great properties. Today, no property. The British gave it to them. They were very happy getting it. But they didn't develop it. They didn't have the money. The clergy was running it. And so as marketing people, we saw opportunities. We said, let's take these old schools that are going down. They had a good name. 100 years back, these were the schools that everyone went to. We took a school called Baldwin's. We turned it around. Deloitte told us it'll take 5 years to turn around. In the very first year, we saw profit. We bought a school called Bishop Cotton, which is got in Shimla, Nagpur, and Bangalore. The Bishop Cotton names belongs to Wings today. We are franchising that name. Prestige is taking it up in BKC. You'll see it coming soon. Our Bishop Cotton's there. We bought another school called La Martiniere in Calcutta. These are good schools. All Wings is doing is using the experience that we have and bring it back to life and building the schools. This is hospitals that were taken, again, mission hospitals that were going under losses. We took this hospital and we did it up. It's turning around from a loss-making hospital. Today we are doing out here, we are tied up with Dr. Devi Shetty. I look at myself as a mall owner. I got Dr. Devi Shetty who's going to do the open heart surgery. I tied up with Tata Cancer who's going to take care of cancer. We got Fortis to take care of gastroenteritis. We got Apollo to take care of neuro. So I see myself as a mall owner who took this hospital and gave different people to open different departments. I just kept only the pediatrics, the medical, the pediatrics and the children's gynecology, and also general medicine. We kept focus on that, and we built a hospital which has become successful in Kolar. There are 1,750 Christian mission hospitals to take over. And I pray that Wings will take over one by one, 28, at least in 28 cities, we'll open up the hospitals. Now you might ask, what is an activation or event company doing with a hospital? And I can give you one example how we took the CSR program of Volvo. Volvo gave us, we went to Volvo, we took the CSR program. We took the money. We gave it to the hospital. The hospital in return bought back a Volvo truck. The Volvo truck was converted into a mini hospital. And the hospital in turn had doctors and nurses that went to the community which was around our hospital and took care of the people. And the people were, many of them were working in the Volvo factory. So Volvo was getting goodwill. But in the evening, we bought the same truck to the toll where the lorries would come, and we would have our activation guys meeting the lorry owners, the drivers, and bringing them to the close by dabas, and they would sit down in the daba. They would have a lunch, they would have the dinner, and then we would do a medical checkup. And while we do the medical checkup, we would take down the owner's name and how many trucks they own, and we'd give them a free ride there. And then we would take that data, our call centers would call back, and we would get leads and give it back to Volvo. So here's an example of how, even by doing something like a hospital, we still used the experiential route. And so that's the story of Wings, that we have done many things. And if I can request. Can we change the slide? It's not turning. Sorry. Yeah, so the other things that we have, sorry, can you go back 2 slides? Yeah. This is the other things that we do in the Christian missionary thing. We have taken those grounds. Not only do we run schools, we need to make it profitable. So we put up our auditoriums. These are some of the auditoriums we have put across. I speak to Syed, many opportunities. You can tell me any place of the 28 states, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. We can give them land to set up things. But we already set up some auditoriums, almost 14 auditoriums running right now. If I can move to the next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah. These are sports ground, the one in Bandra. We have a big 8.5 acre land right there in Bandra. We have put sports grounds. Again, Wings is connected. Here we also get, if you look at Salman Khan, he's a friend of Wings because he comes and uses the sports ground. You name them, the cricket players, everybody comes out here who stays in Bandra. All of them keep playing here. And so we have almost 12 sports centers across India coming up fast. Yeah. And so it's been growing up. And if I can have the next slide. And this is what I say, that Discovery is seeing what everyone has seen and thinking what no one has thought. And that is what Wings has been doing. Simple activation business. We took it up with 3 people just planning to survive. And by God's grace, we grew. As you can see, the different divisions. Today, we have 12. If you can change the slide, please. Yeah. We have 12 businesses. That's 24 verticals running. From a 35 lakh business to 1,300 crores. This is what experiential marketing has done for us. And we thank God that it's not just India. We cover all the 28 states. We got 714 towns, 714 small districts that we're working in. And we also opened 8 countries. I'll close in a little while. And I keep saying, if I go to the next thing, if we have no guts, no glory, no legend, no story. I pray that many more people will grow in the same industry. God bless. Thank you so much.
Well, that was quite an interesting session indeed. Can we have a huge round of applause for Sir here for enlightening us about his brand? And I'm sure many of you would like to connect with him in the break time. Proceeding forward to our next speaker now, I would request the humble presence of Ms. Isha Agarwal, partner, Gold Love Ice Creams, operator F&B Vertical, Fancy Ventures Builders. So let's welcome the lady with a huge round of applause, please. Come on, people, hands up in the air. Let's welcome her.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I would like to extend my special thanks, sincere gratitude to Anurag sir for this opportunity. And to start with, I'm sure some of you must have tried the cold love ice cream outside. And that's what we are here for, experience. I'm Isha Chaturvedi, a partner at Cold Love Ice Creams and operator at FAFC Venture Builders F&B Vertical. And here I have with me my partner, Nishchay Pradhan, partner at Cold Love and operator at FAFC F&B Vertical. Let me give you a quick background. So Pranav Chaturvedi, a serial entrepreneur and the founder of FAFC Venture Builder, also my husband, comes to me one day and over a cup of coffee, he says to me and Nishay that we are including Cold Love ice creams in our portfolio, in our FAFC portfolio, and we both have to operate it and make it profitable. All right, okay. We started as a minority shareholder and we were supposed to build it, we have to get strategy in place and we have to make it profitable. Perfect, all right. But who knew that this 1 month would be actually the most joyous month for me and Nishchay? A month passes, Pranav comes back again, and this time he states another thing. He says, FAFC is fully acquiring Cold Love ice creams. Wow, all right. That's huge. What changed? What happened? And this was my first ever experience of the power of experiential marketing. In this 1 month, Pranav actually saw me and Nishchay extremely choppy, happy, full of love and joy. A heightened emotion throughout this month was actually joy. So trust me, ice cream is actually an emotion. By every scoop that we were behind the counter, there was a story that was untold. We are here to actually present Cold Love to you and to share how experiential marketing actually changed and impacted Cold Love. I'll start with just few short stories and build it up to how we actually experienced it ourselves. So the first story is an inspiration, Carvel ice creams. I'm sure everybody has heard about Carvel ice creams. It's actually a biggest US ice cream brand. It was started in early 1900s, and one day, Carvel was in his cart of ice cream, just traveling, trying to reach to his destination, and when he got a flat tire, he reached a village and his ice cream was melting. He started serving the ice cream, the melted ice cream to the village kids, and in due time, in no time, all the villagers were around him. That's exactly when he found and he actually experienced the power of experiential marketing. Soft serve was actually not founded in kitchen. It was found on road, just by a mere chance, when a chanced mind met some luck with this marketing technique. So for us, it's very simple. It's experience, it's emotion, it's memory, it's trust, and it's loyalty. The second story is very personal to us because that's where we were present. So a month ago, we were at a Durga stall for an event of ice cream. And this 13-year-old girl comes at our counter and tastes our ice cream for the first time. Okay, that still gets me a smile because She tasted that small bite, looked at her mother, and just smiled. It was a smile of trust, a smile that said, "It feels like home." She came to me and she took my number. And today she's actually become a best friend. She keeps calling me, "Auntie, मेरे friends आ रहे हैं, आप ice cream भेज दीजिए. Auntie, कल मेरा birthday है, can you send me a cake?" So that's exactly what ice creams does to us. So what we saw in business is that experience, those emotions, and that loyalty and trust. So we actually don't sell ice creams. I would say we sell moments. Moments that can be felt by each one of you. Some initiatives that Cold Love has taken, it's not a mass brand. It is actually a nostalgia, a craft, a very simple idea that ice creams should taste when it tasted as a child. When we tasted our ice creams as a child, that's what makes us feel pure, honest, and it's homemade. Another very quick story of an event that we did, which actually gave us authenticity and purity. We were doing an NGO event where most of the profits of the sales of the ice cream had to go to this NGO. A principal from a very large school came to us and asked us to actually do a permanent spot at their school. And we were shocked, we were amazed, because that's where we understood what trust and authenticity and purity is. But as a Cold Love ice cream brand, we are not just investing in events or experiential marketing or emotions. We are even highly invested in technology. As we also belong to FAFC Venture Builders ecosystem, we do have a large ecosystem which backs us on huge technology, expertise on multiple other fronts. We've built our tech in such a way that we have your in-your-hand POS system. So today, anybody can set up a Cold Love counter, anybody can set up a Cold Love system just by a in-your-hand POS system. To an extent that a 20-year-old test prep company came to us and wants us to actually present a Cold Love center at 27 of their centers across Delhi NCR. They want to leverage our scooping love, especially for the kids and parents. They are blending the smell of waffles and ice cream to their tuition centers. Cold Love is concentrating on the warmth in our stores, handcrafted feel of our branding, joy of the tasting, excitement of seasonal flavors, magic of Christmas that's coming up soon, and the comfort of being treated like a family. And from here, I would finally talk about the last story, where we are building house gelato models, and you can actually use us for your brand activations as well. A fashion brand can actually use us for any bespoke model or a bespoke flavor and use it for a store launch. It can be highly luxurious, it can create a buzz. A travel company on the other side can just launch a Maldives coconut sea salt, right? It can be actually molded as per your story to create your lasting memories. Another concept of house gelato systems that is especially for restaurants and F&B partners, that's a complete house gelato at your restaurant, at your place with our brand, and specifically taken care of the entire experience of Cold Love transferred to your brand. Without much advertising or speaking a lot, I would let you experience this Cold Love ice creams yourself. There's a experiential center counter specially put for you all. Please come have a taste of Cold Love ice creams. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much, ma'am. That was quite an insightful session indeed. Can we have a round of applause for the lady here? Come on, people. Louder. Wonderful. Proceeding forward for one of our dignitaries who I would now be inviting here on stage to take the lead here and enlighten us on the topic making experiential find its way in mainstream media. We have Mr. Manish Porwal, Managing Director, Alchemist Marketing Solutions Group, to please join us here. Can we welcome Sir with a huge round of applause, please? Come on, I need more energy and enthusiasm from the lovely people sitting in the audience. We do have a dignitary who has spared us his precious time here today. Welcome, sir.
Well, that's all right. I understand why the class are not there. You don't know me. I don't know most of you, so I'd like to know a little bit. Can we take it for granted that at least 90% of you are from the experiential marketing industry? Can you raise your hand, those who believe they are from the experiential marketing industry? Not 90% then. Most of you nod, is it? It's not the field in a way they go, right? Okay, just joking. So, well, I'm not. Let's put it like this. I come from an organization which is into various things, including what you would say experiential marketing. Can I have a pointer or can I have a forwarder, please? Do you have one? None here. It's just become easier. Is Anurag here by any chance? Oh, sir, great. Okay, you go. Name. Okay, does it work? No, this is not the one, is it? Okay, then somebody else will have to do it for me. Aap kar denge, please? Okay. So, my topic for today is a slightly controversial one, and let me tell you why. My belief is that, and let me put some energy in the room with this. My belief is that experiential marketing industry, if it doesn't behave itself, will be either dead or crippled very soon. Am I making a strong point here, ladies and gentlemen? It has all probabilities of going a little limp if it doesn't behave itself. And let me explain the rest of the 10-15 minutes, whatever I take, is around this. And also I have a solution for it on what to do. Maybe that solution works for you or doesn't work for you. But those of you who have been working in the so-called event industry, as I said in the past, and experiential marketing industry, today must listen to this carefully is my request to all of you, and then it all depends on you. If you can find the remote in all this file, it will be good because I have to go back and forth a bit. But let's go forward, please. Quickly, just to tell about myself, I'm the managing director of Alchemist Group, which is one of India's largest integrated marketing solutions company. The experiential marketing is as important to us as water to all of us. It's an important ingredient of what we present. So I'm not presenting as a total outsider out there. I'm very much presenting as a part insider. Okay, let's go. Okay, just to quickly tell, source credibility, we run about 4 offices with about 200 people across the country, so we're not a one office kind of situation. We understand different geographies, we understand different kinds of people. We handle about 80 odd clients, and before I started Aspen 15 years ago, I already dealt with about 100 odd clients, creating brands like Ultracare, Omega 3, etc. So just the source credibility part, so that you don't look like, or I don't look like an Indian company. That's good. This is what we do as an ecosystem or as a metaverse, if I can say. And these parts, the top left, Alchemist Live, which is into creating of IPs, is something that we do. And along with that, we have a partner called Geek, who does all e-interventions, VR, AR, events, activations, what we call the world of experiential marketing. That's one part, but we do a lot more, which includes keep going and keep going. If you look at the overall Indian advertising or communication or media market, the way you look at it, keep going, please. The total market is about 16 odd billion. Experiential marketing part of that is less than about 10-15%. Actually, I've taken the highest number out there. It's 5 lakh. Okay. There are 4 things that a medium requires to grow. There have to be enough sellers. There have to be enough buyers. Are there enough sellers and buyers in the experiential marketing industry? I guess so. There are enough. In fact, there are too many for comfort. Too many sellers out there. Smaller shops, 1 to 50 people organizations doing a lot of work. Right? That's what we probably don't have is a strong intermediary zone and a strong measurement. When I say measurement, let me explain to you. Back in 1990s, do you know that print grew very, very fast? Right? Very, very fast. One of the reasons why print grew was because there was an IRS and there was an IRS and there was an NRS. It measured the efficacy, the reach of print. Then came the time of television. And when really television got a throughput, when the Z's of the world and the Sonys of the world, etc., came in, stars became mainstream and so on and so forth. And that's when there was a huge conversation around intact which got you measured. Right? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay? And then came the digital world. I'm so sorry, I think there's a last version of presentation. So close it down and talk about it. That's fine. This is not the right version. Thank you so much. I was to close it and talk about it. There's something wrong, some wrong presentation is coming through. Okay? So that happened in the digital world. Now what happened with the world of experiential marketing? Experiential marketing was measured in nothing else but what we call and what is going to be thinking about, which is called the applause. हमने इवेंट किया, चाहे वो शादी हुई, चाहे वो ब्रांडेड फंक्शन हुआ, चाहे जो भी हुआ, और हमने उसकी efficacy को कैसे नापा? How did we figure out that the efficacy was good? By the applause we got. I'm not getting to that. Clearly see that. But that's all right. That's fine. But the only way we say event का success, अरे इतने लोगों ने इतनी बढ़िया बातें की, ताली बजाएं. I do a lot of channel partner events for my real estate clients, and we measure very often. My own guys measure the success. अच्छा गया, बहुत अच्छा गया. दो चीजों से बता दें. एक कोई glitch नहीं हुआ event में, glitch like this, where my presentation was taken off, and the second is about the talis that we applaud. That's all. Now, when you have an efficacy measurement like applause, what happens? Anybody who is putting money into experiential marketing will fear. They will not put the largest amount there. They will put the largest amount in things which are measurable. Are you with me, guys? CEOs, they are responsible to their boards. They have a 50 crore budget, let's say. In that 50 crore, we get happy with 2, 3, 4, maybe less than that amount, right? The most of the money, where is it going? Digital, television, print. And जो बचा कुछ है वो हमारे पास. Core truth, real truth. Why is that happening? 2 reasons. First, let me explain. In the entire ecosystem of decision making for a client, first comes a business problem or an opportunity. From there they strategize. From there they come to a plan. And from there they come to execution. And from the execution they come to measurement. Are you getting it, ladies and gentlemen? The problem with us is, we are in the middle. We don't get it when the objective is being discussed in the boardrooms. कि मेरे साथ प्रॉब्लम ये है, मेरा माल नहीं बिक रहा, या मेरी नई टेरिटरी ऐड हुई है, या whatever it be. We are not called for that discussion at all. We are called for a discussion only when a plan is already decided. And they say, कैसे किया बताओ? Correct? And you know what? We, the way we are, we run away from measurement, the last part. हमें measurement नहीं चाहिए. हमको आता ही नहीं measure करना अपने आप को. हम measure कैसे करते हैं? ताली से. That's the only way we measure. So what happens? We are left with the people, and this is the core truth again, who are far lower in the system. We are not talking to the CEOs, we are not talking to the top guys. Maybe it's the boss, maybe. Maybe a few people, August company out here maybe. But most of us are not talking to them. Who are we talking to? That middle person, the brand manager at best, or the event manager, who's already been told, ye 1 crore hai, isme jo karna hai kar lo. And that's the play money. It's monopoly money. Do you realize for them? It's not the real money. So for all of us, the reality, if we take away all the assorted stuff and we talk only about brand activations and brand experiential marketing, we are actually talking about only less than 4% of the total Indian advertising pie that we are being happy about. Such an incestuous world. We're just happy about that and creating dialogues around that. Now I've told you the problem. Do you guys identify with the problem now? The problem is we don't start early, and the problem is we end a little too early. We are in the middle when we don't have much of a say. We are not changing fortunes. My belief, there are two things that we can do, ladies and gentlemen. The first, we can get upfront in issues that probably concern a client the most. And what are the issues typically? They are all around sales. They're all around revenue. I'll give you an example. Years back, 6 years back precisely, American Express, I just met the ex-CEO of that time. He was there. Is he there? Sir. Here, well, at least unke liye taali baja dijiye, please. Here's the ex-CEO of American Express, and we as alchemists were talking to them, and somewhere, somebody, some team member of his, told us that the issue is that we have a lot of premium card holders. But once they take the card, they don't talk back to us. Is that right, sir? They don't create what is called a dialogue with us. Now this happened only because we were talking to the right people. And what we were able to do with that is create an experiential marketing system which was called Delhi Theatre Festival, a festival for the intellectuals, which actually happened to be these card holders or the prospects. That theatre festival allowed them to talk before and after this festival and during as well. And that festival has grown over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 seasons, leaving aside the COVID time, where they are actually not just growing their numbers with that, but they are growing their experience with people on that. And that's continued to be a story of American Express. We started with Delhi Theatre Festival, went on to Bangalore Theatre Festival, went on to Hyderabad Theatre Festival, and next year exploring if we can do Pune Theatre Festival. Are you getting me? So upfronting yourself in a decision making where the client is actually talking about sales. He's not talking about applauses. He's not talking about just about talking to some people. Similar kind of case studies I have for a client called M3M, where 90% of their sales is done through intermediaries, channel partners, but only 10% of their money was spent on events. 10%. Because बाकी सब खर्च करते हैं print में हमें भी करना है, बाकी सब करते हैं billboard में हमें भी करना है. And then over the last 8 years, the journey, and I don't have the time right now, but the journey has been where we have created events for them, where we have sold for them. Sold, not just got applauses, sold for them. And that money has moved from a 10% to a 27% odd this year. And that is only because we upfronted. The second one is about measurement, ladies and gentlemen. Time this industry thought about one currency. Can there be a currency like an experience points? Can it be a currency about what it helped people to move the needle and so on and so forth? So that's the second part I'm talking about. First, getting in early. Second, getting out late. Measurement being the place. Event industry, experiential marketing industry has to learn to talk numbers. It has to talk. I mean, activation has already learned, and sir was talking a little about that, but activation has already learned a little bit because unko batana hota hai kitne logon ne sample kiya, let's say. But finally, can we relate it back to sales? Because the moment you do that, you will be talking big bucks. Those events will not be one event for 1 crore or half a crore or 10 lakhs or 5 lakhs. Suddenly you'll have 20 of them happening in those 20 cities, 2 crores each, and suddenly you'll be talking a substantial pie. You will move a number from a 5 to 10% of this entire industry to about 20, 25, and each one of us is going to again benefit. My time has run out. I had lots to talk, but I guess some other time. Thank you so much for having patiently listened to me. Thank you very much. Sorry. Now you may say I spoke about creating currency, etc. What do I do individually? Individually, you can do a very small thing. Each time when you do an event, each time, create a pre and post. What does it mean? When the people enter in, what do they think about the brand? And when do they go out of that event, what do they think about the brand then? If you're able to measure that, that will be a very small, humble, and an individual beginning. And that will separate you from all the other event managers, so-called. Just leaving that thought, think about it. Thank you.
Well, that was quite remarkable indeed. Can we have a round of applause for Sir here, please? Thank you so very much. Proceeding forward to one of our addresses, which is quite enticing indeed for one and all, which is on the topic Blueprints for Impact, Safer, Greener Environment. And to do the honors, I would request the humble presence of Mr. Siddharth Chaturvedi, founder and CEO of Event, crafter and chair of EMA's Health, Safety and Environment Committee. So let's welcome Sir with a huge round of applause, please. Thank you very much.
Check, check. Okay, I'll do this very quickly because I've been told Rohel has created a world record today by having 50 speakers being accommodated in a single day. So I'm so sure I will only get 5 minutes, and I'll just take 5 minutes of yours because, and these 5 minutes are important 5 minutes, and I want your attention here, please. We're talking about something which has been most neglected in our event industry, and I want you to focus. I'll start with a small video. Can we just have my presentation, please? And you can straight away play the video. Believe me, this is not what we are supposed to do in our industry, but eventually, this is what is happening. And why is this happening? Is because almost everyone in this industry has actually come in this industry by default. By not getting the proper training, and this whole jugaad mentality of the great Indian jugaad is what we believe in. This whole thing goes on, and this negligence is across the sector, by the way. It's not that you might be a small agency or a bigger agency, even bigger agencies, by the way. You know, because there's so much of action, there's so much of work happening throughout in the seasons, and you know, and we don't have those systems in place in our offices, where our checks and balances are being measured. And unfortunately, this area has been long not taken seriously by industry at all. So last year at EMA, I was asked to lead the HSE committee for association. And can you just go to the next slide, please? Or do I have a slide changer? Okay. So this is 2nd August 2025 at Imagine Udaipur. We, in fact, launched the whole ecosystem of safety at Imagine. And by the way, it's a first step. It's something which is ongoing. We will keep improving as we go along, but I'll just take you through what this whole ecosystem is all about. I want you to please go to this website called emaindia.com. Now, if you go to the website, this is the homepage you will see. You will see this banner coming in down there. Download your guide to HSE QRG, pictorial SOP, green manual. Please click on these icons and download these SOPs. So what it is, I'll quickly, and this is the work of a great committee which we put together. It had subject matter experts from various fields. There was a Avishkar who's a great person who he's a great subject matter expert in trussing, and we have Mankaran who's great in staging, and we have someone like Vincent who's a great crowd manager. I mean, one of the best in the country got together, and what we did is then we also hired a consultant. We have Momentum India as a consultant now who's partnered with us. And together, I mean, we know the reality checks. I don't need to really talk about it. We all know how casually we take event safety. Somewhere this room also is a reflection of that if you look around. So what this ecosystem is, I like to introduce it. It's in the phase 1, which we launched in August. There's a phase 2 coming soon. In the phase 1, we've launched an HSE QRG. It's a quick reference guide. It's not a complete event manual. We will have Indian standard event manual ready very soon. It will be launched very soon. That's phase 2 for us. But this is a quick reference guide. And by going through this quick reference guide, and if you follow that, I'm sure you're creating a system in your organization which is more safer. And it's a step-by-step guide to plan right from the planning phase and to the execution phase it goes through. While we did that, we've created this HSE QRG. We've also created an app which is called Event Safety App. You have to just go to, it's available in iOS and Android both. You can download the app. This is, by the way, one of the first apps in our country which can relatively make your systems, safer. Yeah. So how does the app work? It has a risk assessment tool. It gives you a complete audit to your and you can there's a checks and balances system in it. Like in every step, you take your picture, you upload the picture. It's documented that even if you even if there's some God willingly, if unwillingly, if there's some incidents which happens, you at least have documented that you had taken all the measures yourself. So if you look at that app, it has all these auditing tools. It has an LMS system which we are working on right now in phase 2. Now coming to the detail of it, like I've said, the QRG is there. It's a good 88-page quick reference guide. We've also launched this pictorial SOPs alongside. So pictorially, a lot of time, production staff doesn't know, would not like to read through the all documents. So it's a great pictorial way for them to understand easily. Just check the picture and see if you're doing it the right way. And I talked about the event safety app. It has a self-assessment tool. There is a safety induction thing also. Like it has a thing wherein you have to ask your employee to watch the video, and there's a quiz which comes in. So you have to take that quiz to actually induct it in your company. That's like a basic level of safety induction which happens. Coming soon, like I said, is a full-on event manual, a complete ecosystem wherein we will have physical auditors going in the events and auditing it, and of course an online tool. There'll be online auditing also available through the app, which completely covers your risk and sees and kind of suggests you where you're going wrong. In the end, I will like to end this video by saying the great Indian Jugaad has to end somewhere. Just a way of saying, yeah, so even gods protect their head first. So we have to have that safety first culture coming in our organization, and that's what I want to really emphasize on. We also launched, I'll just quickly wrap it up. We also launched green manual at Imagine. This is again the first green manual wherein it's basically a guide which kind of tells you completely on waste management and kind of gives you ideas how to go about having waste management. And I think my time is up, so I will not take much of time. Please go and check out the website. Please download these critical documents and ask your teams to use it in the offices. This is so critical, so important for us. Please take this seriously. Else, there's some incident away which is going to happen sometime or other with you also. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Siddharth sir, for such an insightful session. Good evening, everybody. So let's come to the last panel of the day, and that's the most awaited one, I guess. So the topic we'll be talking about is stagecraft and soul, what it takes to hold a room in the age of distraction. And I welcome, put your hands together for everybody, Siddharth Kannan, YouTube sensation, trending host and face of new media. Come on, guys, a little louder. And Sanchali Arora, global MC and presenter, moderator, actor, content creator. Sanchali. And next, Krishna Verma, anchor, singer. I welcome Krishna. Ridhansha Arora, MC. Pavleen Gujral, anchor and actor. And last but not least, Chandni Sehgal, MC. I welcome you all today. And I, Ujasvi Kapoor, will be moderating this session. Sanchali, come. Come here.
God, yeah. Amazing. I love it.
I welcome you all. Such a fabulous lineup. So let's quickly dive into the questions only. So in an era where attention spans are shrinking, what's the single most underrated skill a host needs to truly command in a room? So let's start with Siddharth sir. Yeah.
Can you repeat your question, please?
In an era where attention spans are shrinking, what's the single most underrated skill a host needs to truly command in a room?
So, the single most underrated skill is honesty, integrity, being yourself and not faking it. Moment MCs end up faking it, there's forced energy. Energy is something that comes from within. Moment the audience understands that the host is faking the aura, the persona, automatically people lose interest in you. It is the era of talking with people, not talking to people or at people. It's the era of having a strong EQ, which is emotional quotient. It is the era of connecting soul to soul. Now, a lot of people believe that wit cannot have EQ. Wit can have emotions. Energy can have soul. So the most underrated skill is when people end up faking what they do on stage, and that doesn't last long.
That's great. Krishna, what would you add to it?
I guess, listening is one thing which is very underrated for the MCs. The brief have been given from the client, and you have to be with the audience. You are the sutradhar. You are connecting the stage to your audience. So I think the listening, and listening not only to the brief, to the client, but listening to the audience also, what the audience demands. I guess both ways, it is the most underrated thing, and MC should really work on it. Yeah.
Ridansha, what's your take?
Well, actually, I would like to add something to this, as Siddharth rightly said. You are adding happiness and energy to a day that is beyond the expectation of the people sitting there. Like tonight in this room, there's so many people who have worked hard throughout the year and year, every day, toiling day and night to just get that one award, to be at the pinnacle of excellence. And we are so fortunate to be a part of their lucky moment, their memorable time. So EQ rightly said, you have to feel that happiness for them. My sister just said this to me in the very beginning of my career. Suppose you are the CEO of that company and your people are getting awarded. Aren't you happy? It's like, yes, definitely. You've put so much into it. You've seen them toil, right? So bring that energy, be that happy person to give out those trophies and saying their name loud and about, telling the entire world that I have done it. Thank you.
Great. Chani, what's your take?
I think Ridansha has already put in a lot of words into this. And I personally feel as an MC, as a presenter, connecting with the audience is most important. As Siddharth himself said, you cannot fake it. You cannot fake an emotion or a passion when you are there on stage. And integrity is very important. If you're connecting with the audience and there is a moment on stage where you feel that the audience is losing the connect, they're looking at their phones, and how will you get their interest back? That time you need to get off the stage and maybe engage with them, try to get their attention back onto how you will do that unless you're spontaneous on stage. You have to bring out your personality on stage, and that's what connects. You can't just read through the script. Okay, so that's what I feel.
That's great. Sanjali.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I feel everyone has said a lot about emotional quotient, so there is not much to add there. But what I believe is when it comes to an audience, what you need to remember is you can't just go by a script which you have rehearsed. It might be that you have something in your mind and you need to follow that flow. It doesn't work unless and until it is a set protocol event where you're not allowed to shift. Otherwise, if you see when you're working on the stage, the main thing you need to see is your audience as connected with you as you are trying to connect with them. So shift the entire perspective. It is not working. You don't have to go on to long, long speeches. I don't think they work in today's era. Don't go on to give a lot of gyan. Everyone has heaps of it. There's lots on the internet. There are WhatsApp academies to teach you stuff which is missing probably in your speeches. Just have fun. Be you who you are, as has been said, and make sure the audience is loving every bit of what you're doing. Either they are intrigued by what you are saying, something that they don't know, or they are engaging with every bit of what is happening. And of course, you have to keep the brand's perspective in mind. That needs to come out. You cannot waver from that, but make sure that whatever you do is in a manner where the audience feels that they are an equal part of that moment. That's it.
That's great. Pavleen.
Thank you for the question. First of all, this is Pavleen Gujral. I'm not there on the board. I think that it was such a last-minute addition. So the team woke up to my talent last night, so I think the changes were not made. But yeah, Pavleen Gujral, ladies and gentlemen, present. Lots has been said. I mean, I don't know if I can add more. I completely agree with Sanchali, though, that you have to figure out the pulse of the audience. Every audience is different. Song and dance may work at some places. A little more formal demeanor might work at some places. So the role of a presenter. So I was corrected very wisely today. It's like you're not an MC, you're a presenter. I like the sound of that. What you have to have immense presence of mind because things might change in a couple of seconds also. Something wrong that you may say may not go down well, then you've got to change your strategy. So I think the presenter has to be the smartest person in the room because you're directing the whole show based on your presence. So just think about whom you're preaching to rather than what you want to prove as an artist, because it might work, it might not work. So I think I agree with everybody here.
Yeah.
But then, yeah, just you remember that you're preaching to the choir. So
Great. Amar, what's your take on that?
Yeah, actually, I just joined in because I was feeling jealous that Sid is the only man in the panel, so I just like came in the last moment. But I kind of missed the question, but I got the gist from what the answers
So
that
the
we got.
question was, in an era where attention spans are shrinking, what's the single most underrated skill a host needs to truly command in a room?
All right. Correct. So I'm just like, that was a demo, so I just proved the point. So for me, I'm a little old school. I believe content is the king, and that'll never go out of style. So I work on the content because in the era that we are living in, we kind of get into that jazz. We want to look classy, we want to look cool, the entries, the song, the music. But the main crux is always the content. So I always work on a hybrid content so that I mix and match with my entire audience. There are people who would love to be that, yes, we get up and dance, we want to sing, we want to party, but there's still people who want to participate, but in a very sober and subtle way. So you got to deliver something for everybody in the room. So the main thing that we need for that is presence of mind. Be present right there, look at your audience, and like the first thing that we say, read the room.
Read the room. That's great. So guys, how do you balance, authenticity with performance when the audience expects both, relatability and spectacle? Let's start with Sanchali.
Very different. Sanchali or Pavleen?
Sanchali,
Okay.
Sanchali.
Okay, so you're saying how do you maintain authenticity?
Yeah.
See, it's very easy to be fake in a fake world. But I think anchoring for me from the very start has always been about being you. If you want to be a rehearsed MC, I'm very sure that you wouldn't stand the test of time. In a very short while, you will be forgotten, you will be erased. So I think authenticity is something that comes from within. You just have, and authenticity doesn't mean, oh, I have to be very truthful about everything that I say. Frankly, that doesn't really happen. You can say whatever you want to. Sometimes you have to go with the flow. You have to see what is the narrative of the brand, what you have to play around that as well. But I think the most important thing in being authentic is whatever you're doing, do it in a way which brings out your natural self, right? Don't copy anyone in the name of inspiration. That is exactly what we do. Don't try to do that. If you bring in that own element, trust me, the audience connects with it. They can see through it. Everyone in the audience is intelligent enough to understand the person who is on stage, how true are they being or how different are they being. And the only way to be different is this for me? Or for us? I was like, you have talked too much. So yeah, so I think I should stop being authentic right here and stop talking. But basically be you, and I think the audience will realize it. Yeah, my time is up.
Chandni.
They cut down on the timer
Well,
also.
I
From
think
5, it went to 2.
she has
The
already
3 minutes,
spoken
sorry.
a lot on the topic. But yes, I would just say one thing: when you are there on stage, you need to connect with the audience. And sometimes the audience sitting in front of you could be different. It could be CEOs of a company, it could be employees of a company, it could be a wedding crowd if you're hosting a wedding. So the kind of audience you have in front of you, you need to script as per the audience, and it has to be relatable to them at the end of the day. So for example, if you know the people coming in are people from maybe South India or North India, so maybe region wise you can explore and see what are the key features that you can connect on basis with them. And because, for example, if the crowd is from South India and you play maybe a Pushpa dance number, it might relate to them. It might not relate to somebody who's from North India. Salman Khan or Shah Rukh Khan tunes might, relate to them while you're performing an activity. So you need to pre-plan about this. And of course, as he also said that you have to, focus on the content. That's most important. So when you're your authentic self there on the stage and you take note of all these key features, you will be able to relate to your audience.
Yeah.
That's it.
Awesome. Siddharth, sir.
You want me to answer the same question?
Yeah.
What was the question?
So how do you balance authenticity with performance when the audience expects, both relatability and
So,
spectacle?
what is spectacle? You know, when you get on stage, you'll hear a lot of people backstage and people who run it saying, Bhai, larger than life moment chahiye, grandeur chahiye. That, of course, will be in your stage. That, of course, will be in your decor. That, of course, will be in everything you do as an event manager. But sometimes the most simplest things as a host that you do could become a spectacle. Sometimes you try and create this larger than life moment because you've been told to do it, and it backfires. If you look at events, if you look at podcasts, if you look at things that you circulate, they're actually dignitaries, icons, people who are game changers, who actually say the most simplest things and do the most basic things, and they become viral, whether it's on stage, whether it's on digital. And the people who end up trying to create that spectacle, most of the time, I'm talking about hosts, I'm talking about speakers, it does not become a spectacle in any form. Don't chase as a host, as a speaker, a spectacle. Chase the most simplest things that come from within. And automatically, those simplest things end up becoming a spectacle. It's like an actor, you know. The other day, I was on stage with Shah Rukh for an event, and he said something very beautiful. He says, you know what? I chase the fact that I want to be the best actor in the country, and everything else follows: fame, money, spectacle. So stick to the basics, and everything falls into space.
That's great. Krishna, what would you add to it?
कहते हैं कि इतिहास रचने के लिए कलम की नहीं हौसलों की ज़रूरत होती है। वैसे ही अच्छे शो को बनाए रखने के लिए सिर्फ मात्र वर्ड्स की नहीं इमोशंस की ज़रूरत होती है और वार्मथ की ज़रूरत होती है। सो फीलिंग being ourselves on the stage, telling our stories and connecting to the audience, I think that's the most authenticity that can be carried by an MC.
So I think we're out of time. So last question, it's for everybody, and I just need a one-line answer. Tell me your favorite event or interviews you hosted, which was very unforgettable. Ridansha? Unforgettable.
I wanted to add something to the last question, may I?
Yeah, sure.
All right. So I think we need both. You need this spectacle, you need the authenticity, because when people come together for that one night, they want to remember it. And we all, sitting here, must admit to it. We remember a very good spectacle, and after that, it's the stories from the heart that connect us. So that, I think, would be a balanced answer and approach to the question.
Yeah, of course.
All right, coming up to the next question. One event or interview that I hosted that I still remember. Okay, there was this event, Hero Honda Annual Day. They were celebrating it large. Their CTO, Marcus Purisberger, was here. And I was a little new in the industry. I called a very good friend of mine, Padmajit Sehrawat, better known as Paddy. And I said, Paddy, I don't know what to do. This guy is Brazilian and this is this. What should I do? And he's like, you know what? The wife is such and so, they're German and Brazilian. The football is going on. Just ask this question. So when there is a football match, who supports whom? And he started out fits of laughter and there was a lot of happiness around. So that was one moment that I remember, and I really admire this about all the MCs sitting here in the panel, and down there, Vandy, she's amazing. Siddharth is very inspirational. It's always good to go and reach out to people when you don't know. They're always there with a helping hand, and that has helped me a lot. Thank you, guys.
Awesome. Krishna.
All right, one event that is unforgettable for me was a very important event I was hosting for Uttar Pradesh government. This was Uttar Pradesh Global Investors Summit, where we had a full panel for the entertainment industry. We had Hema Malini ji, we had Satish Kaushik ji, and all of these artists, from the industry. And the minister was almost half an hour late. And all these speakers were there in the panel. They were sitting in the audience, on the stage, and the audience were waiting. But we could not start up the event until the minister could come in, Anurag Thakurji. And so I had to pull up the stage for half an hour. So half an hour, I didn't had any much brief about the event. I had just got the names of the panelists, but I had to pull it off. So that comes with an experience, that comes with your reading and your skills, that I could pull off the stage for half an hour with the dignitaries sitting on the dais like Hema Malini ji, like Ravi Kishan ji, and all that people. So I think that was that moment, I could really feel that an MC has to be really prepared and well read. Thank you.
Awesome, Siddharth sir. I think your list will be very long.
I don't know about that, but by the way, this is like a world record, Guinness Book of Records, wala panel discussion. 9 people on stage, and it's called the most epic panel discussion, and then your time from 45 minutes comes down to 4.5 minutes. But I love it, but that's all right. We need that much time,
You're
that's all
running
to
late.
express.
Sorry
So,
for that.
no problem. So quickly, whenever there was this concept of energizers, which I'd humbly like to accept that I started in the business, at one time I was told that corporate icons don't like doing certain things. And I was told that the only thing they knew is when anchors talk straight to them and they respond straight, because corporate people behave in a certain way. And I remember I went to the MD of a brand in the middle of an event within 5 minutes, and I told the MD of the brand, "Sir, have faith in me. I'm going to do something. There's a strong chance that it's going to backfire, but 99% I will change the game in the business, but I need your help." And he just looked at me eye to eye, and he said, "Do what you want." And I jumped into a crowd, stood on top of chairs, made 1,000 people stand on top of their chairs. In my ear, the event planner saying, "Listen, what are you doing? What are you doing?" And after that, for 15 years, I only hosted events for that brand. They didn't call anyone else. So the idea is sometimes when the brand and sometimes when the agency believes that this is what the audience can do, it's up to you also to gauge, think about your instincts, and also come out the game, which means that you end up being that person who can never, never be replaced. Talking about conversations, there was an A-list star who I knew very, very well. And I was told that, "Siddharth, these are the list of questions we've sent him. And out of 30 questions, 27, he said, no, 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 no." And it was also about mental well-being. And I knew what this A-list star had gone through. And I said, "I want to meet this guy for 10 minutes. They said, "No, but he's refused everything, so just ask him basic questions." And I said, "I want to meet him." And I told everyone to leave the room before the event, requested everybody. And I just said, "We've done so many conversations. I know what you've gone through, but I need you to have faith in me." So yeah, so I went into the room, I spoke to him, I made him have faith in me, and he ended up pouring his heart out. And he became the brand ambassador for the brand for 10 years. So it's not only what you do on stage, which is very important, it's what you do before you get on stage, which also matters a lot.
So inspiring. Chandni?
I think everybody has such amazing experiences working as MCs over the years. I've also had mine. So I'm going to share one very small incident. So when I was still, getting the hang of it, and it was just 1 or 2 years I was emceeing, so I had a very good opportunity to host at the red carpet for Hindustan Times Stylish Awards. I think you all are aware of it, many of you have been part of it also. So I was like really, getting nervous that I'm going to be, interviewing and taking bites with so many renowned people from the fashion world, from the film industry, and I was like, how am I going to do that? I'm going to do that. And then when I started, I didn't stop because We have made their image in our heads like they are larger than life on screen, but when you talk to them, they are just human beings. And we are just having a candid conversation with them the way we are having right now. And then I realized sometimes whosoever you speak to, if you make that other person feel at ease, whether you're on stage or off stage or taking a video bite or an interview, that is the most important thing. Just be yourself and go with the flow.
Sanjali.
I think the question was, which is your most unforgettable event, right? So I have a lot of clients here. मैंने आपके साथ जितना भी काम किया है, these were the best events of my life. This is so that you remember me for yours. Yes. Yes, so this is the idea, right? That's why we are here. And of course, I think all throughout our career, we have had events which we all remember. Two events which are very close to, in fact, three. I'll quickly name them. One was the Formula One, which happened in India. I got to host that. I met Bernie Ecclestone, which was a dream. I saw Michael Schumacher at the same press conference. There was a one-on-one with Nico Rosberg. So I was a crazy fan of F1. So that was a dream come true. I hosted the Snoop Dogg concert in India. That was at a time when the concerts, international concerts were just starting out. So that was with Viscraft. Viscraft is here, so just to mention it. So you, next event, right? Smiling, okay. And one which is closest to my heart for a reason, because during COVID, this is a show which I coined on my own, which was Sanchali's A Misfit. It was a sports-related content show in which I interviewed some 18 renowned athletes. Since it was done, curated, started, everything was done by me. That is what made it very special and very inspiring stories. So that remains special for me. Yeah.
Pavleen.
So you're talking about the most unforgettable event, could not necessarily be the biggest event. So hosted a lot of, been very lucky, been hosting great events like big names and all of that. But the one event that I've been doing for 3 years and I have a blast with is the Delhi Half Marathon that happens. So I do it with Vedanta. And so I'm a full-blown Sadarni, I'm full Punjabi. I love to host in Punjabi also. And if I find a space, then I would make anybody dance on boliyas and make them do bhangra. So for 3 years running, I've been making them dance on bolis and do bhangra on stage and off stage. So I absolutely love that. That's my favorite event. Because obviously it's energy. I'm a wellness, fitness enthusiast myself. So I really appreciate when the whole event is about health and wellness. But the one interview, although I've been very fortunate to interview some great people, but the one interview that I remember, so the interviews are memorable when the other person is equally invested in the answers. And it's not like a 5-minute thing कि formality के लिए बस आपसे बात करनी है और वो कैमरे के लिए 2 सेकंड का बाइट चाहिए. It's not that. So my favorite interview was with the Forbes event that happened recently, the developers A-list, and I interviewed Suzanne Khan. It was supposed to be like a 5-minute thing, turned out to be a half-an-hour thing. We made her do drawings and we made her do some rapid fire. It turned out to be a 30-minute long interview. She was having a blast and I was having a blast. So I think that is one interview that I thoroughly enjoyed because I could see that the other person is also enjoying herself. And I'm not just forcing myself just for the sake of being employed and the agency is like a 5 question, puch lo phatapat se. So it wasn't that. So that is one interview that I thoroughly enjoyed.
Amar.
Right. I see that the time is increased. So yeah,
Yes,
we've
yes.
got
Now
12
we have
minutes, by
12
the way. It's on
minutes.
record. No, I'm just going to take the previous question and then I'll segue into this one. So you spoke about authenticity and
Authenticity.
so corner seat advantage. And being relatable at the same time keeping the spectacle alive. So I'll just quote one example. I was hosting SPB concert, the great legend SP Balasubramaniam sir, and this I had manifested in my head. And when I met him backstage, I told him like, sir, I had a bucket list. There are 4 people I'll host. That is, one is Saurav Ganguly, Hrithik Roshan, Rajnikant, and SPB. This was my bucket list. And I told him about this. And I told you last year when I saw your concert on TV, I'm going to host him. I'm going to meet him at backstage, and I'm going to tell him the same story. And he'll ask me which song do you want that I can dedicate. And I told him this. So he goes on stage and he calls me and he sings this song. Exactly what I had manifested a year back, same to same, scene by scene that happens. And I have no idea how I'm going to respond to this. I'm the anchor of the show. There are about 10,000 people in the audience. So I am getting my next lines in my head that like, all right, thank you so much. You made my dream come true. This is a moment. All these things are happening. But at the same time, the kid in me is enjoying every bit. And I'm shivering. I have goosebumps. And I lost and I became raw. I was myself and I had tears in my eyes. So I didn't know what I'm gonna say. I just stood still. He realized that, he saw that, and he stopped and he came and he hugged me. And the entire audience just stood up and they started clapping. I was relatable there, and the spectacle happened right there without me saying even a single word because I was authentic. I was just myself. So just be you, and I think that works out.
Awesome,
And just to
awesome,
answer
amazing.
my favorite show or thank you so much. The show that I can never forget is hosting my son's first birthday. No, just like no, not that. Yeah, that also. But first, as always, I had this opportunity to host His Excellency APJ Abdul Kalam sir. So I got a chance to share stage with him. So I was like really worried. What am I going to be talking to him about? Could I even ask some question? No. I was like, a lot of things were going on. And first of all, I had this dilemma. Should I talk to him in English, Hindi, or Tamil? Because he comes from Tamil Nadu and I know a bit of Tamil. So I just met him on stage after everything was done. And I said like, Vanakkam Ayya, absolute pleasure to meet you. And you're such an inspiration. The first thing he tells me is, hey, he didn't say that you hosted good, you spoke good, loved your energy, nothing at all. He just said one statement. He said like, எனக்கு உங்க கடுக்கன் ரொம்ப பிடிச்சிருக்கு in Tamil, which translates to say that, hey, I like your ear stud. And I was spellbound that he actually looked at me and gave me a personal compliment. And that's where I realized the best thing about big people, achievers, is to stay grounded and stay humble and be personal to everybody you meet. So that's my
Wow,
unforgettable
such
moment.
great stories and such inspiring stories. Thank you so much. So the next question would be, what does soul in stagecraft mean to you? How do you bring emotional truth into something as technical as hosting? Chandni, what's your take?
Sorry, what was the question again?
What does soul in stagecraft mean to you? How do you bring emotional truth into something as technical as hosting?
Well, for starters, you have to relate to the audience.
Yeah.
That goes without saying. You do have the script ready. At many of the events that we host, especially corporate events, the scripts are already prepared, ready by the team, and we are given the script and told to stick to it, word to word at times. When it comes to the names of the speakers and the designations, yes, there you cannot, defy from the names, the speakers, but it makes it very technical, very mechanical.
And when the audience is distracted, what all things you do?
Well, when I see that the interest level of the people sitting in the audience is wavering,
Yeah.
I don't know about others, but I would like to leave the podium, take a center stage, so that I'm fully visible to the audience and I can see each and every one of them. And I could sense if somebody's on their phone, and I don't mind commenting, so please give us 2 minutes of your time. Then I curate a small icebreaker activity just to build a momentum, just to energize and pump them up. And when I see the energy is back, that's when I call for the next speaker. So that way, I'm not going away from the script also, but creating a buffer and for people to relate to the topic, because the icebreaker will be relatable to the conference or the conclave that is happening, nothing off topic also, but they are taking a minute away from their phone, what I have to say, building an eye contact, and then coming back and announcing for the next speaker. So I feel connecting with the audience is most important.
Yeah.
And I think everybody here would agree to that.
Amar,
right?
what would you add to it?
So I rely heavily on AI, not artificial intelligence, Amar's intelligence.
Oh my God.
So for me, the question itself, I would not agree with that. Hosting or being a part of the anchoring industry, nothing technical about it. It is dil ka connection. It's okay to fumble at times. It's okay to get few things wrong, but stay true, stay raw. Make the people feel that like ye hamara banda hai, like this is our event. Just that like apna fun feel. You set it up in the first 5 minutes to 8 minutes. I'm multilingual, so I speak to everybody in the languages that I know. I set the tone. I make them feel like I'm the boy next door. I'm like your friend. So I come from the radio jockeying in the RJ industry also. So we have this thing that the microphone or the mic that we use is somebody's ears. The same concept I use on stage also. Like, every individual person in my audience is I'm talking to that person. I'm relating to that person. So that's what keeps me going there.
Great, Pavleen.
I think that
I agree with Amar completely that it's not a technical profession at all. In fact, I think a lot of new MCs who are coming into the market think that it's so easy. It's really not. And I'm an actor also. I've done a couple of films. This is much harder because when you're on set, you get another take, you get a couple of takes. With anchoring, you say one wrong thing and they're not going to take you again. So you have to be so smart all the time. And if it was so technically driven, then anybody and everybody would be able to do it. But it requires a particular talent, a particular confidence, and to read the room and to change the way you're approaching the audience with every event. So I think that that's what brings it in, that you have to do it from the heart. You don't have to do it from the brain. It's completely a heartfelt profession.
Awesome. Sanchali.
I think everyone will almost say the same thing, and everyone has been saying it. Anything which is to do with human beings always has emotions attached to it. So whether you are even making a very formal speech, right? If it doesn't connect with the audience, it will be a flat event. So I think from the very first moment, we are not AI. That is what is differentiating us. Not Amarwala, but the real AI. So, but I think that's what everyone is. The bottom line is, it is all emotional. So emotional doesn't mean we'll start crying, but if you make people smile, if they are constantly listening to what you're saying, they are paying attention, they are getting what we are saying, majority of the time, 80% of the time, I think your task is done. It can never be 100%, I mean, if we are real about it.
Siddharth, sir, Krishna, and Ridansha, what will you add to it?
Soul, very, very important. I find that with each passing year, I have got more and more emotional as a person. And maybe it's especially happened since I became a father to two baby girls. So when there are employee meets, or there are dealer meets, and you suddenly find these high achievers come with their daughters or their children on stage, I truly start feeling that they are my children. I truly start feeling when that gentleman comes with his mother on stage, I actually feel that that's my mother. And I end up dealing with them on stage, creating those moments that I would actually do for my own family. Sometimes I get moist eyes with those moments because genuinely in my head, I'm doing exactly what I'm doing with my family with those people on stage. So for me, it's not like an employee who's successful or the dealer who's successful with his family. For me, it's me remembering all those moments that I've gone with my family and end up dealing with them the same way. All right? Sometimes on stage and off stage all start merging together. When the lines start getting blurry and become one is when you end up becoming very, very humane. Also, another thing that makes people feel very special, which I learned from Honorable Prime Minister Mr. Narendra Modi. So we were in a conversation, and I remember I come up on stage, he's already there, and Mr. Modi ends up taking 5 minutes and saying all the things about me that I probably thought my college friends or someone would know. So he would end up saying the exact line that I would say in those days when I came on television or radio. He would end up saying my sign-off lines. And 5 minutes, it was a monologue on me. And I was zapped that the Prime Minister of India knew that much about me. And that's when I realized that how he made me feel like the most special person on the face of this planet, which is exactly what Mr. Tom Cruise does when I did the Mission Impossible event with him. People are screaming, shouting, Tom Cruise, Tom Cruise. But when he talks to a Siddharth Kannan or when he talks to a lovely person from the audience, he makes you feel that you're the only person on the face of this planet, which is exactly what Shah Rukh does. Which makes us as MCs believe that anyone who comes on stage or anyone who's in the audience, you have to make them believe that they're the most special people on the face of this planet and they are the only ones that matter to you. And when that happens, you won their soul. You won their soul.
Great, great, great.
All right, my people in the room out here, if you can hear me, can you clap once? One. If you can hear me and see all of us, can we clap twice? That's it. And if you could really feel the energy in the room with all the MCs on the stage, can we have a round of applause for all of us? Thank you so much. That's the soul, you know. Connecting to the audience is what matters the most. And as Siddharth says, you know, compliments is one thing that everybody needs, you know. So whether it be somebody sitting in the room or the awardee or the director of the company, everybody needs amazing compliments, and that's what we live for. So whatever you're doing, you know, compliment. So that's what the soul lies in. So I think listening and giving compliments and smiles, that's what
But
we
if I
spend
may
us-
add one more line,
Yeah.
यार compliments का मतलब ये नहीं होता कि आप कुछ भी बोलते रहो. कभी कभार लोग बोलते हैं मिलते हैं ना भाई तू तो छा रहा है यार. You are mind blowing, and you know that he or she, as an MC or as a human being in real life, is chipkowing those lines to everyone. The person who's receiving the compliments also might be saying in their head, "Shut up, chhod de na, chhod de." You've got to be very specific of what you notice. It's like how you tell a child, instead of telling a child, you say, "Hey, you did a great job." How about saying that rainbow color that you used? Where did you think of that color from? So compliments most of the time has to be very, very specific, truthful. क्योंकि जो compliment सुन रहा है, उसको भी मालूम है कि आप फेंक रहे हो, गोली दे रहे हो या सच्चे हो, है ना?
So compliment dil se, you know. Dil se baat karo, and I'm sure we'll connect the audience, and that's the soul of the event, where an MC connects to the audience.
Ridhansha.
See, tonight when we go out from here, a lot of you are going to remember our names. Maybe a few of us, maybe none of us, but surely a couple of them. Why? Because Krishna asked you to clap a little. AI was given by Amar there. Sanchali shared some really heart-to-heart moments, and Siddharth there is the energetic, magnetic man that he is. So tonight, when you go out and see, remember all the things that you heard, maybe this was one of the most interesting sessions of the night. That's us presenting our soul to all of you. That's how we connect, and that's what MCing is.
So I'm going to give you a
Great.
test, ठीक है? अब एक genuine compliment एक एक के लिए दो, genuine वाला.
Genuine
और अगर
वाला.
हमें लगा गोली है, हम बोल देंगे सामने से.
Oh, that
हाँ,
is a
एक एक
good
line
task.
genuine वाले.
We would want
Compliment
that.
in one word.
Ojasvi,
अरे जो भी दिल से. One line, and if you feel it's a true compliment, then you clap. Otherwise, गोली बोलना है आपको.
bonkers,
So
huh?
Ridhansha, very good personality. Krishna, she's a very good singer. And Siddharth sir, you're very inspiring. I watch every interview of yours. And Chandni, you're very beautiful. Sanchali, you're a great, you know, great orator. And Pavleen, you have a good sense of humor. And Amar, you have a good stage of presence. So, yeah.
So I want to give you one compliment, genuine also. I love the way you made those questions. I love the way you got 10 group calls for all of us to connect. I love the fact that you sent the question to us, checked on us. That shows how committed you are to what you do. And I admire that about you.
Thank you so much.
So thank you for being you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. So, as Sanchali said, you know, regarding AI, so my last question would be regarding that only. With AI-generated scripts and virtual hosts emerging, do you guys think AI will eat our jobs?
Not at
Siddharth,
all.
Chandni?
I really don't think so because a human presence cannot be replaced by a humanoid anytime. I couldn't say the
So do
same
you
for news
use AI?
presenters though, because there are already virtual news presenters, which a lot of the well-known, renowned channels are utilizing. But when it comes to live presenting, live shows, a human touch is the need of the hour. When we are there, we are connecting with the audience. We are controlling the entire stage setup. That could not be done virtually by somebody on the LED screen, that is for sure.
In fact, I remember I hosted the first AI event where there was an AI co-host with me in Australia. वो इवेंट के बाद मैंने जाके सब इंसान को इतना हक किया कि उनको लगा ये बंदा जेल में बंद करके आया है और अब इसको छोड़ दिया वापस. Because that's the truth. I'm sure it's going to evolve with time. But my AI co-host was mechanical. My AI co-host had to wait for me to finish that particular line to move forward. And moment I would borrow a punch, the AI would still exactly say what was written in the script. So I would like to thank AI because my love for human beings became so amazing that my father blessed me saying, "Beta, tu aur acha insan ban gaya AI ki wajah se."
Great. Pavleen, what's
Yeah,
your take?
I agree with that completely in the sense that with an event, there are bound to be changes and AI cannot handle changes. There are changes happening right before you step onto the stage. An AI robot would probably, yeah, would probably know how to fix it, but not in a very entertaining fashion, is what I'm saying. And recently there was an event that Elon Musk did where he showed
Yeah.
that robot. People were laughing at the robot, but they were still listening to Elon Musk. Is what I'm talking about. Is that human connection with a machine? I mean, if you compare it, like how Siddharth talked about how he co-hosted with an AI robot or an AI presence, people would still be listening to him only. The AI would just be like a counterpart or an addition. But AI taking over an MC's a hosting job completely, I am not scared. I'm pretty secure about my profession.
Awesome. Sanchali.
Okay, so Abhi, I think AI is just starting out, right? You don't know what is going to happen. I'm sure it will evolve to a level that it might take over. It can happen. It might be that perfect. But as of now, at least our present generation, I feel it is too perfect and we are imperfect. And as human beings, we like the imperfection. What's going to happen in the future, frankly, nobody knows. There might come a time that, जैसे वो कौन सी movie थी, तेरी बातों में ना उलझा जिया, it might become like that. You never know, right? And we might be replaced. But I think by that time, we would know what to do at that time. We would also evolve with it. So I'm sure there will be a way out for everything to coexist. बनाया भी हम नहीं है तो हम ही कुछ करेंगे. But I'm sure we will remain. I don't know what will be the relevance, but yeah, you cannot really know what will happen in the future. That's my take, my personal take.
Great. Amar, what would you add?
All right, not that we've not tried these. I'm sure everybody right here in the panel, we've tried something or the other with AI, and it's
Yes,
not
I hope
worked
for
out.
the scripts.
Correct. So if you just ask AI, tell me a joke. The joke that I'll say, like, you know why the computer caught a cold? Because the windows was open. That's what AI will give you. AI can write lines. It cannot read the room. We do. That's the whole thing. You need that. They can plan a moment, we create a moment. They could even have the bots come and create a good evening, but making that good evening a funnier one, a sober one, a subtle one, an emotional one according to the need is done by us. So AI will never take my job away. It's Amar's intelligence over artificial intelligence.
Oh, wow. Awesome. Krishna and Jidansha, whoever.
All right, for me, I feel the way we enter a room, we take the energy high, maybe change the script, the last moment additions, deletions, this delegate is not coming, the minister is on the way, might be an hour or 2 hours after finishing the event or so, he might arrive. So those kind of moments that Krishna handles half an hour on the stage, could you do that? No, absolutely. The way said or others here create that moment, the energy, the familiarity, the spark, AI can't do that. That's far, far, far in the future, like Sanchali said, and I hope it takes quite a good time to catch up before we do.
All right, the AI taking over the MCs. Um, there are television shows. In fact, I'm watching one right now, which is called iPop Star. And we have an RJ hosting it, and we have an AI, a robot hosting it. So they've already taken one job for a female MC, for sure, okay? But the touch, the humor brought by the MC out there, that is missing. You know, the expressions, the warmth, which we bring in, the AI, the robot cannot bring that too. And even what she said, you know, deletion or addition of names, or you cannot see the audience. You have to see what the audience wants. I guess AI cannot do that, and we as MCs, as human beings, can do that, and we are much better than the AI for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Krishna.
Can I just say one thing? I think
you can add to it.
what I agree, you know, what we do, they can't do at the moment.
Yeah.
But I think one shouldn't be oblivious to the fact, you know, what it might happen in the future. So why not just be a little, just go ahead with it and be ready for it? Ready in the sense not for AI to take over, but be prepared enough if something like that happens, you are not irrelevant. That's what I feel. Rather than just taking it for granted, हमसे अच्छा कोई नहीं है, ऐसा हो ही नहीं सकता. Well, people across technology are losing their jobs across the world. We like it or we don't like it. It comes in papers every day, right? And ये सब भी यही बोलते थे हमारा job कोई नहीं कर सकता, but reality में हो रहा है. So rather accept it and see what you can do about it than just to be complacent. That's my take.
So maybe, we can add, we have to be more, specific onto the facts and everything which is around that moment. I think, we need to really work on the facts then for the AI.
So I'll just add one thing.
Yeah.
AI is only as good as our prompt is.
Yeah.
And we're going to use it to our advantage. It's not saying that it doesn't help us at all. It does help. But what we do the best. Like, for example, if you ask to AI to give energizers, it'll give something that probably Sid would have done 15 years back. But that's where we come, we innovate, we snowball, make it better. But it's always good to get that comparison from AI. It's a buddy that'll help you, but you're the boss.
See, an AI won't climb on the top of the chair and make people dance like Siddharth does. A robot can't do that.
That's true.
Absolutely. And last, we all have used AI for at least scripts sometimes, taking some ideas, but that comes out to be so mechanical. No, you will be dead to bored if you read that entire page and you try to replicate it to your audience. You might be inspired, plagiarism, quote, but then that's your ad, your wit, your fun that adds charm to the event, right?
Yeah. So let's see what the future holds. And thank you so much for your time. It was our pleasure to have you here. Thank you so much for the
But
great,
first of all,
great
thank you,
session. Thank you.
because when we came,
Oh.
Sure.
तेरा ही बन
We
गया
are very
बस.
thankful to BW and the entire team out here.
On behalf of everybody, I'm going to quickly say thank you. And I think this is the maximum audience we've had. And we believe that it is because of our panel discussion. You make us feel like the stars that we are, and you make us the stars. Thank you so much.
At least we want to believe that.
देखो
right?
दूसरा चीज जब हम आए थे ना 45 मिनट्स को 10 मिनट कर दिया, फिर 10 को 30 किया, 30 को 40 कर दिया, तो बहुत अच्छा लगा यार.
ये सिर्फ human ही कर सकता है, AI नहीं कर सकता. So thank you. You were a great, great moderator. And thank you to the audience for listening to us. You could see that everyone was connecting and we are glad about that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jaswi. You have been wonderful moderator. And thank you. The entire house here has been so, so supportive. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. ओ दिल वाले बाबू भोले भाले सुनता जा दिल की सदा ओ दिल वाले बाबू भोले भाले बाहों में आ झूल जा डोले डोले दिल मेरा डोले है डोले डोले दिल मेरा डोले है प्यार का पंछी पीहू बोले पीहू पीहू डोले डोले है दिल ये डोले I think I cannot do that. Thank you so much. Thank you.
देखिए ये एंकर भी करती है, गाती भी है. प्लीज शो बुकिंग अभी स्टार्ट कर दो आप प्लीज.
Thank you so much. Thank you for promoting me. Thank you, everybody. I think we should really thank everybody. Thank you. Thank you, Ruhil. Thank you.
Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. All right, ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and once again, welcome you all to BW Applause Experiential Marketing Summit 2025. We are all set for the BW Applause Awards. All right, ladies and gentlemen, everybody put your hands together. Welcome you all to the 7th edition of BW Applause Awards 2025. Let's get the energy, let's get the momentum. Put your hands up and clap with the beat. Come on, everybody, hands up, hands up, hands up, hands up. Let's go. Clap, 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 clap. Hey, hey. An absolute delight. What an honor to be right here with all of you. Thank you, Console. Thank you, Dean. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get started, but before that, do we have anybody in the house who's been here since morning? Superb. A big round of applause and a big cheer to them. Who've just joined in with us for the evening party. Put your hands up. Still we clap for everybody in the house. Welcome to the 7th edition of the BW Applause Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, apart from the insightful keynotes, dynamic panels, and the thought-provoking conversation we had the entire day, it's now time to transition into the much-awaited evening of celebration. And I'm delighted to welcome you all to the 7th edition of the BW Applause Awards 2025, a flagship recognition platform honoring excellence, innovation, and leadership across India's thriving experience economy. And now quickly introducing the jury and the evaluation process. As you all know, like every year, BW Applause Awards continue to be evaluated by an esteemed and highly experienced jury comprising industry stalwarts, experiential pioneers, marketing leaders, and experts from across India's experience economy. This rigorous jury process ensures transparency, credibility, and fairness while recognizing only the most impactful and innovative work across categories. Now I request the team, could we have the audio visuals of the jury, please?
Put your hands together to the 7th edition of BW Applause Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, we deal with events and experiences every day in and day out. When we get out to celebrate or to be a part of an event, this is our event. Apna hai. So let's have that josh, let's have that energy. Let there be some noise and cheers for the evening. Come on, let me hear you make some noise. There we go. And to start the evening, I request Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and founder, Exchange for Media Group, to join us right here and welcome us all. Let's get him on stage with a round of applause.
Thank you so much. Give Amar a big round of applause. Amar has flown in from Bangalore and he does a fab job. He has a cool hairstyle. Good evening. It's my honor and privilege to be here. You have stalwarts of the Indian events and experiential sectors, IP owners, event managers, ecosystem partners, and almost every sector of the experiential and event management industry is represented here. I think we started these awards 7 years back. Deepak is here, and life is about abundance. He started this before us. But the fact is that the Indian experiential and event management industry has outpaced the scale at which we are doing it. As we spoke in the morning, today the industry is between 7 to 9 billion, but 8 billion is a safe guess. I talked about the companies in this space that have done IPOs. Mr. MQ Sayyed of Hexagon is there. His market cap is close to 800 crores. And it's still growing, okay? Today also it was up. I saw it in the morning. There are other players. Samit is not in the room. He's the factors done. And it's a great time for every stakeholder. If you're an MC, if you're an artist, if you're a caterer, if you're an event manager, if you're an IP owner, if you're an infrastructure provider, if you are somebody like Anil Singh, who makes so much money in the events industry that he's starting a new Michelin star restaurant in Mumbai, that too in a very expensive part. And I have a very special person here. Many people I know in this industry, Mr. Arun Samuel. And Arun is so busy printing money. I mean, he's not the Reserve Bank of India, but he's so busy that it's difficult to get him to events. But Arun Samuel, for those of you know him, is based in Bangalore and has built Wings into a powerhouse. I'll only say that you are like a shining example of what can happen in the domain. And then he's built ancillary business around it. We have Mr. Manoj Adlakha, who has his own contribution to the events industry. He was the CEO of American Express for almost a decade, and he sponsored. I have Mr. Manish Porwal, who is the founder of the Delhi Theatre Festival. The first Delhi Theatre Festival was sponsored by American Express. It was just a concept, and he and his team, Bani is my junior from MDI, her husband is my junior from MDI. So, you know, there are many people in the room who have, Anil Singh, of course, is pioneering with his marathon. So you know the industry, how it's growing. I can only say that next year, I promise you to do it at a scale that we haven't thought of. I think that'll be the only befitting thing. And I want to end by saying when we come back here next year, we have our E4M Red Carpet Awards on 18 December. We have the whole hall, and it's a different scale. Ruhail is the common part in both of them. But my kudos to my team, Chetan Mehra, Ruhail, and everybody who works with them to be able to put this together. So give Chetan and Ruhail a big round of applause. You know Ruhail, Chetan is in the back. Our director of sales, Aparna Singh Gupta, is also here somewhere. I don't know where she is. She is standing with Ruhail. She does a fab job in bringing in the money. I want to end by saying that next year when we come, I hope another 20 companies from your domain have done an IPO. That's my only dream, and I hope all of the 20 companies are here. I wish you luck and celebrate Haider for all the people who went, and clap even for Mr. Siddharth Kannan. Though it's a rented suit, but we can still clap for him. So please give yourself a big round of applause. Bigger round of applause. Clapping is good for heart muscles. Thank you.
All right, with this, we get started with the BW Applause Awards. Are we ready? This is where we get united and we say yes. 3, 2, 1. Are we ready? Quick question. How many of you can clap here? How many of us can clap louder? How many of you can cheer? How many of us can cheer louder? And how many of you can whistle? That's where the ratio goes down. That's not counted. How many of you wish you can whistle, but you cannot whistle? You sound like a kitchen cooker back home. One lucky person right here, right now, I will teach you how to whistle. Everybody copies us, and even you can whistle. Who wants to learn? Absolutely free. Yes. Please stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. Quick, 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 quick. Yes. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Here you go. Even with that, you're not able to whistle. Superb. So the bobos are not working. I want people to whistle. Who needs the whistle for you to be a part of the evening? Please pass it on to the people at the back. Let's go. We need energy. We need cheers. It's our party. It's our celebration. It's our evening to celebrate. So let's go. 3, 2, 1. Those who can clap, 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 clap. Cheer, cheer, cheer. And now, City Maro City. Come on, cheer, whistle, clap together. That's more like it. And now that the party is started, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming the presenters for this evening. First up, once again, I'm going to trouble our chairman and editor-in-chief, BW Business World and founder Exchange for Media Group. Could we have Dr. Anurag sir quickly on stage? Joining us, founder and CEO, Red Barrel Lifestyle Services Private Limited. Join hands. Let's welcome Mr. Manoj Adlaka on stage. Clapping is absolutely free, and it really energizes us, warms us for the evening party.
You know, Manoj did his presentation, and one of the things is we should all be early adopters of big things, because if you have bought Mr. Sayyed's stock earlier, you would make a lot of money. Similarly, when he launched the Red Barrel card, it was 5 lakhs. It's now 7.5 lakhs. I promise you it will be bigger. It's a luxury access and experiences card. It helps you get lots of benefits. So how many of you are going to buy a Red Barrel card? Take photos, huh? So it's a Red Barrel card. It gets you concert access, so on and so forth. You can go onto the site, but plugging Red Barrel is important. So give Red Barrel and Manoj a big round of applause.
Thank you. And to join the league as the first set of presenter, could we also have the director at Benson Trophies, the man we all know? Could we have Mr. Parag Anand to join us? A big shout out, a big cheer. Louder, louder, a little more, live and loud. A round of applause. Let's keep the music on standby. Ladies and gentlemen, now that we have the 3 presenters on stage, we segue in directly into the first award. Could we have the first award come up on the screen, please?
You know, we do so many events, but today for some reason, there were MCs who were disappeared in the afternoon. They had the Mr. India gadget. I think you had it. Chandni Sehgal had it. Other. You know, we celebrate the good work that you're doing. We lost a friend and a stalwart and truly a pioneer in the advertising industry. We've created an audio visual to salute him. 4.5 weeks back, we lost Piyush Pandey. Piyush Pandey, I know Rabinder was talking about his campaigns in the morning, in the afternoon. So we have a small dedication to Piyush Pandey. Just before we get on to, our team especially created it. If we didn't run it, neither would we do justice to Piyush, nor to the team that created. It's a lovely short dedication. Can we see that? Clearly the MC script is known, didn't have that, right? Yes, I remembered just in time. I'm badam khata hu. So can we have the dedication to Piyush Pandey? I don't have to introduce who Piyush Pandey was. Can we have that? Guys, there is a dedication to Piyush Pandey. Ruhail, Himani, there's a dedication to Piyush Pandey. I checked 3 times as it reached. And I won't start the awards without that. You know, he made an impact, but he gathered so much love, and most of it was shown before he went up, but a lot of it was shown once he had gone. So it's our way to be able to at least remember him. And some of you may be inspired by what he did in his life. And I remember Anil Thakrane writing a piece for us when he passed away. 70-year-old child passes away. He had childlike curiosity, childlike laughter, and always, cheerful, mostly cheerful. So, have you found the AV? Yes, Prashant, yes or no? Have you found the AV? So, how much time is going to take? Where is Himani? It's Piyush, so people are very patient. Huh? Ruhail? I asked you some 6 times, not less than that. We made it. We've made it. We specially made it, okay? I asked Himani, I asked you, Rohel. Prashant, clearly you will need to have a cup of tea with me tomorrow, if at all you show up at work. Events, guys, so happen. But it's okay. Have we got it now? So it's with Michelle, it's with Sanyogita. Himani, I asked you 3 times and you said, yeah, it's with them, it's with them. Rohel, I asked you also. We have to practice what we preach. We made it, yaar. We don't want somebody else's AV. We spent time, effort, money, made it. People know who Piyush Pandey is. It's what we made. Have you got it or no? You're calling people. Where's Himani? Himani? Where's Himani? I don't want people have flights and so on and so forth. Yeah, we do. We're not celebrating his success. We're not celebrating. Can you not have this music? Can you not have this music? We're celebrating Piyush Pandey going there. Hindi में बता दूं? Because I will not start it without him. Ojaswita, we have it. Ojaswi. Ruel, if it's going to take Tom, we'll skip it. How will you play? You will have attention of everyone? What is the issue with downloading a simple... So shall I give it up? Anyway, we'll, as you say. Arun has a flight, everyone has a flight. If it's not happening, it should be so simple to download those. Prashant, is it going to happen or shall we move on? Huh? How much? 10 minutes to download an AV. So of course we will do the awards here and junk it. If we can show it, it's okay. We'll do the awards.
I don't want to straight away jump into the awards.
That's why you should pay anchors and do rehearsals with them. Anchor shouldn't be casual like they were all day today.
We will not start with the awards right away. So, like, Sir has a personal belief about Piyush Pandey. So, all right. So, but I think now that we have taken Sir's name, Piyush Pandey, and he was a beloved man, and I had the opportunity to meet him, I think we can just, for his sake, have an applause for every good thing that he taught us. And we start on his name for the man he was. He said, my ads or whatever I did touched people is because it was made with heart. So from our heart to a man who proved the true small medium of TV or audio or through his voice or through his poetry, we can reach millions of people. So a huge round of applause to that soul which taught us that love above all. To the one and only Piyush Pandey sir. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, we kickstart and we go ahead with the 7th edition of the BW Applause Award 2025. And we're going to start with the first category, that's the Best Rural Experiential Marketing Initiative. Category, please. Best Rural Experiential Marketing Initiative. Put your hands together. Congratulations to the winners. Could we have the representative to please join us? Pale Lotus, koi takkar nahi. This is what happens when you take someone else's shoe. There was another MC who was supposed to do, और मेरा तो फट रहा है यहाँ पे यार. All right, once again, congratulations to Best Rural Experiential Marketing Initiative, Bell Orders for Koi Takkar Nahi. Can we have a big round of applause in the gold category? Come on, everybody, join hands. We have Yashasvi Sarpanch, Gaon Banega to Desh Badega. It was a campaign. Wizards of Tour.
If e-commerce has to go on
Rohil, can I have you here, please? Rohil, can you join me here? We request the winners to join us towards the left side of the stage once you've connected your momentum and give us a nice picture. Could we request the winners to please join us on the left side? Winners, team, could we have you on the left side? We just had a MC panel discussion and the moderator asked which is the event that is most unforgettable for you. I would change whatever I said this one. All right, a lot of learning though. So moving on quick, AV please for the next winner. Coming up on your screen. Best Auto Event of the Year. Golf. In the silver category, Golf LE Duramax. Kaun Banega Truck Bandi campaign. The silver. Could we have the representative to please join us? Join hands. We have the team, double dhamaka right at the beginning, winning the silver.
I created a little negative energy. I apologize to you, but you can give them a big round of applause.
All right, moving on to the next category and the winner coming up on your screen. So let's bring back the energy. Let there be positivity. Please clap for the winners joining on stage. Best B2B event goes to VIT Talk 2025 in the silver category. Congratulations to the winners. Could we have the best B2B event, the silver winners? Clap it out for the winner, and we request every winner to join us. Once you collect your mentor, please join us and give a picture. And let's move on to the next. Joining us, Best B2B Event IP. Stream next, Amazon MX Player in the silver. Use those whistles, use those yo-hoos. Let's bring out the energy. Could we have
the Piyush Pandey AV is ready, so we can see that immediately after this. And my team, can you get Chetan here so that you're on the same page on everything? Can we have the Piyush Pandey dedication? Prashant, can we have it finally?
With a dab of glue, a bar. Before algorithms ruled attention spans, one man ruled hearts with a dab of glue, a bar of chocolate, and a dash of wit. Piyush Pandey didn't chase virality. He invented it long before hashtags existed. With his passing at 70, an era in Indian advertising comes to an end. A man whose mustache, warmth, and booming voice became as iconic as his ideas. Born in Jaipur, a Ranji Trophy cricketer turned tea taster, he joined Ogilvy in 1982 and went on to redefine Indian advertising. He gave us Cadbury's Kuch Khas Hai, Asian Paints Har Khushi Mein Rang Laye, and Fevicol's timeless charm. Ads that spoke our language, our idioms, our heart. He led Ogilvy India to global acclaim, mentored generations, and with his brother Prasoon, became the first Asian to win the Cannes Lion of St. Mark. He was a cultural craftsman who could read India's heartbeat like few others. Among his many creations was one of the country's most iconic political slogans, Ab ki baar Modi Sarkar, a phrase that went beyond campaigns to become part of everyday conversation. Yet, for Piyush Pandey, advertising was never just about politics or profit. It was about people, about forging a connection, about making every viewer seem seen and understood. And though his voice has fallen silent, his presence endures in every Fevicol hoarding that draws a smile, in every Cadbury moment that reminds us of love and togetherness, in every clever line that still makes us chuckle. That is Piyush Pandey, still speaking to us, still touching hearts. Piyush Pandey didn't just make ads, He made memories. His laughter, his stories, his India will live on in every line that makes us smile, in every ad that feels like home. A legend who never signed off, only signed on forever. We will always miss you, Piyush. Ruled attention.
Absolutely worth the wait. And we are here at Experiential Marketing BW Awards. So we curated that experience so there is little bit of spice and the dhamaka for the night. This entire monologue was between me and Anurag sir. We planned this. All right? So can we have a round of applause and bring back the energy in the house? And once again, applauding that soul, the beautiful soul of Mr. Piyush Pandey. And now, moving on, we have a very special award that we're going to be giving it up right here tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, join me for this one. A very special award. And this goes to
Mr. M.Q. Sayyed and Anil Singh also on stage for this, to present this. Anil and Mr. Sayyed. You know, this one, there are many best kept secrets in the experiential marketing events domain. His is one too. You know, people know the company, people know the person, but they don't know the scale of what he's done and how humble and nice he is. So this is for a person who truly, we remember in the first year we gave this 7 years back to Ashish Hemrajani, he was here, and he's gone on to build an industry, not just a business. So this person who's getting it is again someone who's the best kept secret. I mean, people know about him and his company, but they don't know the scale of what he's built. So go on, Amar.
and absolutely an honor to announce this one, ladies and gentlemen, presenting the Lifetime Achievement Award, contribution to the concert economy. Let's put our hands together and make some noise. It's a biggie for the evening. It goes to Mr. Arun Samuel, Chairman and Managing Director of Wings Brand Activation. We put the Lifetime Achievement Award for Arun Samuel. A huge applause to Mr. Arun Samuel. The Lifetime Achievement Award. A big one tonight, right here at the 7th edition of BW Applause.
Mr. Anurag and BW and E4M, thank you so much for recognizing me. I never expected to get this award, but a Lifetime Award is usually towards the end of the life, but pretty early. Thank you so much. And to the industry, starting with activation, going up to build a brand of 1,300 crores, all glory to Jesus and thank God for it. And also thank all the people, clients like Sushma, who gave me 4 crores. Thank you so much. Many more. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Check. Thank you, Manoj sir, and thank you, Parag sir, for doing the honors. You can sit back and enjoy the rest of the evening. A big round of applause to the presenters who were a part of this segment. And moving forward to the next one, it's the best brand activation at music event. Zero Music Festival 2024 in the Silver League. Congratulations to the team. Clap, 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 clap. Congratulations, sir. We request you to stay back once again. To all the winners, once you've collected your memento, we request you to walk towards the left side of the stage and get your picture clicked. Of course, it's for the editorial, for the magazine. And now moving on, Best Business Conference in the Bronze League. Let's have it on the screen, please. Join hands. The Best Business Conference. Google Playtime 2024 in the Bronze League. Clap, 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 cha, 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 cha. That's pretty cool. We make music. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next. And this time it is Best Business Conference in the Silver League. Goes to... Your hands together. We have the man behind Inexus to join us. Congratulations to Inexus winning the silver. Please join us for a picture. And let's head it for the next category. This is the Best Conference of the Year, Domestic. And in the Gold League, the winner is... Crafter. Could we have Event Crafter winning the gold for Best Conference of the Year, Domestic? Congratulations to Event Crafter. Big job, big job. And now for the next one coming up on your screen. Business Conference Silver. All right. So let me read that out. We move on to the Best Caterer of the Year, Corporate Events. And that goes to Solinaire and IHCL Enterprise. Could we have a Solinaire team redefining corporate experience through culinary innovation? Solinaire. Check, check, check. One. More on the volume, please. More on my mic. All right. Congratulations, team.
And now, next up is the best conference of the year, domestic. Put your hands together for a team that I love working with. We've got GPJ in the house. TDX Bengaluru in the Bronze League. Best conference of the year, bronze goes to GPJ, the TDX Bengaluru. We go to the next one. Best conference of the year, domestic silver goes to. Put your hands together for the Silver League winner, Spalva. Safer with Google GSEC launch. The Silver League in Best Conference of the Year, domestic. So join hands. And use those whistles, come on. And now we go for the gold. Best Business Conference in the gold category. It goes to Event Crafter. Let's join hands for Event Crafter one more time. Best Business Conference gold. And now moving on to the next category. Ladies and gentlemen, join hands right here at the 7th edition of the BW Applause Awards, Best Consumer Activation of the Year in the Silver League. It goes to Impact Communication for Glucose the Energy Station campaign. Best Consumer Activation of the Year, Silver. One more time, join hands, a huge round of applause. Let's keep the energy up and awake. All right, we've got a full house almost, and we've got a lot of experienced creators. Tell me which is the most happening or the happiest table in the house tonight? Self-nomination through energy in the house. Which is the most happiest table? Lovely, we've got some contenders. We're going to run this throughout the night. Best Conference of the Year domestic in the Gold League goes to Wishcraft for Nippon Asset Management Annual Conference campaign. Let's get the gold winners on stage. Best Conference of the Year. Pump the music up and join hands. Give them the beat. Clap, 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 clap. Congratulations to Wishcraft. And now for the Best Conference of the Year, International. And in the Bronze League, this one goes to, once again, Event Crafter for the ICGC. Could we have the team to join us back again? Event Crafter in the house, bronze winners for Best Conference of the Year, International. Congratulations, team. And next, coming up, Best Conference of the Year International. And we go for gold this time. Put your hands together for the gold winner. Best Conference of the Year International goes to, for the campaign Google Playtime 2024. One more time, could we have Spalba on stage, please? Come on, give it up for the team on stage, the gold winners in the category. Clap your whistle, clap your whistle. And now, Best Consumer Activation of the Year. And we start with the Bronze League. This, once again, let's have Team In Extis to join us for Mansafar campaign, Bronze Best Consumer Activation of the Year in Extis. Congratulations to Inextis one more time. And now we move forward. This time it is Best Consumer Activation of the Year, Silver. Let's hear it for the Silver League winners, Abby Baby, Intra Vijay Utsav. Could we have Best Consumer Activation of the Year, Silver winner, to join us? Abby Baby for the Intra Vijay Utsav. A big round of applause. Cha, music. Clap. Clap, 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 clap. Let's go with the beat and call the next winner, Best Consumer Activation of the Year. And this time it is Silver League. And this goes to ZTOA Marketing Solutions. To join us on stage, a big round of applause to the Silver League winners in the category Best Consumer Activation of the Year. Can we applaud the winners right here on stage? Let's celebrate with them. Every winner, every victory is ours, and we are part of this fraternity. And on that note, Best Consumer Activation of the Year, Silver goes to Kidzania, Madhya Pradesh Tourism Center. The campaign Madhya Pradesh Tourism Center, the silver winner goes to Kidzania. Could we have the winner to join us in the Best Consumer Activation of the Year category? While we applaud the people on stage, moving on to the next category, that is the Best CSR Event or Activation Initiative. And I think the category itself deserves a huge round of applause. Yeah, Best CSR Event or Activation Initiative. And this goes to, once again, in the bronze category, In Extis to join us on stage. Probably we should put a chair right here. It will save energy and time. Come on, give it out for In Extis! And now moving on quick. Best CSR Event or Activation Initiative, the same category, but in the Silver League. This goes to Team Event Crafter. A big round of applause for the campaign Siemens Digital Event Crafter. Next, Best CSR Event or Activation Initiative, Gold. Any guesses for this one? There we go. 100 points. Yes. हारकर जीतने वाले को बाजीगर कहते हैं. ब्रॉन्ज के बाद गोल्ड मिला. In next is for Munsafar campaign. The best CSR event or activation initiative going for the gold. And before I introduce the next category and continue with the next award, to be a part of the presentation ceremony, could I have the presence of Miss Isha Chaturvedi to please join us right here on stage? Could we welcome Miss Isha Chaturvedi with a huge round of applause, partner Co-Love Ice Cream, operator F&B Vertical. Could we have her presence with a round of applause? Come on, let's welcome her on stage with a lot of energy. Clap, cheer, and pump the music up, please. And with the new presenter joining the lead, Best CSR Event or Activation Initiative, it's a shared gold. And this one goes to Bisleri for Bisleri International Beneath the Bird Bottles for Change campaign. Could we have the team join us? Could we hear it for our team Bisleri in the house? Which is the best cheering table? Which is the best cheering squad? I see a table there. I see the group right here. Which is the best cheering squad? Not bad. Let's keep that going. And now, for the best exhibition experience in the Bronze League. For the Safer with Google Sandboxes 2024 campaign goes to Spellbound one more time. Could we have the team on stage, please? Clap it out loud. Clap, cheer, clap, cheer, clap, cheer. Congratulations, team. And up next, Best Education Event of the Year. And that goes to In the Silver League for Munsafar campaign. One more time. In next is in the house, the silver winner for Best Education Event of the Year. While the discussion is going on right there and sharing that moment, we move on to the next award in the same category for the Gold League. That is Best Education Event of the Year. And we don't have to call anybody on stage because the team is already there. Empowering Minds in Extis for the gold. Ladies and gentlemen, now for one of the biggies. Best Auto Event of the Year. And we straight away go to the gold. Any guesses? Best Auto Event of the Year. Put your hands together. Neoniche Integrated Solutions Private Limited for WinFast campaign. Neoniche. Do we have the representative? Yes, there we go. Neoniche in the house. Congratulations, team. And now, from the agencies, we shift a bit of focus. We get into the artist section right now. First up, Best MC Live Shows, and we straight away go for the gold. Put your hands together. Any guesses, names? Siddharth, any guesses? Put your hands together. To the one and only, we call him the OG, Siddharth Kannan. He makes everybody whistle, dance and cheer. Come on, for him one more time.
Big round of applause, yeah.